Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as an evil prodigy Uchiha with the inheritance system. The playlist is above, and with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 124, Chasing Down Fake Tunan. The wound was still bleeding continuously, dyeing the surrounding soil red. Finally, it became a pool of blood. Uchiha Tunan looked down at Obito, who was struggling to get up, but his whole body was sore and weak. He immediately smiled, squatted down, stretched out his right hand, and said, "I didn't bring a seal scroll when I came out. Do you have Obito?" Obito nodded, then took out his only seal scroll from his ninja bag and handed it to Uchiha Tunan. However, Uchiha Tunan didn't take the seal scroll. Instead, he kindly said to Obito, "Get up first." Obito's face turned red, and he hesitated for a moment. Then, he grabbed Uchiha Tunan's hand and stood up. Only then did Uchiha Tunan seal the corpse with a scroll. Minato and the others came over and asked, "Tunan, is the mission completed?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "There is one more, but I don't know which direction the other person escaped to." Minato frowned. He began to analyze. "You just said that this person used Earth perception. Combined with his Earth style, there is a high chance that he is a ninja from Rock Village." Uchiha Tunan pondered for a moment and nodded. "It is very possible." In fact, Uchiha Tunan had another guess in his heart. After all, this ninja did not seem to have a bright mind. It was very consistent with the impression that Ninja Village had in Uchiha Tunan's heart. Minato immediately smiled and said, "Anyway, we are fine. Why don't you let me and Kakashi help you chase them?" Obito immediately raised his hand and waved it in front of Minato. "Minato-sensei, what about me? You and Rin will stay here." "But—" Obito lowered his head, secretly hating himself for not having enough strength and only being a rear guard. Suddenly, a seal scroll appeared in his line of sight. Obito raised his head, only to see Uchiha Tunan say with a gentle face, "This seal scroll is very important. If we were to fight, it would be troublesome to lose it. Obito, take it. Stay here and keep this scroll safe." Obito was slightly stunned, and his lips were filled with a positive smile. He grabbed the scroll and raised it up high. "No problem, just leave such an important task to me." Minato saw that Uchiha Tunan was trying to stop Obito, and could not help but smile. He said to Uchiha Tunan, "Then let's go now." With that, Minato, Uchiha Tunan, and Kakashi split up and chased in the direction of Rock Village. After the three of them left, a dark-skinned, huge woman poked her head out from the corner. "I was a step too late. Jedong is dead." However, Jedong still managed to fool the three ninjas. The woman immediately removed her transformation technique and returned to her original appearance. It was the 4th generation Raikage of Hidden Cloud Village, AI. The moment she removed the transformation technique, the eyes of the white pigeon hovering in the sky focused. The scene that he saw instantly entered Uchiha Tunan's mind. Uchiha Tunan, who was running through the forest, immediately stopped. "Is this AI from Hidden Cloud Village? Looks like that guy was using his life to trick us. No wonder I felt that his hand seals were a bit strange." Just as Uchiha Tunan was about to rush back, suddenly, a strange expression appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. What was this AI doing in the town? Obito and Rin squatted on the side of the street. Obito revealed his Sharingan with a coquettish look on his face, and was very proud of himself in front of Rin. The Sharingan is a powerful eye technique exclusive to Uchiha clan, and only true geniuses can awaken it. "Rin, look at me, am I handsome?" At this moment, Uchiha Tunan came to them with a wretched smile. The two turned their heads at the same time and said with a puzzled face, "Tunan, why are you back?" Uchiha Tunan coughed and said, "I have found the enemy's trail, but the other side has the support ninja, and I cannot face them alone. So I want to ask you to help me." Rin was worried. "Tunan, can we wait for Minato-sensei and Kakashi to come back?" However, Obito said excitedly, "No problem, Tunan, don't worry, I will definitely help you defeat those guys. Obito was worried that he wouldn't have the chance to show off in front of Rin after awakening his Sharingan. Later, when he met the enemy, and then showed his power, Rin would definitely look at him in a new light. Thinking of this, Obito became even more excited. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly. "Thank you, then hurry up and come with me. By the way, the scroll." Obito immediately took out the scroll without hesitation and handed it to the other party. "Oh, I'll leave the scroll with you. I'm afraid that I'll lose the scroll if I fight too fiercely later." Rin felt that something was wrong, but because she had little contact with Uchiha Tunan, she swept away the doubts in her mind. The two foolishly followed Uchiha Tunan out of the town and walked towards the place where the ninjas of Konoha village met. The transformed Uchiha Tunan was very pleased with himself at this moment. In the future, who would dare to say that I have no brain? I usually just disdain to use it. This time, I just played a small trick. Not only did I bring back the corpse of Jedong, but I also took away the little brat Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan. After we go back and lock up this kid, we can give him medicine. Coupled with a group of fertile women. Hee. This time, I will make you look at me in a new light. Your future Hokage is not stupid at all. Thinking of this, AI subconsciously waved her fist. Rin, who was behind him, asked curiously, "Tunan, what happened to you?" AI quickly restrained his urge to smash the tree and scratched his head. "Ahaha. I was just thinking about the upcoming battle and felt a little nervous." Obito patted his chest and said confidently, "It's fine. I'm here." At this time, suddenly said, "By the way, can we run?" Obito looked at AI blankly and said, "But Rin and I don't know the way. You have to lead the way." Only then did AI react and immediately shouted, "Yes, yes, yes, hurry up and keep up." However, he had only taken a few steps when he heard Rin gasping for breath behind him. "Tunan-kun. I can't keep up." All right. He had no choice but to slow down. Chapter 125, Deceiving His Subordinates. At this time, Uchiha Tunan, who knew their route, did not choose to stop them. Instead, he headed towards the destination. Because the spy who stole the confidential information could not be AI. Now that they knew the route, they should get the information first. As for Obito and the others, since AI did not attack them immediately, they were safe for the time being. The next day, Uchiha Tunan stood by the shore. The east was suffused with the morning sun. In an instant, the sky had turned into a colorful and magnificent world. The clouds were like flowers that flickered with a golden and red glow, like a gigantic carp covered in golden scales that lay across the horizon. The waves were like a magnificent army of thousands of men and horses, baring their ferocious teeth and roaring loudly, as if they were chasing something relentlessly. Uchiha Tunan suddenly discovered a problem. It was that AI's sense of direction was a bit bad. According to the straight line, the final destination should be this place. But Uchiha Tunan used the white pigeon and the Sharingan to observe for a long time, but found that there was no one in this several dozen miles coastline. There was no other way. Uchiha Tunan could only spread out the white pigeon, and at the same time, he activated his Sharingan to search along the coastline. When it was close to noon, Uchiha Tunan finally found that group of support ninjas in a bay. This distance was a bit too far off. But it just so happened to be what he wanted. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth slightly curved, and he disappeared into the jungle. His hands quickly made a series of hand seals and activated transformation. His body was like a melted candle, and under the support of chakra, his figure gradually grew taller. His limbs gradually grew longer, and the outline of his face also changed greatly. His muscles, which originally looked like they were only vigorous, began to swell violently. In an instant, the clothes on his upper body exploded. At the critical moment, Uchiha Tunan took out kunai and scratched his pants a few times. In an instant, his pants turned into strips of cloth, so that he could avoid the embarrassment of bursting. His hair was also gradually turning white, turning into a head of silver threads. His body shape also slowly became huge, and his skin turned into wheat color. He no longer had the original appearance of Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan immediately took out the makeup equipment from his ninja bag and began to dress up in the mirror. His skin was a little darker. His hair was smeared with wax, and his head was big. He also needed to fix his beard. Soon, a high imitation AI appeared in the mirror. Uchiha Tunan carefully examined the AI in the mirror. After confirming that there was no big flaw in his appearance, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. After thinking for a while, in order to avoid any mistakes, Uchiha Tunan grabbed the dust on the ground and sprinkled it on his body. He tried his best to put on a bit of dirt, as if he had fought with someone for 3 days and 3 nights. After doing all this, Uchiha Tunan packed up his things. He came to the opposite side of the gulf not far from the cave. He crouched down slightly, lightning flashing around his body, and then he suddenly jumped toward the cave at the bay. When he jumped into the air, he attached Earth Attribute Chakra to his feet, increasing gravity and resistance. In the cave, everyone saw the man with lightning in the air at a glance. Look, Lord AI is back. Fortunately, Lord AI is fine. I'm worried to death. Boom. Uchiha Tunan fell heavily on the beach, kicking up a high dust cloud. His entire body was covered in dust, but the lightning around him flickered, looking very domineering. A group of cloud ninjas ran out of the cave excitedly and came around Uchiha Tunan. Lord AI, you are finally back. We have gotten the information. Let's go quickly. Yes, yes, yes. It will be difficult if we are entangled by the woodleaf ninjas. Uchiha Tunan glanced at the group of people and immediately coughed twice, looking exhausted. Then, his body swayed a few times, and he knelt down on one knee. Lord AI, what happened to you? A few cloud ninjas hurriedly supported Uchiha Tunan, their faces full of worry. In their hearts, Lord AI was an existence that could fight a Biju for a short period of time. They had never seen AI so weak. For a moment, they could not help but feel a little flustered. Uchiha Tunan supported himself with one hand on the ground, gasping for breath. Nothing, I fought with Konoha's genius Uchiha Tunan on the way, and I was slightly injured. When everyone heard this, they all revealed looks of doubt. Uchiha Tunan? Never heard of him. Could he be a new genius after the Second War? How is this possible? How old can a new genius be? How can he be Lord AI's match? It must be a secret weapon hidden in Konoha. Maybe it's the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Isn't the Kyuubi Jinchuriki from the Uzumaki clan? How did it become the Uchiha clan? Is this Konoha's Jinchuriki changing so fast? When I was a spy in Konoha, I heard that he was a new disciple of the Third. By the way, it seems that he killed Konoha's white fan. Hearing this, everyone gasped. He killed Konoha's white fan, no wonder. I haven't finished yet. That Uchiha Tunan is not old, he just... Uchiha Tunan was not here to listen to them discuss his deeds. He immediately interrupted their conversation and said in a deep voice, Don't guess, he is indeed terrifyingly strong, and his lightning-style ninjutsu is almost as strong as mine. It seems that the old bastard Hiruzen Sarutobi stole the lightning evasion from Hidden Cloud Village and passed it to him. Oh right, where is the thing from Konoha? The spy who escaped immediately handed the scroll to Uchiha Tunan respectfully and said, It's here, Lord AI. Uchiha Tunan took the scroll and nodded with a look of appreciation. Good, you did very well. But I need to rest now. That Uchiha Tunan probably didn't curry favor with me. When he catches up, help me stall for time. When I catch my breath, I will kill him myself. One of the subordinates said with a worried face, Has that Uchiha Tunan already caught up? How should he deal with such a powerful person? For a moment, the atmosphere was a little heavy. Uchiha Tunan stood up with difficulty and coughed heavily twice. Although I left them behind, I also exposed the general direction. They will probably come along the coastline. However, This person has a weakness, which is that he values his companions too much. He still has 2 Genins in his team, so you better catch those 2 Genins when the time comes. Remember, you must capture them alive, so that you can threaten him with this. Those shinobi saw that the always reckless Lord AI had been forced to the point of using his brain. It could be seen how terrifying the strength of the newcomer was. Immediately, a look of equanimity appeared on his face. He said, "Lord AI, don't worry. We will definitely stop them and buy you enough time to recover. You should quickly go in and rest." Chapter 126 2 Ace. Uchiha Tunan nodded. Just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly reminded. "Oh right, I was ambushed by him in the beginning. His transformation technique is hard to see through. It should be the new secret technique that Hiruzen, that old fellow, had researched. I was careless and was taken advantage of by him. Damn it." Uchiha Tunan immediately used the compound body technique taught by Hiruzen Sarutobi and punched the mountain wall. Bang! The cave immediately collapsed. The earth quaked and the mountain shook. The rocks were also shattered on the ground. There was only a very small hole left. It could barely squeeze in 2 or 3 people to rest. "Lord AI, don't be angry. Hurry up and rest. Yes, leave the matter of sniping Uchiha Tunan to us." The group of hidden cloud ninjas were filled with indignation. Uchiha Tunan nodded with a gratified expression. "Thank you for your hard work." A group of cloud ninjas jumped to the shore above, waiting for Uchiha Tunan, who was about to pursue them. Uchiha Tunan came to the cave and sat down, leading behind a cloud ninja. "Oh right, Lord AI, where are your injuries? Let me treat you." Uchiha Tunan sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Then, he waved his hand and said, "No need, I suffered a very high-level internal injury. I can only use lightning-attributed chakra to repair it. Don't worry about me. Go and help them." Yunrin was stunned and said carefully, "But I am a medical ninja." Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes to stare at the medical ninja. He said in a serious tone, "Go quickly. 1 more person means 1 more power." The medical ninja was immediately filled with respect. He nodded heavily and said, "Yes." At this time, who had transformed into Uchiha Tunan, was leading Obito and Rin on the coastline with a sad face. AI looked at the endless coastline and kept scratching his head, muttering, "I remember it should be here. That's right, there was a sea, a beach, and a cliff. There was everything that should be there, but there was no one. What was going on?" In front of him was an endless sea, and there were several seagulls and white pigeons flying in the sky, looking for delicious food in the sea. Behind him, Obito couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Tunan, did you lose track of him?" AI was upset and said, "What are you so anxious about? He's just nearby. We'll definitely find him later." After saying that, he looked around in confusion. Where exactly was it? Finally, 2 hours later, I saw a row of cloud ninjas standing on the coast in front of him. He immediately laughed loudly and said, "I finally found you." The leader of the cloud ninjas, who was standing at the front, had noticed them. He narrowed his eyes and thought, "These people really came along the coastline. I don't know if 2 hours is enough for Mr. AI to recover." Immediately, the group of cloud ninjas prepared to fight. The leader of the cloud ninjas shouted, "Kid, you are the legendary genius of Konoha, the new disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Tunan, right?" AI was stunned, wondering why the other side said this. Then he realized that he had changed into the appearance of Uchiha Tunan and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Is my transformation technique so powerful that no one can see through it?" Thinking of this, I smiled proudly and said, "Hee. Don't be nervous, it's me." He immediately removed the transformation technique and his body shape turned into his original robust appearance. Then, he stretched out his hands and picked up the confused Obito and Rin. He said in a clear voice, These two little guys have been tricked by me. One of them was a member of the Uchiha clan. Right, have you got the thing? Show it to me quickly. The Cloud Ninjas looked at each other, their faces full of resentment. Lord AI was right. This Uchiha Tunan probably didn't know that Lord AI had already arrived. He actually used the transformation technique in front of us, trying to cheat us of the scroll. At this moment, the anger in Yunren's heart instantly rose. This Uchiha Tunan is really sinister and cunning. Fortunately, Lord AI has foresight. Otherwise, he would really have been deceived by him. Yunren, who was beside him, leaned his head over and said with a serious face, "Captain, as expected, there are no traces of the transformation technique." Captain Yunren nodded and said, "Even Lord AI can't see through that secret technique." "Is it something that you can see?" "That's true. Lord AI hasn't recovered yet. At this time, you have to use your brain and think of a way to delay the other party. Just look at me." The leader of the Cloud Ninjas whispered to his subordinates, and then loudly said to AI, "Don't move yet. We can't see if you use the transformation technique from so far away. Throw these two little ghosts over first, and we will check them." Obito's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood Tunan's intention. He immediately whispered, "Tunan, this plan is not bad. You can pick me up later." What was this little brat talking about? At this moment, AI's mind was full of question marks, but he was too lazy to think too much. He casually threw Obito and ran over. However, when Obito was in midair, he immediately shouted, "Haha, look at me. Fire style, majestic fire." However, before he could finish, a Cloud Ninja immediately jumped up and grabbed Obito's neck. It was like capturing a duck, capturing Uchiha Obito. The Yunren captain immediately snorted. Humph, inferior tactics, although strong, but still too naive. Uchiha Tunan, who used Phonyu to listen to the battle situation, knew that it was time for him to appear. After all, Obito, this fool, had helped him, so he couldn't waste it. He immediately walked out of the cave and jumped into the crowd. "Lord AI." Uchiha Tunan nodded silently, looking at AI in the distance with a serious expression. The moment he saw Uchiha Tunan, Obito was dumbfounded. He immediately shouted at AI in the distance, "Tunan, what kind of plan did you think of? You've caused me so much trouble." At this moment, AI was also dumbfounded. He stared at the guy in the crowd who looked exactly like him. There was only one sentence in his heart. "Oh no, I'm a fake." Uchiha Tunan immediately took a step forward, his whole body shooting out electric arcs, pointing at AI. "Konoha's kid, hand over the corpse scroll." As soon as his voice fell, the cloud spy next to him said with an ugly face, "What? Lord AI, could it be that Jedong, he?" When Uchiha Tunan heard this, he instantly knew what the name of the dead Yunren was. He immediately said with a face full of resentment, "That's right, Jedong was killed by him. His body was also sealed in a scroll by him, ready to take it back to exchange for merit points." In the distance, a shouted excitedly, "He is fake, and I am AI." Uchiha Tunan sneered and said in a clear voice, "Well, then hand over the body of Yutong." After hearing this, AI immediately roared, "The corpse can't be handed over to you." Then, his whole body burst out with electric current and rushed towards Uchiha Tunan. "You dare to exchange our Cloud Ninja's corpse for merit points? It seems that you don't put me in your eyes." Uchiha Tunan angrily shouted. His eyes focused, and he circulated the lightning and earth attribute chakra with all his strength. The electric current in his entire body surged, and he also rushed forward. Chapter 127, Slipping Away. The two of them instantly exchanged fists. Bang! 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 The electric current surged, smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the two currents violently collided. When Uchiha Tunan was halfway there, he activated his Sharingan. Relying on his dynamic vision, he fought with AI. Although he could keep up with AI in terms of speed, the destructive power and resistance of his fists were far from AI. In a flash, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves. AI had an all-around defense, every move was ruthless and deadly. But in order to have the power to fight against it, Uchiha Tunan had to concentrate all his earth attribute chakra on his fist. Therefore, when the two of them fought, Uchiha Tunan mainly dodged. Bang! The two of them punched again. Uchiha Tunan was not strong enough and was sent flying by the recoil. He fell heavily on the ground and slid dozens of meters to the feet of the leader of the Cloud Ninjas. The group of Cloud Ninjas immediately panicked and quickly squatted down. Lord AI! Uchiha Tunan covered his chest and said angrily, "Damn it. It's all my fault that my injuries haven't healed yet." Hearing this, the group of Cloud Ninjas had a determined look on their faces. Lord AI, please leave. Let's attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of Cloud Ninjas rushed forward one after another. Uchiha Tunan quickly picked up Obito and Rin, and used Lightning Wind Flash to leave. AI's lightning evasion was too terrifying, and in terms of speed, it was no less than his. However, in terms of strength, destructive power, and defense, Uchiha Tunan was inferior. Unless Uchiha Tunan used all of his firepower, using Hataki's saber technique or otherwise, just based on Hiruzen Sarutobi's half-baked ninja art, he would not be able to break through AI's lightning armor with his fist. After all, the lightning armor was known as the strongest shield of ninjutsu. On the seaside, AI had to control his strength and prevent himself from getting injured when facing the attacks of his subordinates. It was very uncomfortable to fight. After a long time, AI finally couldn't stand it anymore and immediately shouted, "I am really AI." Bang! 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 After a long time, a group of Cloud Ninjas were lying on the coast. Stood in the middle, gasping for breath. He said in a deep voice, "Why don't you believe me?" The leader of the Cloud Ninjas, who was lying on the ground, had an unyielding look on his face. He stared at AI with disdain and said, "Little brat, kill me if you have the guts." The Cloud Ninjas did not have cowards who were afraid of death. AI felt like he was going to go crazy. He inserted his hands into his back and roared, "Why don't you believe me? You have too many flaws. We have long noticed that you have been searching on the shore of the sea. Lord AI knows the specific location. Moreover, you have killed Jedong. Lord AI cannot kill his companions." Hearing this, AI was stunned. He took out the scroll and threw it on the ground. "I was tricked. I didn't kill him." Seeing that Konoha's kid was still not attacking, a trace of doubt flashed through the eyes of the leader. He carefully said, "If you say you are Lord AI, then I will ask you a few questions. Speak. What does Lord Killer be like the most? Dance, sing. What is the purpose of our visit this time? Steal the seal of Konoha, help suppress the 8 tails in his body." Another Cloud Ninja immediately said with a sad face, "I didn't expect Konoha to know such confidential information." AI felt that if this went on, he wouldn't be able to help but punch the head of the Cloud Ninja. At this time, the leader of the Cloud Ninjas already believed that the person in front of him was AI. After all, the probability of Konoha knowing this information was not high. "By the way, you should know what our names are, right?" After AI told everyone their names, positions, and several tasks that they had done before, the group of Cloud Ninjas finally realized that they had been deceived. "So you are really Mr. AI?" AI finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely tired, gasping for breath. "Where is the sealing scroll?" "It's for that Lord AI." "Where are the 2 Konoha brats?" "He was taken away by that Lord AI." AI, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, felt even more angry at this time. "Ah! I'm so angry." He immediately raised his fists and punched the ground to vent his anger. Bang! 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 Uchiha Tunan led Obito and Rin to run for half a day, and they were completely far away from the coastline. Only then did they stop and rest under a waterfall. Just as he put Obito and Rin down, Obito took out kunai and protected Rin behind him with a serious look on his face. Uchiha Tunan slightly smiled, his eyes closed and opened, revealing 3 Magatama Sharingan. "You are Tunan!" Obito and Rin were pleasantly surprised. After all, no matter how he disguised himself, the Sharingan couldn't be faked. Uchiha Tunan opened the bag, placed it on the ground, and then took out a seal scroll to undo it. Inside was a large pile of daily necessities, including clothes. Uchiha Tunan smiled at Rin and said, "Rin, I want to take a bath. Turn around." Rin immediately blushed and turned her back. Uchiha Tunan directly jumped into the small river under the waterfall. It was like a drop of thick ink falling into the water, quickly dyeing the water black. "Tunan, how long have you not bathed? The water is dark." Obito looked at the black river channel with a strange expression. After a full 10 minutes, Uchiha Tunan removed the transformation spell and restored his original appearance. Only then did he reveal his head and explain. "In order to disguise myself as that guy, I applied a lot of cosmetics on my body." Obito exclaimed, "That's amazing. You even know how to put on makeup. My grandmother said that she also knew how to do it when she was young." Uchiha Tunan smiled and pushed his wet hair back. "This is a disguise. If I used the transformation technique, I would have been seen through long ago." Obito nodded, then tilted his head and thought, "That's not right, but how did you become so tall?" "Oh, this is a secret technique taught to me by teacher Sarutobi, similar to the senjutsu of the senju," Uchiha Tunan said casually. "This is a secret ninjutsu taught to me by teacher Sarutobi. It is classified in Konoha, so I can't tell anyone about it." When Obito heard this, he immediately patted his chest with a serious face. "Don't worry, I will keep it a secret." The next day, the 3 of them returned to the previous town. Kakashi and Minato were already waiting there. Seeing the 3 of them return safely, they breathed a sigh of relief. Minato slightly blamed, "Where did you go? Don't leave any marks on the road." As soon as his voice fell, Obito immediately told him with great interest, "Minato-sensei, let me tell you." Although Obito hid the secret information that Uchiha Tunan specifically told him, the content of his story was full of flaws. However, Minato did not ask further. Instead, he squinted his eyes and smiled. He listened quietly and praised from time to time. "AI from Hidden Cloud Village? That's a quasi-fourth Raikage. Even I might not be his match. Tunan, your growth is really surprising. I was defeated by him in one move." Uchiha Tunan smiled humbly. "If there was a conflict, without Minato-sensei, the 3 of us probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Moreover, there were so many cloud ninjas, so they had no choice but to use some underhanded tricks." Obito scratched his head and said, "Tunan, your words sound so strange. How can this be called scheming? This is called wisdom." Minato coughed lightly and grabbed Obito's head. He turned his head over and said, "Obito, you need to reflect on this incident. If not for Tunan, you would have been captured by Hidden Cloud Village." Hearing this, Obito's face fell. "I was careless." However, before Obito could finish speaking, his disappointed expression disappeared. Instead, he pointed at his eyes and said, "I definitely won't do it again. I am a man who has awakened the Sharingan." At this time, Uchiha Tunan shifted his gaze to Kakashi. Kakashi, who had been staring at Uchiha Tunan, instantly averted his gaze and pretended to be indifferent. "Are you all right?" Uchiha Tunan nodded lightly and said, "I'm fine." Looking at the 2 of them, Minato could not help but smile. Chapter 128, The Deads Are Reuniting. A few days later, after completing the task, Uchiha Tunan followed the Squad 7 back to Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi first confirmed the mission of Minato class. After they left, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a drag on his cigarette and said, Tunan, it's all thanks to you finding the secret seal that Konoha has lost. Uchiha Tunan rubbed his eyes and said gently, Teacher, this is what I should do. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and exhaled a puff of smoke. He said with concern, Thank you for your hard work. Go back and have a good rest for a few days. You can come back to cultivate with me after you have rested. After all, your foundation is very strong. You can learn the rest by yourself. You don't have to be so anxious. With Uchiha Tunan's talent, no matter what technique he practiced, as long as he put his heart into it, he could easily learn it. Hiruzen Sarutobi also did not need to teach him specific ninjutsu. He only needed to point out a few key points. Most of the time, he threw the ninjutsu scroll to Uchiha Tunan and let him learn by himself. Uchiha Tunan bowed deeply and said, Thank you, teacher. Uchiha Tunan left the Hokage building, but he did not expect that Minato and the others were waiting for him outside. When Obito, who was squatting on the bench, saw Uchiha Tunan, he immediately jumped down and said excitedly, Hey, Tunan is out. Let's go eat barbecue later. I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time. Minato looked at Obito helplessly, then turned to Uchiha Tunan with a bright smile. Tunan, we haven't had a dinner party for a long time. Let's have a meal together. Uchiha Tunan was slightly surprised, and his eyes swept over Kakashi, who was secretly looking at him, and then he smiled. Well, I haven't eaten outside for a long time. I miss the taste of roasted meat. Tunan and I both agree to eating roasted meat, said Obito. 2 votes for 2 votes. Rin, what do you want to eat? I can change the tickets. Rin covered her mouth and smiled, I can eat anything. Kakashi said coldly, Let's go then, I want to eat barbecue. Minato nodded. He looked up at the sky and said, You guys go first. I'll be back soon. In the Autumn Street barbecue shop, 4 people sat in their seats and waited. The barbecue shop seemed to have a lot of business, and it was almost filled with people. The whole room was filled with the aroma of roasted meat, making people drool. Obito looked around, and with a mysterious face, he said, Let me tell you, I think Minato-sensei is in a relationship with Kushina-senpai. But everyone was well aware of this matter, and did not show much reaction. Seeing that the 3 of them were not surprised at all, Obito immediately scratched his head and said, Don't you think so? Am I being too sensitive? Rin touched her forehead speechlessly and sighed. Sigh. Uchiha Tunan took the kettle from the waiter and got up to pour water for the 3 of them. Is that so? If the 2 of them can be together, it must be a match made in heaven. Seeing that someone was paying attention to him, Obito immediately opened his mouth, and his face was full of gossip. I don't think so. After all, Kushina-senpai is so fierce, and Minato-sensei is so gentle. If the 2 of them were together, how could Minato-sensei bear it? The air suddenly became quiet. Kushina bent over and appeared behind Obito, and with her head tilted, she whispered in his ear like a ghost. What are you talking about? Obito was instantly stunned, and his hair stood on end. He turned his head mechanically, and said with a face full of horror, Senior Kushina. Rin burst out laughing, and then quickly covered her mouth. Uchiha Tunan looked at Kushina with a gentle face and said, Nie-san, long time no see. Seeing that Tunan, who had not been seen for a long time, was present, Kushina restrained her impulse to go on a rampage, got up and smiled. Tunan, I heard that Hokage-sama took you as a disciple, really amazing. Uchiha Tunan reached out his hand to hold his glasses, and said with a humble face. Yes, fortunately, Hokage-sama did not think that I was stupid. Obito listened from the side, and his mouth slightly twitched. Tunan, you are so hypocritical. Uchiha Tunan was slightly stunned. He held the teacup with both hands and smiled awkwardly. His eyes were slightly moist. As if he had been misunderstood, he felt extremely wronged. Upon seeing this, Kushina immediately punched Obito and lectured him. Obito, Tunan is modest, do you understand? Although Obito was beaten up, due to the huge gap in strength and status, he could only endure it. Damn it! It hurts so much. Uchiha and Obito covered the big bump on their foreheads with both hands, and their tears were almost coming out. At this moment, the waiter brought the roasted meat over. Guests, please enjoy. Uchiha and Obito's eyes lit up, and they placed the roasted meat on the grill to roast, completely losing the pitiful feeling they had just had. Minato quickly called out, "Everyone, don't stand on ceremony. Today is my treat. Just eat whatever you want." Everyone picked up their chopsticks and placed the meat slices on the grill to roast. Minato suddenly asked, "Tunan, what is the level of your mission this time?" Uchiha Tunan said lightly, "S-class." Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard this, and they were secretly surprised. Minato nodded and said thoughtfully, "The last one to fight with you is AI from Hidden Cloud Village, right?" Uchiha Tunan's expression was slightly solemn as he said, "That's right. That person is very powerful. No matter if it is speed, strength, or defense, they are all terrifying." Rin was holding a piece of meat in one hand and holding her chin in the other. She asked doubtfully, "Is that guy as powerful as Minato-sensei?" Uchiha Tunan thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "He shouldn't be able to touch Minato-sensei, but Minato-sensei might not be able to break his defense." Hearing this, everyone immediately turned their eyes to Minato. They were all shocked by this. After all, Minato seemed to be very strong in their eyes. For so long, he seemed to have never lost. "I have heard that he knows the lightning armor of Hidden Cloud Village, known as the strongest shield." Minato nodded. "It would be difficult to hurt him with my attack." Kushina knocked on the bowl with her chopsticks and said, "Can you not always talk about missions and intelligence during the party? It makes the atmosphere very depressing. Come, Tunan, eat more." He picked up a piece of meat and put it in Uchiha Tunan's bowl. Uchiha Tunan looked at Kushina and smiled, his eyes full of kindness. "Thank you, Kushina-senpai, but don't take the light for me. Eat more." Kushina smiled and nodded, then looked at the four people who were eating and sighed. "Time flies. I feel like you're all going to grow up." Minato chuckled and said, "During the war, a lot of people who are as big as them are now in charge of a combat team." Uchiha Tunan was immersed in eating barbecue while listening to the chatter of everyone. Suddenly, he thought about it. If you kill the Jinchuriki, can you also have the ability of the Biju? If possible, will the Biju disappear? If it doesn't disappear, then put the Biju into the body of another person, raise the knife and chop it down. This keeps stacking, 1 QB, 2 QB. Chapter 129, Intuition. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tunan subconsciously glanced at Kushina, who was chatting happily. In an instant, the spirit disguise activated on its own. Hiss, it hurts. Uchiha Tunan's chopsticks paused, and he frowned slightly. In the blink of an eye, his face returned to normal. However, Minato and Kakashi noticed Uchiha Tunan's strange behavior at the same time. There was a hint of hesitation in Kakashi's eyes, but he did not ask. "Tunan, what's wrong?" Minato whispered to Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan smiled and shook his head, "It's nothing. I just feel that something bad might happen." Minato frowned, glanced at the three people who were chatting happily, and whispered to Uchiha Tunan. "In any case, Obito and Rin only have D-level missions for this period of time. Do you want me to take you to the hospital tomorrow to have a check?" Looking at this situation, it seemed to be a bit serious. After all, as a ninja, such an abnormal behavior made Minato a bit worried. Ordinary diseases were fine, but the legendary blood chain disease. Uchiha Tunan showed a look of disapproval, waved his hand, and whispered, "No need, my body is fine." Suddenly, a warm current surged in Uchiha Tunan's body. "Oh, who gave me a small surprise?" The warm current gradually spread to all of Uchiha Tunan's limbs and bones, making him feel as if he was in the midst of energy, his entire body undergoing a baptism. Just as Uchiha Tunan was feeling happy, a warm current flowed into his eyes, strengthening his eye power. The ones who died were people from the Uchiha clan. Shit! Uchiha Tunan immediately put down his chopsticks and adjusted his glasses. He stood up and bowed to the crowd. You guys eat first. I still have something to do, excuse me. Kushina stopped what she was doing and said with a puzzled face, Tunan, you haven't eaten much. It wasn't easy for everyone to get together, but Uchiha Tunan wanted to leave so early. If there was something important, he should have told her in advance. Could it be that someone had made Tunan unhappy? Thinking of this, Kushina looked at Obito who was busy eating. Obito didn't notice Kushina at all, but looked up at Uchiha Tunan and said vaguely, walk slowly. Minato seemed to have found something, and whispered, it doesn't matter, family is more important. Uchiha Tunan nodded, smiled apologetically at everyone, and then left the barbecue shop. On the street not far from Uchiha's home. At this time, the sky was completely dark. Every house had closed doors and windows, and there was no one on the street. Only the dim light of the street lamps could see the road. Uchiha Tunan stood beside the dim yellow street lamp, half of his body sinking into darkness and half turning into light. His ears trembled, and he secretly used the wind rain skill with all his strength. He heard the whistling of the autumn wind, the low roar of stray cats and dogs, the rustling of insects biting plants. Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you doing in the bed? Mom, I didn't do anything. Bring it over. You little bastard, how old are you to read such a vulgar book? Ninja, come, eat some grapes. And, it's very sweet. There's something even sweeter. It's so boring. It's so boring to patrol every day. It's so boring. Shui, it's late. Rest early. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was really afraid that his Manjikyu would be lost. Then, Uchiha Tunan continued to expand the scope of the wind, wanting to see which guy died. Have you found Jiro? Captain, the chakra fluctuation just now came from here. There is something wrong with the soil here. There is no grass. We don't know soil escape. Dig with your hands. After Uchiha Tunan confirmed the location, he opened his eyes and the 3 jade hooks slowly circulated. A white pigeon that was tearing at the rabbit immediately stopped eating, spread its wings and flew up, quickly passing through the jungle at the edge of Konoha. He came to a tree not far from the sound, covering his body with dense leaves, quietly watching. He saw a few members of Konoha's garrison digging with their hands. Soon, a corpse was dug out. The corpse seemed to have been buried under the soil for a long time. The corpse was stained with the smell of soil, mixed with the smell of decay, making people nauseous. It seemed that there were several unknown insects and ants next to the corpse that were biting the flesh of the corpse, and thick maggots began to spread slowly. The eyes of the corpse were hollow, and it was obvious that someone had dug out its eyes. The eyes of Jiro were dug out by someone. This is the technique of the corpse. It can quickly decay the corpse. Not only is it unable to detect memories, it is also unable to deduce the time of death. The people next to him let out sighs again, obviously somewhat afraid. Go and report to the Hokage and Uchiha clan leader, it is very likely that it was done by the spies. Seeing this, Uchiha Tunan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this person's body was not taken away. Otherwise, Uchiha Tunan was very worried that someone would investigate the corpse's memory and implicate him. Even if there were very few ninjas who could detect memories, only the Yamanaka clan, Uchiha Tunan still didn't dare to let his guard down. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan felt a little insecure. These people couldn't stay for long, they had to be dealt with. But these people were all the elites of the Uchiha clan, the possessor of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The weakest of them were ordinary jounin, while the older ones were almost all elite jounin. It wouldn't be too difficult for Uchiha Tunan to kill anyone now. However, it was difficult to be silent. Most importantly, there were no higher-ups who would cover him. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan heard some footsteps approaching him. Is it really okay for us to follow Tunan like this? Tunan is very strange. He has been frowning while eating. It is very likely that there is something wrong with his body. In this case, we have to go to the hospital early to treat it. It will be difficult to treat it if we delay it for too long. They actually followed him. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Uchiha Tunan's mind. He immediately held the lamppost with one hand and covered his heart with the other. Then, he suddenly looked up into the distance and muttered, "Did something really happen?" With that, he immediately rushed into the distance. Behind him, Minato and Kushina, who were hiding in the dark, looked at each other and nodded with tacit understanding, following far behind Uchiha Tunan. Soon, Uchiha Tunan arrived at the edge of a forest. There was no light here, it was pitch black, and from time to time there were the cries of a few birds. The atmosphere was a bit depressing. The guards who were guarding Uchiha Jiro's corpse noticed the movement and immediately turned around. "Who is it?" "Tunan?" They saw Uchiha Tunan standing on a big tree with a hazy look in his eyes. "Looks like I'm late." One of the guards frowned and said, "How did you know that something happened to Jiro?" Uchiha Tunan closed his eyes and sighed. He pointed at his chest with his finger and said, "Be careful in the future. Try not to be alone. This is not necessarily done by outsiders." The guard captain frowned, not understanding what Uchiha Tunan meant. "What do you mean?" However, the other three Magatama guard captain patted his teammate on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "We understand. You, please go back." Chapter 130 Curse. Uchiha Tunan nodded indifferently and looked deeply at Uchiha's body. The next moment, he used the body flicker technique to leave this place. A cold autumn wind swept through the entire Konoha, bringing the withered leaves away from their homeland and drifting into the quiet alley. Uchiha Tunan was alone with his arms crossed and curled up in the corner. His eyes seemed to lose all color. The weather was obviously cool, but Uchiha Tunan seemed to be very cold, his hands constantly rubbing on his arms. He squatted alone on the ground, curling himself into a ball, as if this would make him feel a little safe. In the distance, Kushina and Minato poked their heads out. Kushina looked puzzled. What happened to Tunan? Minato stared in Uchiha Tunan's direction and thought for a moment he must have suffered a huge blow. Kushina murmured, "That dead Uchiha clansman has a good relationship with him." Minato nodded. "It's very possible. If that was the case, he would definitely fall to the bottom of his heart after losing his best friend." Kushina suddenly thought of something. "Wait a minute, I'll ask Kurama." In the sealed space, Kushina's figure appeared in front of the sealed door. "Kurama, take a look at how Tunan is doing." Nine-Tailed stood up with golden chains dragging behind her. She raised her claws and said, "Release these chains a little and I will tell you." Upon hearing this, Kushina shook her head and said, "No, this is enough for you to move." There was a flash of violence in Kurama's eyes, and he refused to cooperate. "If you don't agree to my request, why should I tell you?" After saying that, he began to tear the golden chains on his body with all his might, and the sound of the chains colliding was very loud, as if the Kyuubi was venting its dissatisfaction. "Then there is nothing to talk about." Kushina immediately put her hands on her hips and said, "Vajraseal." In an instant, the golden chains on Nine-Tail's body quickly tightened and bound Nine-Tailed tightly, unable to move. "Damn it!" Nine-Tailed angrily shouted, but the more she struggled, the tighter the golden chains tightened. In the end, she compromised and said, "That little brat's heart is now dark, purer than anyone I've ever seen." After getting the information she wanted to know, Kushina loosened the golden chain a little, allowing Kurama to freely move about in it again. Kushina, who had regained consciousness, opened her eyes and looked at Minato with a serious face. "Kurama said that Tunan's heart is dark now." Minato frowned and said, "No, I have to go and persuade him." He was about to go out. However, he was stopped by Kushina. "Let me go. This kind of thing should be left to women." Minato felt that Kushina made a lot of sense, and immediately nodded, "Okay." Kushina tidied up her clothes, took a deep breath, and tried her best to be gentle. Then, she gently walked toward the alley. She saw Uchiha Tunan curled up in the dark corner like an injured little animal, trembling non-stop. Kushina came to Uchiha Tunan, put her hands on her knees, and bowed. "Is that person your partner?" Uchiha Tunan controlled himself to not look at Kushina, so as not to touch his hypnosis. His body kept trembling, as if he was afraid of something. A trace of worry flashed in Kushina's eyes, and she reached out and gently placed her hand on Uchiha Tunan's hair, trying to comfort him. As soon as they came into contact, Uchiha Tunan trembled even more and said in a fearful tone, "Nei-san, please stay away from me." "Tunan, you can tell me anything." Kushina looked at him with a worried face. "I have always treated you as my little brother. If you have any difficulties, I will definitely help you." Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "Don't treat me as your younger brother. You can't help me with my problem. This is fate. No one can resist it. This is my curse." Hearing this, Kushina was stunned, and said with a serious face, "What curse?" "I know a lot of seals, and maybe I can help you seal the curse." Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said in despair, "It's useless. If you want to help me, please tell Minato-sensei, Kakashi and the others to stay away from me, who is contaminated with the unknown curse." Uchiha Tunan's tone was filled with fear, a fear that came from the depths of his heart. Although Kushina couldn't quite understand what he said, she still said gently, "We will not leave you, unless you tell me the reason." Uchiha Tunan smiled bitterly, looking at the ground with empty eyes. "I am an ominous person, everyone close to home were destined to die one by one and leave me completely. I belong to the abyss of hell, and I am destined to not have love." It turned out that this was the reason. He was too naive and inexperienced. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "How could you have such a ridiculous idea? Many people die every day in the ninja world. I am a member of the Uzumaki clan, but the Uzumaki clan is dead, and even the country is gone. Then, am I even more cursed than you?" Uchiha Tunan's trembling body suddenly paused, and she said with a sobbing tone, "My situation is different from yours. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. Do you know that since I was young, I have discovered that the clansmen are very cold to each other, let alone outsiders. Even my parents are cold to me. I have never felt warmth. My heart also gradually cooled down. One day, I suddenly heard teacher Sarutobi give a speech about the will of fire in school. I thought, if I was good to others, would others be good to me? If I was sincere to others, others would be sincere to me. In this way, I can live in warmth." Kushina nodded and said with certainty, "That's right." Uchiha Tunan took a deep breath and swallowed a little more, seemingly becoming a little excited. "No! Later, I found out that love was a betrayal to the Uchiha family. When I betrayed my bloodline, I would be cursed and let the people I loved leave one by one, pulling me back into the darkness. Father, mother, Ameo, Mainai, White Fang, Asuma, Shinosuke, the Great Elder, and today's Jiro. They are all dead, all dead. Those I care about, and those who care about me will all die. There are no exceptions." The more Uchiha Tunan spoke, the more excited he became, and his whole body trembled because he used too much force. In the end, his eyes were bloodshot, even if Kushina could not see it. Chapter 131 Late Night Introspection. So many people had died by Tunan's side? Kushina squatted down and touched Uchiha Tunan's head, trying to comfort him. Then she frowned and suddenly thought of something. "That's not right. Then why is it that nothing happened to me, Minato, and Kakashi?" After a few breaths, Kushina saw that Uchiha Tunan did not answer, and felt that she had found the breakthrough point of the question. She continued to ask, "Why aren't you talking? Did you find the problem?" Uchiha Tunan's body curled up a little again, and he said with a cold tone, "You guys probably don't completely agree with me. I can feel that you and Minato-sensei are sometimes subconsciously wary of me. We are only limited to acquaintances, and we don't have any deep feelings." Hearing this, Kushina was stunned and stuttered a little. "What about Kakashi?" When Kushina mentioned Kakashi, Uchiha Tunan was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly said, "That's why I deliberately kept a distance from Kakashi after completing his last wish. I want him to hate me. I don't want anything to happen to him." It turned out that Tunan didn't want Kakashi to hate him just to stimulate his growth, but also to protect him. Kushina suddenly thought of another person and immediately asked, "Then how about the Hokage?" Uchiha Tunan paused for a moment and shook his head. "Teacher, he..." "Don't ask." Only then did Kushina react. After all, judging from the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not as kind as he seemed. From the bottom of her heart, she was always on guard against Hiruzen Sarutobi, and now it seemed that Hiruzen Sarutobi did not treat Uchiha Tunan as one of his own. The two were silent for a long time. Kushina felt a headache coming on. In a situation like Uchiha Tunan, normal people knew that these things did not matter to them. But this kind little guy liked to take everything on himself. She really didn't know what to say. Kushina let out a long sigh, suddenly thought of an idea, and immediately said with a gentle face, "Tunan, do you want to make a bet with me?" Uchiha Tunan shrank his body and said coldly, "I'm not interested." Kushina was a little embarrassed, but she still said patiently, "I'll tell you the truth, Minato, and I like you very much. It's just that it might not have reached that level. But from today onwards, Minato and I will completely acknowledge you. As long as we're not dead, you can no longer feel that you are an ominous person." Uchiha Tunan acted as if he had no oil or salt, resolutely saying, "I won't bet." Kushina secretly clenched her fists, and the smile on her face was a little stiff. She gently said, "I'll tell you a secret. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. You have heard of the tailed beasts, right? Do you think there is anything more tyrannical and evil than tailed beasts in the world? Even the tailed beasts are sealed in my body. What else can curse me?" With that, Uchiha Tunan seemed to be shaken, and said weakly, "Nei-san, is what you said true?" Kushina squinted her eyes and smiled, "Of course." Only then did Uchiha Tunan slowly raise his head. The moment he saw Kushina's face, the hypnosis mark in his mind activated. In the deep and dark spiritual space, a flame of the soul ignited, instantly dispersing the darkness. Uchiha Tunan's eyes flashed with an intimate light, quietly looking at Kushina. "Senpai." "Tunan." Kushina gently stretched out her hand. "Step, step." At this moment, Minato saw that Uchiha Tunan had calmed down and walked out from the darkness. He came in front of Uchiha Tunan, and with a gentle smile, he also reached out his hand. "Minato-sensei." Uchiha Tunan looked at the two people in front of him, his mouth slightly shriveled, and his eyes were full of emotion. "Get up." Minato smiled. "Thank you." Uchiha Tunan rubbed his eyes and held back his tears. He stretched out his hands and put them on their hands. In the sealed space in Kushina's body, Kurama was puzzled. "This is too strange. Someone can see a person's soul moving from extreme darkness to extreme light." As a Jinchuriki, Kushina naturally heard Kurama's words. She immediately looked at Minato, her eyes full of pride. The moon opened its eyes wide, looking kindly at the village and fields on the ground, like a shiny copper plate. Under the warm yellow street lights, Kushina and Minato walked on the quiet street, holding hands with Uchiha Tunan. "Tunan, you didn't eat anything just now. Do you want to have some supper together? Now that you mention it, I feel a little hungry. Something happened to your philanthropist. Do you want to go to his house to take a look later? Almost most of the people hate me. I'd better not go. I'll secretly send a bunch of flowers to Jiro after he is buried. Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned it. It's okay, I'm used to it. Nezen, Minato-sensei." "Huh? You won't leave me, right?" "I won't." Late at night, Uchiha Tunan went home with a belly full of food. Although he had experienced a lot today, Uchiha Tunan felt a little tired. However, he still had to complete his homework. Under the dim light of the bedroom, Uchiha Tunan took out a book and began to read. Reading could make people calm down and look at themselves to find flaws. Tonight, Uchiha's words, "Tunan, you are so hypocritical," lingered in Uchiha Tunan's mind. Uchiha Tunan did not feel angry. He was like a mirror. To others, the words "Uchiha brings dirt" meant that he could not speak. But to Uchiha Tunan, this was a Beto pointing out his shortcomings. Perhaps it was because Uchiha Tunan had never been a reckless man who only had strength in his eyes. Therefore, even if he possessed formidable strength, he was as cautious as he was before, constantly belittling himself in his words. But now, Uchiha Tunan's series of achievements were displayed there. That would not be modest, but extraordinary. There was nothing wrong with the direction, but one had to master a degree for everything. Moreover, this speed was not constant. Uchiha Tunan looked at the Spy Disguise Advanced Level Guide in his hand and sighed. During this period of time, he had indeed slacked off. He no longer had the self-restraint he had before. Life still needed to constantly learn and improve, working hard for the ideal. In this world full of competition, winning or losing was the reality. If he could not keep up with the footsteps of others, he would be eliminated sooner or later. Even though his current strength was enough to save his life, he still could not relax a bit. He had to understand that he had to think about danger and take precautions. He had to put out all the small flames that could endanger his own life and time. He was worried when he was born. After all, it had only been about 20 years since the battle power of the Six Paths appeared. Chapter 132 Potential Crisis. The death of Uchiha Jiro also gave Uchiha Tunan a sense of crisis. In Konoha, who would dare to make a move against Jounin? It could only be Danzo and Orochimaru. For the time being, there was no need to worry about Danzo investigating the memories of these people. After all, human experiments were of great importance, and the group was full of doubts. They would definitely only let those confidants know about these things. From the destruction of the corpses after digging the eyes, there should be no ninjas from the mountain clan in here. However, Uchiha Tunan did not dare to let down his guard for things that he was not sure of. There were only two choices now. One was to secretly kill those Uchiha clansmen who knew his secrets. The benefit of doing so was to prevent future troubles. But the disadvantages were obvious. Unless he killed everyone in one go. Otherwise, they would most likely suspect him and spread the news a second time. At that time, it would be a big trouble. It was too difficult to kill the dozen or so 3 Tomo Uchihas scattered in Konoha within a certain period of time without leaving any traces behind. The other choice was to wait and let Orochimaru and the others kill Uchiha's people, and then secretly pay attention to whether they had destroyed the corpses or not. If they did not destroy the corpses, they would either make up for it themselves or chase after them. But the consequence was that it was very likely that he would have to face one of the 3 ninjas that made the world tremble. Not to mention winning against Orochimaru, the most important thing was that once they became hostile, it was the biggest problem whether they would be killed or not. If they could not be killed, but if they won, it was estimated that the battle would attract a lot of people. No matter how Hiruzen Sarutobi treated Orochimaru, he would be crowned with the title of the new generation of geniuses in Konoha. This was equivalent to putting himself in the spotlight, and it would be difficult for him to move in the future. Both methods were too risky. Headache. Uchiha Tunan put down the book, took a sip of tea, and rubbed his temples. Recently, there had been a lot of things to do, which made people feel a little mentally and physically haggard. He finally felt that he could take a break, but there were always people who intentionally or unintentionally made things difficult for him. Uchiha Tunan took a deep breath and went to the window to look at the night sky in deep thought. The lotus-like clouds dispersed, and the moon was like a shining round mirror, as pure and flawless as Uchiha Tunan's heart at the moment. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan looked at the bright round moon, and a similar thing appeared in his mind. Bald head! The dawn broke through the sky and awakened the sleeping land. A new day came. Uchiha Tunan packed up his things and lit 3 sticks of incense for the wooden sculptures on the altar. If this trip goes smoothly, I will send a highly respected person down to accompany you. Half an hour later, Uchiha Tunan came to the Hokage building alone. When Hiruzen Sarutobi saw Uchiha Tunan, he was obviously stunned for a moment. He asked with a puzzled face. "Tunan, why are you here? Didn't I give you a holiday?" Uchiha Tunan pursed her lips and said weakly, "Teacher, I feel a little tired recently. I want to go out for a tour. Is that okay?" Generally speaking, Konoha ninjas were not allowed to leave the village unless they accepted a mission. However, the rules were set by people, and some identities could easily break the rules. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly when he heard that. He took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Where are you going to travel?" Uchiha Tunan thought for a moment and said, "Let's go around and pick up those orphans. After all, the orphanage is almost here." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and said with a slightly serious expression, "Tunan, there are some things I need to tell you." Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression, Uchiha Tunan immediately said with a serious face, "Teacher, please speak. Konoha is a ninja village. If you don't have enough qualifications to enter Konoha, you need to pay a huge fee." Hiruzen Sarutobi said earnestly, "If it's 1 or 2 people, I can help you save the money. But there are too many people, and I can't break the rules." Uchiha Tunan nodded and whispered, "Teacher, is my money enough?" Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a low voice, "It is enough for now, but once the fee is paid, there is not much money left." Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and smiled, "It doesn't matter. We can still think of a way if we lose the money. If we keep them in Fire Capital for a long time, no one will care about them." After all, it was almost time. The chronic poison that was given to the main tree last time should be about to take effect. Once the main tree died, no one would take care of those orphans. Uchiha Tunan thought in his heart. A trace of pain flashed through Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes, and he sighed and said, "Tunan, you are not only my disciple, but also my own child in my eyes. There are some things I have to tell you. We are forbearance. Kindness is not wrong, but we can't sacrifice ourselves for kindness." Uchiha Tunan was stunned and said, "But, the will of fire is not teaching us." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Tunan! The will of fire allows us to have good qualities and protect our village. We must always remember the ancestors who sacrificed themselves for the village and cherish the hard-won peace. It is not to encourage everyone to do fearless sacrifices. The ninja realm is too big. Our strength is limited. The first thing we need to do is to take good care of our companions in the village." Uchiha Tunan immediately lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "I understand. It seems that my knowledge has always been a little biased." Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he continued, "There is one more thing I want to tell you. You can go anywhere you want to play. Don't go to the Fire Capital." As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned forward slightly and said with a serious face, "During this period of time, I have sent 3 Umbu members to the Fire Capital to investigate, and none of them survived." Uchiha Tunan was shocked when he heard this and said in disbelief, "Did they want to be enemies with Konoha?" Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and said, "It's not what you think. The ninjas on the surface are fine. Anyway, this matter is very complicated, and the most critical problem is likely to be inside the village. However, these things are not something you can get involved in right now. You just need to remember not to go to the Fire Capital. As for those orphans, I will forget about them this time, and I will not stop you. In a few days, I will issue a task for you and send a team of ninjas to bring them to Konoha. By the way, you still have to remember one thing. In the upper echelons of Konoha, you must not believe anyone except me, including Danzo and the 2 Hokage consultants." Uchiha Tunan replied with a serious face, "Yes." He had also finished explaining what he needed to say. Hiruzen Sarutobi took out a certificate, filled in Uchiha Tunan's information, and then stamped it. He handed the certificate to Uchiha Tunan and said, "Go ahead and pass this to the registration staff at the entrance of the village. You are my disciple. You don't need to register when you leave the village. When you go out to relax, pay attention to safety." Uchiha Tunan took the certificate and bowed deeply to Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Then I'll take my leave. Teacher, you must take care of yourself when I'm not around." A kind smile appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. He waved his hand and said, "You don't have to worry about me. Come back after you have fun outside." Chapter 133 Confused Naoko Nohara. At the village entrance of Konoha, Uchiha Tunan stepped out of the barrier and took a deep breath. There was a feeling of a fish leaping from the sea and a bird flying in the sky. Perhaps this world was originally a single color, but after he arrived, it stirred up the butterfly effect. The situation became more and more confusing. Konoha's Hokage couldn't even trust the consultant around him. It could be seen that Naruto was a bit powerful. Uchiha Tunan felt that it was reasonable for him to put up with Danzo. However, it was a little scary to be able to pull Hataru and Hamura to his camp. Could it be that they had caught the evidence of the two Hokage consultants? Uchiha Tunan did not believe that the two Hokage consultants would betray Hiruzen Sarutobi because of money. The only possibility was that they had done something dirty and had been caught by someone. Speaking of which, the name in the original work was still Naruto, but it could be seen from anime or manga. In the original work, Naruto was truly a good-for-nothing. Humans, as expected, will only grow when they lose their most precious things when they are at their happiest. Uchiha Tunan sighed softly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the distant grass, two people without a ninja logo were hiding inside. He ran away. Did he use the instant movement technique to run away? No, he's faster than the instant movement technique. He's almost out of my perception range. There's no other way. Go back and report. This mission has failed. The two of them looked at each other, but their line of sight was blocked by a cold face. Pa. Pa. Uchiha Tunan put his hands on their shoulders and said emotionlessly, "If I'm not wrong, you two are here to die, right? You don't even wear a mask? What's going on? Why can't I move?" The two ninjas with no sense of perception were shocked. Not only could they not move, they could not even make a sound. The three Tomo in Uchiha Tunan's eyes slowly moved, and he cast a hell's eye on the two of them. He wanted to see where the other party came from. However, it's a cursed seal again? Uchiha Tunan gently loosened his hand that was pressing down on their acupuncture points, and then both of his hands formed a seal. ZZZZZZZZZZT. Two lightning needles flashed, and easily stabbed into the back of their heads. Powerful lightning-attributed chakra suddenly erupted, destroying their brains. After doing all this, Uchiha Tunan was too lazy to destroy the corpse, so he jumped back and jumped onto a higher tree branch. A breeze blew by, and Uchiha Tunan's figure disappeared without a trace. There was no need to guess who was behind this. There was one thing that Uchiha Tunan did not understand. Why did the person behind the scenes send two Chunin? He was the disciple of Sarutobi. If two Chunin could kill him, wouldn't it be a joke? As for the identity of the person behind the scenes, there was no need to think about it. A few minutes later, in the base camp of Root. "Lord Danzo, the mission has failed. And, sure enough, that little guy has the strength of Jounin. Send the corpses of those two guys back to the fire capital. Also, tell me about the strength of that little brat." Yes. Why would a famous person pay attention to this little brat? Fenghua Street. It could be said to be a town no smaller than Konoha. Because of the most famous temple in the world, the temple was located on a high mountain far away from Fenghua Street. Outside Fenghua Street was a large field, and now it was close to autumn harvest, with tall crops everywhere, covering the figures of farmers. Groups of white pigeons flew over the fields. In Uchiha Tunan's hand was a jade flute that was custom-made in a toy shop on Fenghua Street. He sat alone on a rock in the field and played. Uchiha Tunan had been here for several days in a row. The farmers working in the fields were familiar with each other for a few days, and no one came to ask out of curiosity. The busy farmers would lie on the footpath between the fields and cover their faces with straw hats, quietly listening to the elegant sound of the flute. Uchiha Tunan was blowing the flute in his mouth, but he was not only listening to the sound of the flute in his ears. "Naoko, there's a secret I've been meaning to tell you." "Tumaru, I am listening." "I like you." "Sorry, I have someone I like in my heart." "Is that so? Who is that person?" "Sorry, I can't tell you now." "All right." After a short while, Uchiha Tunan heard the sound of a sickle cutting plants, but the sound was very messy, as if it was venting something. As time went by, the sound was getting closer and closer to Uchiha Tunan. Soon, the crops in front of Uchiha Tunan were opened by the man named Tumaru. Tumaru waved the sickle in his hand fiercely at Uchiha Tunan and said, "What are you blowing? It sounds very annoying. Do you know that you have annoyed everyone?" The sound of the flute stopped abruptly. Uchiha Tunan put down the flute in his hand, got up, put his hands on his knees, and bowed. "I'm really sorry." Tumaru waved his scythe in frustration. "Go, go. This land doesn't welcome you." Uchiha Tunan nodded lightly and turned to leave. Not long later, the woman ran over from the road just now and immediately said to Tumaru unhappily, "Tumaru, why did you drive him away?" Tumaru saw his sweetheart angry and immediately explained, "Naoko, he is playing a flute in your house. What if he is a bad person? I am doing this for your safety." Naoko took a deep breath and said to Tumaru, "Go back quickly. You don't need to care about these things." Tumaru felt a little upset. He lowered his head and said, "All right, I'll go." Naoko stood on the footpath between the fields. Seeing Tumaru leave, he turned around and tiptoed. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over, bending the crops a little, revealing Uchiha Tunan's figure. He saw that Uchiha Tunan was walking on a field ridge not far away, his hands behind his back, a calm expression on his face. The sunset glow of the autumn sun shone on his handsome side face, and the outline of his face was perfect and impeccable. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan turned his head and looked over. He reached out and adjusted his glasses, nodding slightly at Naoko. Naoko was slightly startled, her heart was thumping, and there was an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Ding! Obtained the approval of Naoko. The wind came and went quickly, and the crops returned to their upright state. Uchiha Tunan's figure was completely covered by the crops. Naoko Noira jumped in place twice, but still couldn't see anything. She felt a little disappointed. In the evening, Naoko Noira, who had been busy all day, returned home. She first went to the bedroom and looked at the mirror. She reached out to touch her skin that had been tanned into wheat color, and a figure flashed through her mind. Her face blushed a little, and then she looked at herself in the mirror, and a trace of sadness flashed through her eyes. "Naoko, don't think about it, that person is rich at first glance, and is even younger than you. Don't daydream for a day. Look at how dark you are under the sun. Naoko, the food is ready." An old and benevolent voice came from outside the room. Naoko quickly covered the mirror and ran out of the bedroom. Only Naoko and his grandmother were left in the house. Grandma was already old, so Naoko had to shoulder the burden of the family. On the dining table, there were 2 simple dishes of vegetables and 2 bowls of rice. Naoko Noira knelt at the dining table, holding the rice and eating it bit by bit. She was completely lost in thought, her face sometimes shy and sometimes smiling, sometimes frowning and worried. This scene was seen by Grandma, but she did not say much. Chapter 134 Tunan and Buddhism. The next morning. The birds outside the window chirped incessantly, looking for food. Uchiha Tunan woke up from the bed in the hotel and left Fenghua Street to Fire Temple. The clear sky in late autumn was like a calm blue sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. The white light on the horizon danced in the air, like the ripples on the surface of the sea. The decaying yellow leaves floating in the sky decorated the blue sea with the color of human fireworks. The stairs up the mountain were full of leaves, and an old monk was diligently cleaning with a large broom. Clang, clang, clang. When the sun rose, the clouds above the fire temple seemed to be suddenly lifted by a giant hand. Thousands of rays of golden light gushed out, reflecting the red glow for half a day. In the unpredictable clouds, a blood-red sun wheel appeared, illuminating the entire mountain and valley in gold, full of autumn. Along with the morning bell ringing, 2 young monks opened the door. A group of pilgrims who had been waiting for a long time swarmed into the temple. These people were here to compete for the first incense of today. The temple reflected in the green trees, the apricot-yellow walls, the greenish-gray palace ridge, and the greenish-green towering ancient trees were all bathed in the freshness of autumn, making it seem especially solemn and mysterious. The 1,000-year-old ancient camphor covered the open space in front of the temple. The lotus flowers in the big lotus pond surrounded by white stone fences were pink, and a carved stone arch bridge crossed the streets. Uchiha Tunan walked leisurely on the stone bridge. He heard the prayers in the temple and the chanting of the scriptures. Buddha, please bless my father to get better soon. Merciful Bodhisattva, please bless my granddaughter to be safe and sound for the rest of her life. She should have someone she likes recently. If that person is good, please bless them to be together. Buddha, last time I paid my respects to you, I won it first, but later I lost the money. This time I sold the house, please bless me to flip the book. If we lose again, our family won't be able to survive. You can't just watch us die. Please. Uchiha Tunan walked into the hall and stood behind the believers. He raised his head to look at the huge Buddha statue inside. The Buddha statue here was somewhat similar to the one Uchiha Tunan had seen in the temple in his previous life. The Buddha statue was extremely tall, sitting upright in the main hall. It was golden in color, but it also had a sense of bronze. There was a piece of roof above the Buddha statue that seemed to be covered with glass, as if it had opened a skylight for the main hall. The light from the outside spilled in and shot directly into the Buddha statue, making it a bit dazzling, giving people a sense of majesty. However, the Buddha statue here did not pinch its fingers. Instead, it sat cross-legged with both hands on its knees. Its eyes seemed to be looking down at the believers below. Uchiha Tunan's gaze slowly moved to the eyes of the Buddha statue. At this moment, the sounds of prayer and chanting seemed to be gradually fading away, and the entire world became quiet. It was as if Uchiha Tunan was separated by time and space, looking at the existence in the darkness. Benefactor, please don't block the way. After an unknown period of time, the voice of a monk rang out next to Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan looked straight into the eyes of the Buddha statue. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He turned around and went to the merit box. He took out a thick stack of bills and stuffed them in. The monk's eyes lit up. He immediately clasped his hands together and bowed to Uchiha Tunan. Benefactor, your merits are boundless. Buddha will bless you. Uchiha Tunan continued to look straight into the Buddha statue's eyes and said lightly, I hope so. Then he clasped his hands together and bowed to the Buddha statue. He stood up and said to the monk, My name is Uchiha Tunan. I am a ninja from Konoha. I wish to meet Master Jigo. The monk suddenly realized something and said, So you are a ninja. Please follow me. The two of them passed through several courtyards and corridors and arrived at a stone table in a small courtyard. The courtyard was simple and elegant, and it was cleaned up. It was simple and tidy, making people feel comfortable looking at it. Ninja, please sit here for a while. I will go and pass on the message. Uchiha Tunan nodded and sat down on the stone bench. After a while, the monk hurried over with a teapot. He placed the teapot on the stone table and filled the tea for Uchiha Tunan. Sorry, the host is seeing a guest. Please wait a moment. It doesn't matter. Uchiha Tunan picked up the teacup and took a sip, beginning to listen to the voice in the wind. Master Jigo, the Lord is very satisfied with what happened last time. Although we are monks, we are still citizens of the Kingdom of Fire. This is what we should do. The Lord's promise will soon be fulfilled. It's just that there is a shortage of manpower in the mansion, so the Lord asked me to bring you the money for the construction of the temple. Thank you, Master Dekong. Then I will take my leave. Soon, Uchiha Tunan heard footsteps approaching from afar. He saw a middle-aged man with white hair appear at the corner of the corridor. His footsteps were a little hurried, as if he was very busy. When the middle-aged man passed by Uchiha Tunan, the two of them looked at each other. Uchiha Tunan could clearly see a hint of surprise in the middle-aged man's eyes. Uchiha Tunan also recognized that this man was his immediate superior in Fire Capital, the leader of the guard mansion, who went to the river. However, when he secretly observed him before, he was not so old. How long had it been, and he was already so haggard? At this time, the monk also rushed over and clasped his hands together towards Uchiha Tunan. Lord Ninja, please follow me. Uchiha Tunan stood up and returned the greeting. Sorry to trouble you. The two of them had just reached the corner of the corridor. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan's footsteps slowed down slightly as he looked behind him, intentionally or unintentionally. Just a moment ago, Uchiha Tunan discovered that Shangha Dakong had left the Temple of Fire. The sudden burst of chakra fluctuation was not inferior to that of the elite Jiaonan and disappeared in a few breaths. This speed, even in Konoha, was very good. Logically speaking, with the strength of the elite Jiaonan, Uchiha Tunan would not feel that it was too outrageous. The key was that his chakra gave Uchiha Tunan a very strange feeling. However, Uchiha Tunan only kept this conjecture and waited for an opportunity to investigate later. Soon, the two came to the door of Jigo's room. The monk opened the door for Uchiha Tunan and said, Benefactor, we're here. Uchiha Tunan walked into the room. Jigo, who was meditating inside, opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Tunan, why are you here? Uchiha Tunan smiled and took out a rough little gift box from his ninja bag and handed it to Jigo. I recently took a leave of absence to travel around the village to relax. This is a gift I brought for you, master. Jigo quickly waved his hand and said, Tunan, I am a monk. I don't accept gifts. Uchiha Tunan immediately opened the gift box and pointed to the item inside, explaining. This is not a valuable item, but a health product I brought for you in Konoha. It has the effect of clearing your mind and calming your sleep. Jigo raised his eyebrows and looked at the medicine bags inside. He asked, health products? Is this medicine? Uchiha Tunan nodded and said, health products are also a type of medicine. There are basically no side effects. Of course, the dosage is not too high. Every day before going to bed, he would make a packet and sleep soundly at night. Jigo thought for a moment. This kind of thing did not look expensive. Although he did not need it, he could not let it chill the other party's heart. He immediately took the gift box and placed it aside. Then I'll accept it. You're so considerate. Why are you looking for me this time? Uchiha Tunan shook his head lightly. Nothing much. I was just passing by and taking a look. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan was not looking for him for something, Jigo immediately stood up and said, I see. Later, I am going to talk to the monks. You can also come and listen. I will take you around the fire temple in the afternoon. A look of embarrassment appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face as he said, This is too much trouble for you. I can just take a look at it myself. Jigo smiled kindly and said, There is no need to talk about whether it is troublesome or not. We are guests from afar. It is only natural. Chapter 135, Food for Thought. It was evening. The sound of many monks hitting wooden fish could be heard in the hall, which could keep people calm. The leaves of the ancient trees next to the wall were shining with golden light. A breeze blew by, shaking the trees, and a few leaves slowly fell to the ground. Suddenly, a bell rang not far away, and the bell was clear, as if it could penetrate the heart. The two of them strolled around the fire temple. Jigo kept pointing at the scenery and introducing it to Uchiha Tunan. The fire temple has existed for too long. Just the exact written records can be traced back to the time before the warrior era. This is where the monks do morning classes. This is where the monks live. Uchiha Tunan listened to Jigo's introduction and suddenly asked, "Is Master Jigo already the abbot of the temple?" Jigo nodded and said, "After I returned last time, I became the abbot." Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan nodded and turned to look at a beggar curled up in the corner of the temple. He said with a puzzled face, "What is that person doing?" Jigo followed Uchiha Tunan's gaze and looked over. He immediately sighed and said, "That was a person who was frustrated. He used to come to the temple to pray and donate a lot of incense money. Now that he is in trouble, it is not good for us to drive him away. Send him some porridge every day. If he is still like this after a while, we can only send him down the mountain." Uchiha Tunan frowned and said, "Let him fend for himself?" Jigo put his hands together, as if he was praying for him in his heart. Then, he said helplessly, "Although it is cruel, we have no way. Can't you enlighten him?" Uchiha Tunan asked, puzzled. Jigo pointed at a monk walking over with a bowl of porridge. "Look over there." The monk came up to the beggar. He was not in a hurry to give him the porridge. Instead, he advised first, "Benefactor, as long as you have no distracting thoughts, you can let go of anything. Why be so persistent?" The beggar heard the sound and finally raised his head. Uchiha Tunan finally saw the beggar's face clearly. His eyes were empty and lifeless. His skin was also dark. His beard had not been repaired for a long time, so it was very long. He looked extremely sloppy. He lay on the ground and muttered, "I lost all my family property. My wife and children have been brought to pay for it. What else can I do? Don't say any more. Hurry up and eat. I'm starving." As he spoke, he rubbed his upper body a few times, leaned against the steps, and extended his hand. He waited for the monk to place the bowl in his hand. Uchiha Tunan turned to Jigo and said, "Your method is wrong. I'll try it." Jigo nodded and said, "All right." Uchiha Tunan quickly walked towards the beggar. The monk had just placed the bowl in the beggar's hand when Uchiha Tunan kicked the bowl to the ground. "Pa!" Seeing this, the monk was slightly stunned and looked at Jigo, who was not far away. Seeing Jigo give him a look, he put his palms together and left silently. Uchiha Tunan stood in front of the beggar and said with a cold expression, "Do you have a dream?" The beggar laughed as if he had heard a big joke. He leaned against the steps. "Dream? What's the point? Does spring wet dream count? Ha ha ha." Uchiha Tunan pointed at an abandoned clock in the corner and said, "You are like that clock now. It is broken there. You only do one thing every day, and that is to do nothing. Your life should not be like this. I feel that there is no point in you living." Uchiha Tunan's tone carried some disdain as he looked down at the beggar, as if he was looking down on him. The beggar, however, reached out and rubbed his stomach disapprovingly. He raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes slightly blurred. "When I got up every day and went to the ground, there was a surge of strength in my heart. At that time, every day, I was looking forward to when it would begin. But now the strength in my heart was gone. Every day, all I think about is when it ends." Uchiha Tunan sneered and said with disdain, "When did you think about starting in the past? Then did you start? No, right? You always find excuses for yourself. Push things to a certain day in the future. But so what if it really comes to that day? You will give yourself more time. You don't want to work hard at all. You just want to find a shortcut to succeed. Even if the consequences of failure can crush you to pieces. A person like you is not suitable for living in this world. The beggar smiled indifferently. Perhaps he felt that his stomach was too hungry. He turned over with difficulty and put his hands on the ground, wanting to lick the porridge on the ground. Bang! Uchiha Tunan stepped on the porridge and said fiercely, "Every day, you wag your tail here to beg for pity just to drink a mouthful of porridge. My dog doesn't eat this kind of thing. If you learn to bark like a dog, I will ask the monk to give you another bowl." Perhaps Uchiha Tunan's words were too heavy, stimulating the beggar's humble self-esteem. At this time, the beggar's face was full of anger, and he suddenly stood up. Because of his height, he looked down at Uchiha Tunan and shouted at the top of his lungs, "What do you know? I tried my best. But did anyone give me a chance?" Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and reached out to grab the beggar by the collar, pulling him forward. The huge pulling force made the beggar kneel on the ground and look up at Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan said slowly in a deep voice, "Will you have a chance if you lie here all day long? When you can't find any hope? You should learn to change yourself. The biggest liar in life is actually ourselves. Because we always want to change others. And refuse to change ourselves." As he spoke, he directly dragged the beggar, who was like a dead dog, to the main road and pointed to the hall at the end of the main road. He said in a tone as if he was stating a fact, "Look inside, look at those people. What are they doing when they are in pain and difficulties? They are praying to God and praying to Buddha, using false faith to hypnotize themselves. Let yourself be deeply trapped in a beautiful dream. Do you know what the greatest pain in life is?" Speaking of this, Uchiha Tunan lowered his head and looked straight into the beggar's eyes. He said word by word, "I woke up in a dream. There is no way out." After that, he pushed the beggar to the ground. The beggar lay on the ground with his arms crossed, his eyes full of death. "I'm already like this. I can't be saved anymore." Uchiha Tunan squatted down in front of him, grabbed his collar and roared, "You are already like this. Will it get worse if you fight? What stopped you?" "Fear. Fear to take the first step towards what you should have." He was afraid that he had made the wrong choice from the beginning. He was afraid that he would do his best. But in the end, he realized that he was useless. "Right. You are afraid. So you deserve to lie here every day and laugh at yourself in your heart. Go to hell." Chapter 136 Reinvigorated. The words seemed to speak of the pain in the beggar's heart. Immediately, he could no longer control his emotions. He covered his face with both hands and said, "I'm just a waste." The beggar seemed to have been suppressing his emotions for a long time, and his emotions were suddenly released. This time, he cried very fiercely. His whole body was shaking, and tears flowed down his fingers. Uchiha Tunan looked at him and sighed. He released his hands and carefully tidied his collar. Failure is everywhere. Life is so desperate. This is reality. You won't drown if you fall into the water. You will drown only if you stay in the water. You only have to swim and keep swimming forward. Those who chose to give up from the beginning, he will not fail. Because they have already failed from the beginning. Failure is not scary, fear of failure is the real horror. When the beggar heard this, he stopped crying and slowly raised his head. He seemed to see the encouragement in Uchiha Tunan's eyes. At this time, the breeze was blowing gently, blowing Uchiha Tunan's hair. The leaves on the ground not far away also stirred up waves, blowing them to a new place. The light of the setting sun was particularly rich and dignified, like a pure gold solution, dyeing Uchiha Tunan's face golden. It was just like the Buddha statue in the main hall. The beggar looked at Uchiha Tunan's face that was illuminated by the afterglow and said with some uncertainty, "Am I wrong? But I have already given up on myself for so long. Is there still time?" Uchiha Tunan patted him on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "How can you be sure? Now is the end of your life, not the lowest point before soaring. If you give up too early, you will never know how wonderful a life you will miss. After he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan revealed a smile, and his eyes were filled with encouragement. As he listened, the beggar slowly lowered his head, and his fists gradually clenched. The atmosphere was silent. Uchiha Tunan patiently waited for his decision. After a long time, the beggar took a deep breath and raised his head. He looked at Uchiha Tunan with a firm gaze and said, "Thank you. My name is Guifeng. What's your name?" Uchiha Tunan stood up. A gentle smile appeared on his face. He extended his hand and said, "Konoha Ninja, Uchiha Tunan." Guifeng nodded, as if he wanted to engrave this name in his heart. He immediately stretched out his hand and stood up. "If I can really take it, I will definitely come to Konoha to thank you in person." After saying that, he took a deep breath, turned around, and walked out of the fire temple. "Where are you going?" Uchiha Tunan shouted from behind him. Guifeng stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look into the distance. The sky was burning red from the setting sun, the kind of fiery red that made one tremble and cry. It was the kind of fiery red that was like a young man who disregarded everything and burned himself for only a moment. "I want to go to a higher place to take a look. No matter how far the journey is, no matter how hard it is. At least, I haven't given up." Ding! Gained Guifeng's approval. After Guifeng left, Jigo came to Uchiha Tunan's side and said in a surprised tone, "Tunan, I didn't expect you to be able to persuade him." Uchiha Tunan smiled and said, "It's just a method." The reason why he was dispirited was because he felt despair about the current situation. The method to save him was not to persuade him to put it down, because he had nothing to put down. Instead, it was to let him know that the worst was not the present. As long as he worked hard, the future would definitely be better than the present. Uchiha Tunan was actually not very good at comforting people. He just copied the marketing skills from the previous world's anti-fraud news. After all, in Uchiha Tunan's impression, there seemed to be no decadent people in that kind of organization. All day, boiled cabbage was hungry to the point that its eyes were green, but it was still like a hormone. Hearing this, Jigo pondered for a long time. He seemed to have understood something, but he always felt that he could not grasp it. "Tunan, you just told him that Buddha is a false faith." Uchiha Tunan quickly put his hands together and explained with an apologetic face. "It's just a temporary measure. It's not that I don't respect the Buddha. However, for him right now, what he needed the most was not faith, but hope." Jigo nodded and did not blame Uchiha Tunan. Instead, he kept thinking about what Uchiha Tunan had said to Guifeng today. It was one thing to say, but action was another. A person that even the fire temple could not enlighten, Uchiha Tunan actually succeeded in gaining the other party's fighting spirit. "Tunan, you really have more wisdom than anyone I have ever seen. Later, I will ask the monk to give you a room. You can stay in the temple at night. Stay for a few more days. I want to have a good discussion with you about Buddhism." Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "No, I haven't retired from my room in the hotel. I will come back tomorrow to ask for advice from you." "Good, good." After leaving the fire temple, Uchiha Tunan returned to the Finghua Street. Before the shop closed, he went to the bookstore to buy a blank book and pen. Then he returned to the hotel. In the room, under the dim light, Uchiha Tunan first wrote the words Ika Ika Paradise on the cover of the book. Uchiha Tunan also didn't know if there was an Ika Ika Paradise at this time. But it didn't matter. In any case, there was no such thing as copyright in this world, and he could just steal it. Originally, Uchiha Tunan wanted to draw an album, but unfortunately, he didn't have the knowledge of painting. This was a disadvantage. In the future, he could pay attention to this kind of talent. After all, if one learned another skill, there would be another way to solve problems. Compared to the album, each had its own merits. The direct impact of the album on people was more intense, allowing people to experience the situation and imagine the scene more clearly. But it emphasized the character of story, which could mobilize the imagination of readers, gradually developing a sense of immersion, and the mood was more delicate. It was not that there were no such vulgar things on the market in the ninja world, but the plot was mostly crude and the same. This time, Uchiha Tunan was custom-made for someone. He believed that he would definitely be able to indulge in it. The first small story that Uchiha Tunan wrote in it was The Rhythm in the Field. The background was in the autumn harvest field. The male protagonist was hot-blooded, and the female protagonist was delicate and beautiful. This kind of key trick was the beginning to win. The background story had to be new and realistic. The more difficult and complicated the first stage was, the more exciting it was. The other parts only needed a brief description, and most of them would not look at it carefully. Because at this time, the readers had basically started to imagine themselves. In the middle, they just needed to focus on the psychological changes of the heroine. As the situation progressed, the heroine swore to die from the beginning and gradually became reluctant to welcome. In the end, he seemed to have compromised in his heart and began to take the initiative to cater to them. The most terrifying thing was not to mobilize the beast. It was to change the reader's cognition silently. Let the readers think that the psychology of the opposite sex is like this. As long as I succeed in building a base, I will submit to convenience. The light bulb in the room seemed to be a little out of touch, and it flickered from time to time. The window on the side was also blown open by the cold wind outside. It was already late autumn, and the wind passing by was still a bit bone-piercing cold. Although Uchiha Tunan did not feel cold, he still got up and put on the trench coat hanging on the hanger. Then he returned to the table and knelt down, calmly writing on the book. He wanted to finish this masterpiece as soon as possible. The speed of a ninja's hand was not something an ordinary person could imagine. In just 2 hours, Uchiha Tunan had already finished writing the entire book. Most of the content behind was just for making up the numbers. Anyway, the readers would not read it carefully. As long as the previous story was wonderful enough to let the readers enter the stage of imagination, most of the later content was just a glance. In general, the essence was only 1 or 2 pages. Uchiha Tunan breathed a sigh of relief, staring at the book on the table, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Things would become more and more interesting. Chapter 137 Wet Dream. The next morning, Tumaru woke up early, took the farm tools, and prepared to go out to work. The light outside was dazzling, and the breeze was blowing, bending the waste of the crops in the field. The autumn wind also blew the grain. It was the autumn harvest season. As soon as Tumaru went out, he saw a shifty-eyed guy running over from his house in a hurry. A book suddenly fell at his feet. Tumaru wanted to say something to stop the man, but when he looked up, the man had already run to the corner and disappeared. Tumaru bent over to pick up the book and muttered, "Ika Ika Paradise? What is it?" As he spoke, he looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he decided to satisfy his curiosity and casually flipped it open to take a look. With just this glance, his entire person seemed to be attracted. Especially the description of the male protagonist, "Isn't this writing me?" Gradually, Tumaru's breathing quickened, and he began to breathe heavily. He felt his entire body surging with emotions, and a certain part of it was congested. By the time he woke up, nearly half an hour had passed. Seeing that the person who had just dropped the book had not returned, Tumaru quietly put the book into his pocket and looked around guiltily before running into the field. At the corner of the street, Uchiha Tunan leaned out and looked at Tumaru's back. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth gradually outlined a smile. He turned around and walked toward the Temple of Fire. Tumaru, who had come to the field to work, always felt a little uneasy. The task that could be completed very quickly was not even 1/3 completed. The hand holding the hoe was also slowly moving. As a 15-year-old teenager, he said in his heart that he did not want those things. It must be fake. Especially after seeing this kind of exciting reading. The youthful and adorable youth was easily disturbed by these things from the outside world. As long as he accepted these things, his mood would not be at peace. It was not long before Tumaru put down the tools, came to the ridge between the fields, sat down, and looked around humbly. He quietly took out the special version of Ika Paradise in his pocket and looked at it with relish. In the evening, Tumaru returned home, lying on the bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, the wild child's appearance appeared in his mind, and he replaced it into the story. The main reason was that Tuwan's parents died early. In fact, it was not too early. Dying at the age of 30 was considered common in the ninja world. After all, they were civilians. Tuwan lived alone by farming for the Temple of Fire. His family was quite poor, and there were no peers who played with him. Only Naoko Noura, who was 3 years older than him, had a good relationship with him. Perhaps this was because their parents were gone. However, Naoko Noura was better than him because she had a grandmother who depended on her. Late at night, there was no trace of sleepiness in Tumaru's eyes. He still looked at the book in his hand and his mind wandered. He fantasized about becoming the male protagonist in the novel. Who? Tumaru heaved a sigh of relief. He only felt that the more he looked at it, the more he wanted to look at it, but the more he looked at it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He looked up at the sky outside the window, thinking that he still had to work tomorrow. He forcibly suppressed the urge to continue watching, put the Ika Paradise under his pillow, and closed his eyes to sleep. Goo goo. Goo goo. The bird cries coming from outside the windows sounded a little sluggish in the ear of Tumaru. Tumaru opened his eyes and was a little upset. He had been closing his eyes for a long time, but he still couldn't fall asleep. It was as if his heart was being bitten by insects and ants. He covered his ears with both hands, took a deep breath, and continued to sleep. Gradually, the sound of sound sleep could be heard in the room. The moon outside shone brightly, covering the earth with a layer of silver. The small town was lonely and empty. Every household closed their doors and windows and fell asleep. The laborers who had been tired for a day were all sleeping soundly in the night. Vaguely, Tumaru in his sleep heard a melodious and touching sound of a flute. In a daze, Tumaru opened his confused eyes and found himself in the field. The moon was in the sky, and everything around him was so clear. The originally golden crops were like a silver filter under the moonlight, making people feel peaceful. Suddenly, Tumaru found that in the field in front of him, the snow-white naked body was looming under the cover of the dense crops. Tumaru swallowed his saliva, and a voice in his heart told him that the wonderful person was the wild child. Under the instinctive trend, Tumaru stretched out his hand to push aside the crops in front of him and kept walking forward. Close, close. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Tumaru felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to die, so he quickened his pace. But no matter how long he ran, the surrounding scenery remained the same, and the figure in front of him still maintained a corresponding distance from him. The most worrying thing was that these damn things just happened to cover the key points. It simply made Tumaru mad. Unbearable. Early morning. The sun shone through the corner of the curtain into the room, shining on Tumaru on the bed. Tumaru on the bed stretched out his hands, as if he wanted to grab something. At a glance, he looked like a three-legged golden crow. Gradually, Tumaru opened his sleepy eyes, and his mind paused for 2 seconds. He suddenly sat up straight, his face full of exhaustion. Looking at the time, with dark circles under his eyes, he got up and washed up, picked up the tools and went out. Bang! After a while. Squeak! Tumaru staggered back to the bed, reached out and put the Ika Paradise under the pillow into his pocket, then went out. For several days in a row, Tumaru felt that his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Every day, he couldn't stand the loneliness and would involuntarily run to the field of the wild village, looking for all kinds of topics to approach the wild village. In the beginning, the wild children only decided that he liked to chat with himself, so they would also interact with him. But gradually, Tumaru's hands and feet became a little salty. These actions frightened Naoko Noura, especially the way he looked at her, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Although Noura didn't know what Tumaru was going to do, he knew that this feeling made her very uncomfortable, so she subconsciously avoided Tumaru. As time passed, Tomaru also knew that her psychological state was abnormal and decided that she could not continue like this. She decided to go to the fire temple and let the monk enlighten him. In the fire temple, Uchiha Tunan either wandered around the temple every day or discussed Buddhism with Jigo. The Buddhism in this world seemed to be because it was not widely spread. The number of believers could not compare to the previous life, so the research on Buddhism was a little shallow and simple. There was no deeper understanding. Back and forth, there were all kinds of advice to people to be good, not to be obsessed with hatred, and so on. Was it useful? It was really useful. After all, most of the time in this world was in chaos, and what everyone longed for the most was to be friendly with people. Publishing kindness and letting go of hatred just happened to satisfy the wishes of most people and finding the market position. Chapter 138, Prelude to Misfortune. In the temple hall, Uchiha Tunan and Jigo were sitting on their knees facing each other. The room was burning with special candles. The air was filled with green smoke and a strange smell that was very similar to sandalwood. Both of them closed their eyes and relaxed their bodies and minds. The preacher of Buddhism is a human. If he wants to guide people to the right path, he should focus on studying the essence of human nature. Doing good and doing evil are both appearances and results. The monks should enlighten their believers and seize them from the source of their essence. People do good, and most people desire kindness from their hearts. Why people do evil? Because they are not satisfied, because they want something. Within the rules, they knew that they could not obtain it with their own abilities. However, they were unwilling, so they could only break the rules and use the method of harming others to obtain what they wanted. Uchiha Tunan said slowly. Hearing this, Jigo thought for a moment and revealed a puzzled expression. What you said makes a lot of sense. What if we can't satisfy what they want? Isn't there no way to stop them from doing evil? Uchiha Tunan reached out and adjusted his glasses. He said, there are two aspects. One is suppression and the other is salvation. By using strict punishments to restrain them, the fear of punishment could restrain the behavior of most people. Even if they wanted to commit evil, they could only endure it. And the so-called redemption was what monks should do. They were not satisfied with the current situation, so they would understand how beautiful their current situation was. It was just that they didn't realize it themselves. The dissatisfaction of people. Most of them are produced by comparing with the people around them. During the war, just being able to live is satisfying enough. At the end of the war, one would be satisfied after eating their fill. During peacetime, people began to pursue quality of life. When material reached a certain level, most of it was to pursue spiritual satisfaction. Faith was also a way to satisfy spirit. After listening to Uchiha Tunan's words, Jigo seemed to understand, but he also seemed to not understand anything. He frowned and thought for a long time. He wanted to find out the meaning of it, but in the end, he could only blame himself for being too stupid. He sighed and said, Tunan, you are really smart. What Uchiha Tunan said, Jigo only felt that it was profound and broad. However, due to his limited knowledge, he still could not understand it completely. After all, the theme of this world was peace, kindness, and fetter. Uchiha Tunan smiled humbly and said, Master, you flatter me. It's just a personal opinion. Just listen to it. It can't be true. No, although I don't understand it very well, I can hear that these words contain a deep Buddhist nature. I have to record it quickly. Jigo came to the table and recorded what Uchiha Tunan had just said in the book. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan's expression changed. He stood up and said, Master Jigo, we are just discussing here. It is just a theory. Why don't we go to the main hall to enlighten our believers and broaden my horizons? Hearing this, Jigo paused and nodded. Right now, wait for me to finish memorizing the last sentence. Not long later, Uchiha Tunan and Jigo came to the main hall together. The doors and doors of the main hall were as wide as a market, and they were all believers of the temple. They all knelt in front of the Buddha statue and put their hands together, hoping that the Buddha would protect them and hoped that their lives would be better. When the disciples saw Jigo, they immediately crowded over and surrounded him. "The abbot is here. Master Jigo. Master Jigo, my brain is full of question marks." Jigo clasped his hands together and said lightly, "There's no need to rush. One by one. Master, I have been very unlucky recently." "Did I have bad luck?" "Abbot, the doctor said that I was seriously ill and needed medicine. You said that I have Buddha's protection. Can I not take this medicine?" After clearing up the doubts of several believers, it was Tomaru's turn. When Jigo saw Tomaru's haggard and weak appearance, he immediately asked, "Young benefactor, you seem to have something on your mind." Tomaru nodded repeatedly and said, "Master Jigo, I've been thinking too much lately. I can't sleep at night, and I'm worried during the day." Seeing Jigo, Tomaru was very excited. He hoped that Jigo could solve the confusion in his heart and give him a solution. He also couldn't stand his situation, but he couldn't help but think about it. Hearing this, Jigo nodded slightly and said, "What exactly is it? Has anything special happened recently?" Tomaru felt a little embarrassed to say it and stammered for a long time, unable to speak. After all, such a thing was indeed a little difficult to say. Jigo thought for a moment and guessed that he was in trouble. He immediately revealed a faint smile and moved his ear closer. "Tell me, I can hear you." Only then did Tomaru look left and right, using his hand to cover his mouth, and quietly told Jigo what had happened in the past few days. In the end, his face was full of shame and his ears were red. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Jigo. He said in a low voice, "Abbot, what should I do?" After hearing this, Jigo couldn't help but chuckle. "So that's how it is. This is normal. At your age, everyone will think about these things." Tomaru said with a conflicted expression, "But I haven't been able to sleep for several days." "Was it so strong?" Jigo was slightly surprised. He suddenly thought of something and immediately said to Uchiha Tunan beside him, "Tunan, this young benefactor has been suffering from insomnia recently. I suddenly thought of that healthcare product you gave me last time." Only then did Tomaru notice Uchiha Tunan. He thought of the last time he offended Uchiha Tunan and saw that he seemed to have a good relationship with Master Jigo. Obviously, he was someone he could not afford to offend. He cursed in his heart. However, Uchiha Tunan was a broad-minded person. He was not the kind of person who would take revenge. "Master, you can have whatever I give you. You don't need to ask for my opinion." Jigo nodded kindly at Uchiha Tunan when he heard this. "Ranlon," he said. A monk a few years older than Uchiha Tunan came up to Jigo and pressed his palms together. "Abbot," Jigo instructed, "go to my room and bring the box from the third-floor cabinet." "Yes." After a while, Ranlon handed the healthcare products that Uchiha Tunan brought to Jigo. Jigo handed the healthcare products to Tomaru and said, "This is a healthcare product. It should be helpful for your sleep before you go to bed every night." Tomaru quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Master." Then he carefully took the healthcare product, and his eyes finally lit up. Uchiha Tunan added from the side, "Remember to pack one bag at a time. If the dosage is too high, you will be unconscious." Tomaru was stunned when she heard that. He said carefully, "Will someone die?" Uchiha Tunan smiled and shook his head. "No, no more." "That's good." Tomaru nodded repeatedly. He carefully held the box in his arms, bowed to Jigo, and then ran down the mountain. Chapter 139, Suicide. The next day, Tomaru woke up from his sleep, and the dark circles around his eyes had faded a lot. Although the feeling of having a spring dream was not bad, it was more terrible than a nightmare if he did it every day. In particular, this spring dream was very infuriating. It was fine if he couldn't get it in real life, but he couldn't get it in his dream either. Tomaru got up and packed up his things. He put the Ika Ika Paradise under the pillow into his pocket and went to work in the fields with a refreshed mind. Today's Tomaru was much more efficient than the previous few days. In addition, he was young and strong, and soon he finished today's task. Seeing that there was no one, he came to the field ridge again and looked at the Ika Ika paradise. In the evening, there were already more insects outside. Tomaru packed up his tools and headed home. Between the fields and ridges, Tomaru saw the wild child in front of him. He saw that the wild child seemed to have noticed something. He looked back at Tomaru and then ran home. Looking at the handsome back of the wild child, Tomaru swallowed his saliva and an instinctive impulse surged in his body. The words that Uchiha Tunan said yesterday in the fire temple inexplicably flashed through his mind. Remember, one bag at a time. If the dosage is too much, you will be unconscious. Unconsciously, evil thoughts quietly planted in his mind. Several days later. Late at night, there was no one on the street. In addition to some crows perched among the trees and occasionally making some noises, there were also some white doves scattered everywhere, cooing. The people on the roadside had already turned off their lights to rest. On the quiet and deserted street, there were only a few dim yellow street lights that added some warmth to it. Naoko Nohara's face was pale, her clothes were messy, like a walking corpse, walking step by step against the street. Her eyes were full of tears, hazy the road ahead. It made people unable to distinguish the direction. As she walked, Naoko Nohara stood under the street lamp and collapsed on the ground. Thinking back to what had just happened, Naoko Nohara trembled with fear. She curled up and whispered. After an unknown period of time, a cold wind blew on the street of flames. The wind roared in the air, and the sound was mournful. Naoko Nohara was so cold that she trembled. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, a gentle and magnetic voice sounded in Naoko Nohara's ears. Her entire body seemed to be wrapped up in warmth. Nohara raised his tearful face and looked at the person. The corners of the person's lips were perfect, and he seemed to be smiling at any time. This kind of smile seemed to be able to push the sunlight away from the darkness in the clouds and shine in all of a sudden, gentle and composed. Nohara was stunned for a moment, as if she had forgotten the previous nightmarish experience. She muttered, "It's you. Am I dreaming?" Uchiha Tunan tightened the windbreaker she had just put on Naoko Nohara and said to herself, "It's already so late and it's still so cold outside. It's not safe for a girl like you. I'll send you home." Uchiha Tunan's voice was gentle and soft, directly falling into the girl's heart. Naoko Nohara stared at Uchiha Tunan and said in a daze, "I can't walk anymore?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head and gently picked her up. He said gently, "Where's your home?" Naoko Nohara curled up in Uchiha Tunan's arms. She timidly reached out and pointed into the distance. Then, Uchiha Tunan nodded and carried Naoko Nohara to her home. Naoko Nohara rubbed her head against Uchiha Tunan's chest. She was not sure if this was reality or a dream. She muttered, "What is your name?" "Uchiha Tunan, Konoha Ninja." Naoko Nohara was slightly stunned when she heard this. The light in her eyes dimmed a little as she said, "Ninja." "Sir." Uchiha Tunan looked down at Naoko Nohara's eyes and smiled. "I should be younger than you. Just call me Tunan." Naoko Nohara's face was pale. She pursed her lips and said, "Tunan. What's wrong with you? Did you meet a bad person?" As soon as this was said, Naoko Nohara instantly thought of the previous nightmarish experience, and her whole body began to tremble. She took a deep breath and forced down the tears in her eyes. "I didn't." "That's good. We're almost there. Put me down." "Okay." At this time, Naoko Nohara's grandmother was standing outside the door, waiting with a worried face. After waiting left and right, she finally saw Naoko Nohara and Uchiha Tunan coming from the corner of the street. She immediately walked up and held Naoko Nohara's hand. "Naoko, why did you come back so late?" Grandma was worried to death. When Naoko Nohara saw her worried grandmother, the tears in her eyes could no longer hold back. However, a forced smile still appeared on her haggard face. "Grandma, I fell asleep on the ground before." Naoko Nohara's grandmother finally smiled and nodded repeatedly. "It's good that you are fine. It's good that you are fine. Little fellow, thank you for sending Naoko back. Come in and have a seat." Uchiha Tunan waved his hand and said, "No, it's late. I have to go back to the hotel to rest." After that, he turned and was about to leave. Naoko Nohara tightened her windbreaker and said reluctantly, "Your clothes." Uchiha Tunan turned around and smiled warmly. "No need, this dress is for you." Naoko Nohara nodded lightly and said, "Thank you." Then, she watched as Uchiha Tunan turned into another street. On the dim street, Uchiha Tunan suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from behind. He immediately stopped in his tracks and turned around to look. Naoko Nohara ran to the street, panting. When he saw Uchiha Tunan turn around, he immediately shouted, "Tunan! We will meet again, right?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "I think we won't meet again. I'm going back to Konoha." Naoko was stunned for a moment, her eyes flashed with disappointment, and then he shouted, "Naoko Nohara, this is my name." Uchiha Tunan smiled gently, waved his hand, and turned to leave. "I will remember it." Naoko Nohara's eyes were overflowing with tears. She reached out and wiped her tears. When she could not see Uchiha Tunan's figure, she turned around and walked home. At the door, Naoko Nohara's grandmother said worriedly, "Naoko." Naoko shook her head and walked straight into the room. "Grandma, I'm sleepy." In the bedroom, Naoko sat in front of the mirror. Long time, long time. Unconsciously, tears had already wet her heart. Naoko Nohara came back to his senses and found that the sky was already a little white. She tightened her windbreaker and took out a pen and paper from the cabinet. An hour later, there was a sound of falling water by the river not far from Funghua Street. At the same time, the quiet and sad sound of a flute sounded from the forest and spread to the entire Funghua Street in the blink of an eye. After playing a song, Uchiha Tunan looked up at the sky. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes and murmured, "It's dawn." Chapter 140 Temple Interrogation. In the Fire Temple. Jigo had just walked out of the middle room when he heard a commotion outside. A monk quickly walked into the yard and reported to Jigo, "Abbot, a murder happened on Funghua Street. A girl jumped into the river and committed suicide." Jigo was used to seeing life and death apart, so he was not surprised. He put his palms together and said, "Hey, let's go pray for that girl." "But Abbot, this girl committed suicide because she was humiliated. The person who humiliated him was caught by the monk and brought to the temple, waiting for you to deal with him." Jigo was slightly stunned and said with a serious expression, "There is such a thing. Let's go." After saying that, he immediately followed the monk. Almost most of the land in the Fire Country had guards arranged by the famous houses to manage the order. If there were any criminal offenders, they would be escorted by the guards to the city guard's mansion in a nearby large town for trial. The Fire Temple belonged to the Ninja Temple and had a certain amount of force. This included a large piece of land within the Funghua Street, which all belonged to the Fire Temple. Therefore, there were no guards stationed here, and the security issues were all handled by the monks of the Fire Temple. What happened, the Fire Temple even had the priority to deal with it. Of course, the Fire Temple generally would not drive the right to deal with it, but would send the criminal offenders to the nearby guard mansion. Soon, Jigo arrived at the square in front of the hall. He saw two monks escorting a battered and exhausted youth. The youth's hair was messy, and his clothes were not neatly dressed. His face was deathly still. As for the youth, Jigo had also seen him before. It was precisely Tomaru. On the ground next to him was the corpse of Naoko Nohara. Because she had been soaked in water. The corpse had already rotted and turned white. Naoko Nohara's face was bloodless and even a little green. Naoko Nohara was still tightly clutching the windbreaker wrapped around her body. Naoko Nohara's grandmother was lying on the corpse of Naoko Nohara, and she was sobbing. Seeing this, Jigo put his hands together and prayed for Naoko Noura in his heart. Then he asked in a low voice, what exactly happened? A monk handed the will of Naoko Noura to Jigo and said, "This is the will left by the little girl before she committed suicide. It told her how she was humiliated yesterday and how she apologized to her grandmother. There should be a lot of content written behind the will, but they were all smeared." Jigo looked at the contents of the will and his eyes suddenly froze. He looked at Tumaru, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Do you have anything to explain?" Tumaru had lost his sense of propriety at this moment. He trembled and said, "No." He had indeed done those things, so no matter how he tried to defend himself, it was useless. Behind him, the residents who had rushed over from the Finghua street heard the news and said indignantly, "Abbot, this kid has already confessed. Kill him! Kill him!" Tumaru was immediately frightened into fighting. He kept kowtowing to Jigo and said, "Abbot, I admit that I did those things, but I didn't kill her. She shouldn't have died." Due to the anger of many people, Tumaru panicked even more. A resident shouted angrily, "Bastard! You have committed a crime. Even death 10,000 times is not enough." Jigo frowned and sighed. According to the laws of the Fire Nation, he should not be given death sentence. After all, he didn't kill anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. After all, Jigo had already spoken. Although everyone was indignant in their hearts, they still had to follow the rules. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan walked in from outside the gate of Fire Temple and said in a clear voice, "Master Jigo, there is a reason for all crimes and karma. I think this person should pay with his life." Jigo raised his head and looked at Uchiha Tunan, who was walking towards him. He said in a deep voice, "Tunan, but the rules are set like this." Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, although he didn't do it himself, the cause and effect of the matter began with him. Just like how I threw the stone down from the mountain. The stone met another stone halfway. The second stone fell down the mountain and killed the passers-by. Is this my fault? Hearing this, Jigo thought for a moment and said with certainty, "It was your fault. But the stone I threw did not hit anyone." Uchiha Tunan said, "What does it have to do with me?" Everyone fell silent when they heard that. Then the residents shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" At this moment, Tumaru was completely flustered. He had originally thought that he would be able to escape this calamity, but he had not expected Uchiha Tunan to appear halfway. He immediately said in a panic, "You can't blame me. I didn't want to do it in the beginning either. It was the abbot. He was the one who gave me the medicine. If he hadn't given me the medicine, I wouldn't have given Naoko the medicine. Naoko wouldn't have fainted, and I wouldn't have had those thoughts. Then, nothing else would have happened. The abbot is also responsible. You can't blame me. As you said just now, I am the second stone. The abbot is the first stone." When everyone heard this, they all stopped talking. Uchiha Tunan took a deep breath and said with a face full of self-blame, "So that's the case. If I hadn't given the medicine to Master Jigo, Master Jigo wouldn't have given the medicine to you. I didn't kill Naoko, but Naoko died because of me. I am deeply sinful. Tunan, this matter has nothing to do with you." He sighed deeply. Naoko Nohara's grandmother did not understand what they were talking about at all. She only heard that the medicine for Tumaru was given by Jigo. She immediately wailed, "Why did you give him the medicine? Return my granddaughter to me." A trace of reluctance flashed through Jigo's eyes. Although Jigo was involved in this matter, no one was stupid. It was impossible to blame Jigo because of this. Moreover, Jigo was the abbot of Fire Temple. Everyone subconsciously thought that he was a highly respected senior monk. They did not have any bad thoughts about him because of this. Jigo put his palms together and recited the scriptures for a while. He slowly opened his eyes and ordered, "Lock this person in the Fire Temple first." Send him to the guard manor in Songqing town in a few days and be detained by the guard manor. Upon hearing this, Tomaru immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and a look of relief appeared on his face. The monk beside him nodded, picked up Tomaru, and walked towards the back of Fire Temple. Jigo sighed and said to Uchiha Tunan, "Tunan, I thought about what you said just now. This matter really has a cause and effect with you and me. Just like you said, everything is about a certain degree. Even if you and I are guilty, it is all out of kindness, and the sin is not deep." Uchiha Tunan found that he might have misjudged Jigo. Although he was a monk, he seemed to value the theory of Buddhism and how to preach the doctrine more. Perhaps he was more kind than ordinary people, but because he was a monk, his attitude towards evil was more tolerant than ordinary people. It seemed that he had to add a fire. Chapter 141 Uphold Justice. Uchiha Tunan looked at the corpse on the ground and the wailing old woman. He clenched his fists, his eyes full of guilt. He gritted his teeth and said, "I know, but I can't get over that. After all, it was a living life. She was still young and had a good life waiting for her. Not only did she have to support herself, but she also had to support the old people in her family. This was already a heavy burden for her. But even though life was so hard, she still faced life actively. Such a hard-working, kind, and beautiful girl. The murderer was only sent to the Wei Mansion and imprisoned for a few years. After that, he could come out unscathed and continue to get away with it. Was this fair? Justice. If she dies, how will you let this old woman survive? Can the grief in the old woman's heart be smoothed? You stand from the perspective of the dead and think from the perspective of the old woman. If you face this kind of thing, can you swallow this anger?" When everyone heard Uchiha Tunan's words, they all felt a sense of immersion, and anger surged in their hearts, and they secretly gritted their teeth. The more pitiful the victim was, the more miserable it was. Then, the anger people had towards the victim became greater. Uchiha Tunan was currently mobilizing the anger in people's hearts towards evil. And Jigo's method was to stop everyone from venting their anger. There was a saying that anger could never be provoked. The old woman watched as the murderer who killed her granddaughter was saved by Jigo. She could not accept this fact in her heart and almost could not breathe. She fell straight to the ground. The residents nearby quickly went up to support her and tried to persuade the old woman not to think too much. "Grandma, please restrain your grief. The dead cannot be resurrected. You have to take care of yourself." The old woman took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Then, she asked Jigo with tears in her eyes, "Abbot, why did you give him the medicine? He killed my granddaughter. Why didn't you kill him?" The old woman was a little agitated, and even her body was trembling. When the surrounding residents saw this, they all chimed in. "That's right, Abbot. Even if you kill him, the guard manor won't say anything. If we had known earlier, we would have killed him together at the foot of the mountain." Sigh. Jigo took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and bowed to the old woman. "My condolences, benefactor. I know that your heart is filled with hatred right now. However, killing that person won't bring your granddaughter back to life. And that person really isn't guilty of death. All we can do is escort him to the guard manor. Benefactor, let go of your hatred. This way, you will be able to live without pain." When the old woman heard this, she laughed crazily. Her entire body trembled as she raised her head. She pointed at Jigo and shouted at the top of her lungs. "What kind of scripture are you reciting? What kind of Buddha are you worshipping? I donate money every year and offer incense every month. Why doesn't the Buddha bless my granddaughter? Now that my granddaughter is dead, you still have to protect the criminal. It's your fault. You gave him the medicine. You are also an accomplice. I will bite you to death." As he spoke, the old woman pounced towards Jigo and opened her mouth with a savage and crazed expression. "Stop!" The monk beside Jigo reacted quickly and pushed the old man away. The old woman lost balance and fell to the ground. The surrounding residents couldn't bear to see this, so they all stepped forward to support the old woman. The old woman just sat on the ground, her eyes full of death, as if she was lifeless. After several breaths, the old woman suddenly looked up at the sky and roared. "Ah! My God! There is no one to uphold justice." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes widened, twitched twice, and then she stopped breathing. Ranlon quickly stepped forward, stretched out his finger and touched her nose, then turned back and said with an ugly face, "Abbot, she is dead." When Jigo heard this, he staggered and his eyes were full of doubt. He murmured, "Did I do something wrong? Am I really wrong?" He had obviously followed the rules and did not have any intention to protect the criminal, but why did it suddenly become like this? At this time, Jigo was completely confused, and he urgently wanted to find someone to enlighten him. He subconsciously turned his head and shouted, "Tunan! Where is Tunan?" "Ah!" A terrified shout came from behind the fire temple. A group of fire temple monks retreated outside one after another, gradually forming an arc. Uchiha Tunan was holding a short blade of chakra in one hand and the head of Tumaru in the other as he walked out from the depths of the fire temple. He was expressionless. He raised his head high and said coldly, "Sorry, justice is too late." The head in Uchiha Tunan's hand was still dripping with blood, and the place where he walked along had already turned blood red. The expression on Tuan's face still maintained a look of horror, and his eyes were wide open. Jigo was suddenly stunned, and he said with a face of disbelief, "Tunan, how can you kill him?" "Master Jigo, I think this person deserves to be killed." Uchiha Tunan said coldly. "Now that I have killed him, are you going to kill me?" Jigo immediately said anxiously, "Are you stupid?" Uchiha Tunan sneered and threw the head in his hand forward. The head flew in a parabola and fell to the ground. Then, it rolled all the way to Jigo's feet. The head was facing up, and its eyes were wide open. The expression on its face was frozen in fear before death. "I am not confused. Master, don't you pay attention to the rules? I am a Konoha ninja. As long as I do not betray the village, anything I do will be handled by the Hokage. Even if you send me to the guard mansion, who dares to judge me?" Jigo looked down at the head under his feet and immediately gasped for breath. His entire person seemed to have aged a little in an instant. Then, he raised his head and slowly raised his palm towards Uchiha Tunan. In an instant, a pure white thousand-hand guanin appeared behind Jigo. At the same time, Jigo shouted, "Then I can only take you down, send you to Konoha, and let the Hokage take care of you." Uchiha Tunan sneered. "Master, I forgot to tell you, I am the disciple of the Hokage. Do you think the Hokage will punish me for a civilian? Moreover, I am also a member of the Uchiha clan. Even if the Hokage-sama wants to punish me, the Uchiha clan will not agree. As long as I do not harm the people in the village, I can only be judged by the rules of the Uchiha clan. According to the rules of the Uchiha clan, killing a civilian is no different from killing a dog. Your so-called rules are not worth mentioning in front of power." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan closed his eyes and revealed his scarlet Sharingan. He continued to speak in a cold tone. "Master, I wonder what the rules of the Temple of Fire are. The medicine was given by you, the criminal was protected by you, and the old woman was angered to death by you. Today, I finally see through you. Not only do you not distinguish right from wrong, you don't even have the slightest bit of guilt in your heart. To think that I have always respected you so much. What great virtuous monk! You are just a sanctimonious person." As he spoke, Uchiha Tunan gripped his short blade with a backhand grip and raised it high. Then, he fiercely stabbed himself in the ribs. Poochie! Blood splattered. Everyone in the square was stunned. Even Jigo could not help but disperse his moves due to shock. Cold sweat trickled down Uchiha Tunan's face. His veins bulged and his face twitched slightly. He seemed to be enduring a great pain. He roared, "The source of the medicine lies in me. This knife! I owe that girl. I'll return it to her. Chapter 142 Immortal Race. As soon as he finished speaking, the monks of Fire Temple put down their hands one after another, no longer having any intention of guarding against Uchiha Tunan. Instead, they looked at Jigo. In their opinion, Uchiha Tunan had almost no connection to this matter. If Uchiha Tunan sent medicine to Jigo to force him to be charged, no one would agree. Obviously, Uchiha Tunan had nothing to do with this matter, but he still harmed himself because of guilt. He was even more furious and punished the guilty. This was a true gentleman, a great good person. If they still went against him, would they still be human? And what about their abbot? Compared to him, this abbot, whom they usually loved and respected, was indeed a little pedantic. Not only did he protect the sinner, he even angered the grandmother of the deceased to death. When Jigo saw the monks of Fire Temple looking at him with strange eyes, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then he looked at the residents of Fenghua Street behind him. He saw that these residents looked at Uchiha Tunan with admiration and respect. And there was a trace of disgust in their eyes. No matter what it was, the thing they were most afraid of was comparing them. At this moment, the boundary between good and evil seemed to become blurred. It was as if Uchiha Tunan had become a chivalrous man who presided over justice for the weak. And Jigo had become a dog of a ruler who didn't know how to change. At this moment, Jigo's mind was in a mess, and he had great doubts about himself. His lips trembled slightly as he said, "Do you all think I did something wrong?" Just like that, Uchiha Tunan had a knife stabbed into his body, allowing blood to flow continuously as he walked step by step towards the square. The many monks that had surrounded him earlier. Ranlon was silent. He lowered his hands and opened a path for himself. Uchiha Tunan walked to Jigo's side and said in a deep voice, "Hypocrite is a great evil. The Fire Temple's reputation has been tarnished by you after 1,000 years." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan endured the pain and bent over to carry the old woman and Naoko's bodies on his left and right shoulders. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, he left Fire Temple. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Uchiha Tunan had a determined expression on his face as he carried the 2 corpses on his shoulders and walked on the steps with unsteady steps. On the steps, the old monk who was sweeping the floor silently put away his broom when he saw Uchiha Tunan descend the mountain. He retreated to the side and pressed his palms together with his head lowered. In the Fire Temple. After Uchiha Tunan left, Jigo, whose mind was in a mess, only felt a little confused. Fortunately, Ranlon, who was beside him, quickly supported him. After a long time, Jigo raised his head and looked at the Buddha statue sitting in the main hall in front of him. His eyes flashed with sadness and guilt. He muttered, "Ranlon, accompany me to the main hall." "Yes." When the surrounding residents saw that the matter was over, they all sighed and left Fire Temple one after another. However, when they arrived outside Fire Temple, they discovered that 2 corpses were placed just like that at the entrance of the temple. As for Uchiha Tunan, he had already disappeared. What's going on? I don't know. Maybe it's because the injuries are too severe. He can't carry them anymore. But you can't leave the body here. Do you have any conscience? How can someone leave the body here? He must have thought of a way. Don't say any more. Let's carry the corpse first. We're neighbors, so it's not good to trouble others. At this time, Jigo led the land and the 2 of them to the main hall. Jigo pushed away the land and supported his hand. He came to the front of the Buddha statue and knelt down. "Ranlon, do you think I was wrong?" I don't know. Maybe the death of the girl does not have much to do with me, asterisk. But the death of the old woman was indeed caused by me. I am guilty." Jigo closed his eyes. His mind was filled with the gazes of the believers and disciples who were looking at him today. "Abbot, please do not think this way." "Then do you think what I did was right?" "This." Seeing Ranlan's indescribable appearance, a trace of understanding flashed through Jigo's eyes. "Ranlan, your talent and perception are the ones I favor the most. My perception is too poor. I don't understand the reason and don't know the changes. I'm sorry, Buddha. I'm sorry, my grandfather and grandson. I'm sorry for the fire temple's 1,000 years of reputation. In the future, I'll leave the fire temple to you. Ranlon was puzzled. Abbot? But after a long time, Ranlon saw that Jigo had been sitting there with his legs crossed and did not reply. He had a bad feeling in his heart. He reached out his trembling hand and touched Jigo's nose. At the same time, in the forest in the wilderness, Uchiha Tunan was carrying 2 corpses on his back as he continued to jump through the trees. Suddenly, a strong warm current flowed into his limbs and bones from his body. Uchiha Tunan quickly stopped and placed the 2 corpses on the ground. Then, he pulled out the short blade of chakra under his ribs. For Uchiha Tunan, who had rolled his eyes, he naturally knew which part of his body was the least fatal. This injury looked scary, but in fact, it was not even a light injury. Under the effect of this warm current, Uchiha Tunan could clearly feel that the wound was healing rapidly. This kind of physique. Could it be related to the Senju or the Uzumaki clan? At the same time, many secret arts and Buddhist theories appeared in Uchiha Tunan's mind. Most of the secret arts were not very useful to Uchiha Tunan. However, there were a few secret arts that made Uchiha Tunan extremely happy. Especially the core cultivation secret arts of the immortal race. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan understood what the immortal race was. Immortal race was actually not much different from immortal arts. This world had experienced countless eras before the descent of the divine tree. The previous world also possessed extraordinary power that was not inferior to chakra. That was also the force of nature that was mentioned now. The power of heat was a special power produced by nature, similar to the spiritual energy in Xianxia novels. The power of nature gave birth to many monsters, as well as powerful humans. The many psychic beasts nowadays were the descendants of those monsters. In ancient times, after the divine tree was planted, all the creatures in the world were secretly planted with marks, and they could cultivate chakra. However, they were unable to absorb the force of nature in nature. Over time, most monsters would only instinctively absorb the force of nature to strengthen their bodies. As for the monsters of the 3 holy lands, they used a special method to absorb the force of nature, combining it with their own chakra to create the so-called immortal arts. Immortal arts energy required cultivation. For example, the immortal arts that Jiraiya and the others learned were actually the mature immortal arts energy granted by the monster. Rather than saying that they had activated the immortal mode, it was more accurate to say that they had obtained the power of the monster. Those powers were not absorbed from the natural world, but were passed down to them by the monsters through the psychic ability. This was also why their immortal arts could not be cultivated by themselves, and every time they transformed, they would show inhuman characteristics. As for the geniuses of the Celestial Clan, it was a method that a genius human discovered to be able to use the power of nature. Cultivating the secret arts of the Celestial Clan could open up an illusory space in the body, just like the so-called Dantian in the previous life. It could absorb the strong emotions of others and store them in it. With the power of emotions in the illusory space as a guide, it could absorb the power of nature to combine and eventually form immortal energy exclusive to humans. Even if this energy was not used normally, it could subtly strengthen a person's physique. When used, immortal energy could be combined with one's own chakra and enter the immortal mode. Because this immortal energy belonged to the human race, there would not be any changes in appearance after entering the immortal mode. But the biggest limitation of this method was to absorb the emotions of others. The power of emotions was extremely stable and was firmly locked onto by the physical body. Only when one's emotions were stable would they emit such a pitiful amount of emotion power for the people beside them to absorb. However, Uchiha Tunan had inherited Jigo's inheritance, and his body already possessed a considerable amount of immortal energy. Are you going to bury them here, the evil ninja youth? Chapter 143 Executor Monk Failed. Suddenly, an old voice sounded from behind Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan stood up and looked at the beautiful mountains and rivers around him. He nodded with satisfaction and said slowly, "Not bad, this place is beautiful and natural. It is a very good place to die. Then why aren't you burying them? Why are you staring blankly here for so long?" The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly, his hands behind his back. He didn't look back and said indifferently, "I was waiting for you, master." "You knew I was coming?" Uchiha Tunan chuckled and shook his head. "Master, you sweep the steps from left to right every day. But when I went down the mountain today, you swept from right to left. Your heart is in chaos." Uchiha Tunan's voice fell. The ground that the old monk was standing on suddenly exploded. Uchiha Tunan rushed out from the ground with a short blade containing wind attribute chakra. Thus, the sunlight was a bit dazzling, and when it reflected on the short blade, it made people unable to open their eyes. The sharp tip of the blade was aimed precisely at the old monk, as if it was going to pierce through him in the next second. The old monk's originally turbid eyes suddenly narrowed, and his figure quickly dodged to the side, dodging the sudden attack. However, the next moment, bang! 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 Violent explosions rang out continuously. Trees collapsed one after another, and broken pieces of soil scattered everywhere. They mercilessly smashed into the forest animals that had yet to react. In the blink of an eye, a huge mushroom cloud rose from the forest. Thick smoke instantly enveloped the surroundings. The sound of the wind and the sound of insects seemed to have disappeared. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. It was the more than 10 exploding talismans that Uchiha Tunan had buried in the ground with his shadow clone. When the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, the ground that was full of potholes was faintly visible, and there was still red blood, like a blooming red rose, which was enchanting and dazzling. Suddenly, the center of the smoke and dust was lit up. A pure white thousand-hand guanyin appeared behind the old monk, and used countless hands to protect the old monk. The guanyin had his eyes closed, and he sat cross-legged on the white lotus seat. He had a compassionate expression on his face. The old monk looked calm and composed. He looked straight at Uchiha Tunan with his muddy eyes and said slowly, "You are indeed vicious. I want to know what you are going to do." Uchiha Tunan adjusted his glasses and said in a natural tone, "I just want to use my way to save this ruined world. Everything is for the peace of the world and the love of all beings." The old monk snorted. He did not believe Uchiha Tunan at all. With one hand facing the ground and the other pointing to the sky, it was as if he had entered the realm of being the only one in the world. "I have opened my eyes. Your lies can deceive them, but you can't deceive me. You must have some unspeakable secret." When Uchiha Tunan heard this, his expression instantly became cold, and powerful electric arcs shot out from his body. Z, Z, Z. The electric arcs crackled around Uchiha Tunan, growing bigger and stronger. "Old man, don't be stubborn. Do you know who I am? You dare to touch me?" Uchiha Tunan's eyes were fierce, and his delicate eyebrows were wrinkled together. There was no kindness on his face, and he controlled the lightning around him as if he was determined to win. "I know you are a disciple of Hokage, so I endured for so long. It is to get rid of you when there is no one around." The old monk's voice sounded a little ethereal, resounding through the whole jungle, giving people an endless sense of oppression. Uchiha Tunan moved his right leg slightly and shouted, "How bold! Who exactly are you?" "The former abbot of the fire temple, Gigi." After saying that, Gigi widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "Thousand hands kill!" In an instant, the pure white thousand hands guanyin behind Gigi instantly transformed into a golden red glaring vajra. Each fist was like a missile, attacking towards Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan immediately activated Lightning Wind Flash, nimbly dodging the fists one by one, his figure quickly rushing towards Gigi. However, those fists that were dodged actually turned halfway, attacking Uchiha Tunan from behind. Right in front of Uchiha Tunan, one fist after another arrived. Uchiha Tunan did not want to take it head-on. He immediately increased his speed and dodged to the side. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground. Earth escape, heavy earth continent, return. In the blink of an eye, dozens of hard stone slabs appeared in front of Uchiha Tunan. Under the effect of Uchiha Tunan's huge chakra, each piece was 7 or 8 meters high, protecting Uchiha Tunan behind. "You can't escape!" Jiji shouted, and the strong chakra blew his monk robe with a swish sound. The ground around him split open like a spider web, and small pieces of gravel even broke free from the gravity and floated on the ground. The Vajra behind him struck out all his fists at the same time, attacking Uchiha Tunan with earth-shattering force. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Rumble. Pieces of stone slabs were smashed into pieces by the continuous fists. The stone slabs were shot in all directions, and the surrounding trees were all bounced up and down, and large trees were turned into sieves. The dust formed by the powder enveloped Uchiha Tunan's figure. At the critical moment, Uchiha Tunan's cold voice rang out from the dust. "There's more where that came from. 1,000 hands kill." Bang! 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 A dense sound of punches rang out. The residual power of the fist and fist collided, causing the surrounding airflow to scatter the dust in a flash. The next moment, Uchiha Tunan, who was unscathed, appeared in the sight of Jiji. He saw Uchiha Tunan put his hands together, his eyes closed tightly, and he looked compassionate. Behind him was a 1,000-hand guanyin, whose Dharma idol was similar to the one behind Jiji. The entire head of Jiji buzzed, and he immediately said with disbelief, "How is this possible? How do you know the secret technique of the Temple of Fire?" Uchiha Tunan's lips moved slightly, and he recited with a merciful face. "Amitabha, all living beings are suffering. The good and evil in the world are constant. Since that's the case, then I will be the one to bear the darkness. To feed the devil with one's own body, to purify the world. Jiji, although our methods are different, the results of our pursuit are the same." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan opened his eyes, revealing scarlet-red Sharingan. He looked at Jiji sincerely. However, what Uchiha Tunan did not notice was that behind him, the eyes of the 1,000-hand guanyin also became bright red, giving people a strange feeling. Jiji could no longer maintain the appearance of an eminent monk. With a shocked face, it pointed to Uchiha Tunan and said, "Evil, evil." A strange look flashed in Uchiha Tunan's eyes. This old fellow was much smarter than Jigo. It seemed that he could not fool him. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to fool him. If he could obtain the other party's approval, he could also increase his immortal art's energy. But from the looks of it, he might not have a chance. What a pity! Chapter 144 Powerful Enemy. After a brief moment of shock, Jiji revealed a look of equanimity. He immediately squatted down and clapped his hands together. His body, which was as thin as a piece of wood, swelled up with muscles and instantly became full. The originally loose monk robe made a piercing sound due to the bulging muscles, and then it was broken into pieces and scattered in all directions. The eyes of Jiji were round, and the eyeballs were bulging and covered with red blood threads. Because of excessive strength, the facial features gradually became like cooked prawns, red and twisted. His whole person became completely different from the weak and skinny old man just now. Not only did his body become stronger, but he also instantly grew 3 feet tall, emitting an extreme sense of strength. He immediately formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Your mind is not only darker than that of a tailed beast, you even learned to disguise. I cannot let you leave here alive. True 1,000 hands, upper ascension." Uchiha Tunan inherited Jigo's legacy, so he naturally knew this move as well. However, this move consumed too much immortal energy. Jigo's energy was not enough to use it. He did not expect that this man could already use this move. The Dharma idol behind Jiji suddenly expanded. In a flash, the Akala Dharma idol the size of a small hill appeared behind Jiji. The Dharma idol was golden and half fell on the golden lotus seat. There were thousands of hands on 3 sides. On the left side was a merciful face, on the right was a furious face, and the front was like the Buddha. Those densely stretched arms were like a peacock spreading its tail, making people feel dizzy just looking at them. Evil demon! Die! Gigi angrily shouted. Akila's seemingly endless arms clenched into fists and attacked Uchiha Tunan from all directions. Rumble! The earth shook, and the boulders collapsed. The strong wind produced by the fist was extremely fierce, kicking up dust and dirt, flying sand and stones, and the mountains and forests roaring. Countless trees were broken by the strong wind, and the soil on the ground rose up. The loud rumbling sound created by the countless fists was like a flood that destroyed the heavens and the earth. The originally clear skies seemed to have become dim, gray, yellow, and chaotic. In order to completely kill Uchiha Tunan, Gigi bombarded him without holding back for a full 10 minutes. When the dust and smoke that covered the sky dispersed, there was only a huge pit in front of Gigi, and only a pool of blood. Who? Gigi breathed a sigh of relief. His hands drooped down and his eyelids seemed to be closed, as if he was going to collapse in the next second. He turned his head and looked at the two corpses that were protected by the Dharma idol. Just as he was about to remove the Dharma idol and bury the corpses of the two, suddenly, the eyes of Gigi were filled with horror as they looked around. How is this possible? How can there be so many evil auras? Step, step, step. As the footsteps got closer and closer, Uchiha Tunan's figure walked out from the collapsed forest in the distance and entered Gigi's vision. Uchiha Tunan's entire body flickered with a soul-stealing lightning. He stretched out his index finger and rubbed his temples a few times. Then, he frowned and removed his hand. Hiss! Is this feeling of death? Old man, you should also feel it. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan's deep shout came from all four directions. Barrier, for red sun formation. Suddenly, a golden barrier rose around them, like a magic net that sucked people into hell, isolating Gigi from the world. Gigi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He stared at Uchiha Tunan, then glanced at the blood in the deep pit. With a shocked face, he said, "Impossible. How can a clone have flesh and blood?" Uchiha Tunan was too lazy to explain to a person who was about to die. At the moment, the mind of Gigi was in a mess, and it was a good opportunity. He immediately opened his eyes, and his scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan rotated rapidly. Jinjutsu, Hell Vision Technique. However, the eyes of the temple were only confused for a moment, and then they regained their clarity. Then he took a deep breath, put his hands together, and said with a determined expression, "Evil spirit, my faith is indestructible, you can't bewitch me." "Very good, old man, you have really opened my eyes." In the next moment, a huge stone pillar suddenly rose from the ground under Uchiha Tunan's feet, lifting him up high. Uchiha Tunan looked down at Gigi below, and in an instant, he activated the lightning escape secret technique, Thunder God Soul. This was how to communicate with the lightning of nature. The sky above the barrier suddenly darkened, as if it was soaked in ink. The black mass covered the entire barrier, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The muffled thunder was like a furious wave that swept through the air, from far to near, from weak to strong rolling. Blue bolts of lightning stretched out in all directions in the shape of strange branches, cutting the entire sky into pieces. The lightning continued, as if it would strike the head of Gigi in the next second. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tunan's eyes were completely indifferent, and there was no emotion related to humans. His right hand was in the shape of a hollow claw, and he raised it high, condensing a ball of lightning. The electricity around his body surged, and his hair floated up one by one. In the next moment, the thunder ball burst out with a dazzling white light. The white light shot through the clouds. Immediately, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be enraged, and their entire body lit up with a dazzling blue light. The fierce wind roared like a devil. At this time, the clouds were rolling and flown at an extreme speed. The entire stack was piled up, becoming more and more dense. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses pressing down on the earth. Thunder Escape Secret Art, Myriad Thunder Celestial Prison. Jiji could be said to be the strongest opponent that Uchiha Tunan had encountered so far. In a battle of life and death, he directly unleashed all of his firepower. Jiji looked at Uchiha Tunan in the distance and forced himself to focus. He controlled the Akala Dharma idol behind him to wave his fist and attack Uchiha Tunan. However, rumble! Countless thick lightning bolts suddenly fell down, precisely splitting apart every fist. Uchiha Tunan stood there, crazily releasing chakra. The three-tomo Sharingan kept on spinning back and forth, and with powerful dynamic vision, it was able to capture the trajectory of the thousand fists. While defending, he controlled the lightning to attack Jiji. At this moment, Jiji had consumed too much chakra, and couldn't help but tremble. But his unparalleled willpower supported him. Control the Guanyin idol and shattered the lightning falling from the sky. The earth trembled, and the hills and trees within the barrier had long since been wiped away by the residual power of the battle. Suddenly, the old man's body that was protected by the hand of the Akala Dharma idol twitched. Ha! Cough! 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 The old man seemed to have something stuck in his throat, and he suddenly coughed. Uchiha Tunan's eyes suddenly shifted to the old man, and the corners of his mouth curled into a demonic and evil smile. Yo, you're not dead. Jiji looked at Uchiha Tunan's cruel appearance and thought to himself, not good. Suddenly, the black clouds in the sky churned, and a thunder dragon that was as mighty as hell poked its head out from the clouds. The moment the thunder dragon appeared, it opened its mouth, and a dull rolling thunder sounded in the sky. In a flash, the huge dragon head aimed at the old man on the ground and pounced. Despicable! In a moment of desperation, Jiji could not think so much and only felt that Uchiha Tunan wanted to use the lives of innocent people to force himself to defend. In a flash, he arrived in front of the old man. Bang! An earth-shattering roar rang out for a moment, and the entire world seemed to have lost its sound, becoming silent. The entire barrier was filled with blinding white light, and everything seemed to have been annihilated. Even the solid golden barrier began to flicker, as if it was about to be destroyed in the next second. Chapter 145 Sneak Attack. A moment later, the white light dissipated, and Jiji half-knelt in front of the old woman. The Dharma idol behind him stretched out thousands of arms to protect Jiji, the old woman, and the corpse of Naoko on the ground. It was obvious that the Akala Dharma idol was very illusory after being bombarded, and it seemed that it would collapse and dissipate in the next moment. Pa, pa, pa. The lightning around Uchiha Tunan dispersed, and his eyes regained the color of a human. He was clapping there. He really is an accomplished monk. As soon as he finished speaking, Poochie. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in the chest of Jiji. He opened his eyes and lowered his head in disbelief. He saw that the old woman who had just come back to life had turned into the appearance of Uchiha Tunan. He was inserting his hand into his chest and pinching his heart. Naoko's body turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared. Jiji opened its eyes wide and said, "Impossible, even a clone can sense evil thoughts." However, Uchiha Tunan would not waste time explaining to a person who was about to die. Uchiha Tunan slowly pulled out the heart of Jiji. Jiji closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Without the support of immortal arts energy, his body suddenly withered, like a 1,000-year-old corpse lying in a coffin. The 4 cage bunchen that activated the barrier all disappeared, and the golden barrier disappeared. Uchiha Tunan's true body slowly walked over from the distance, took the heart from the cage bunchen's hand and examined it. The heart of Jiji seemed to be still beating unwillingly. Because of the consumption of chakra and the side effects of Thunder God's soul, a smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face that was as pale as gold paper. Bang! The heart was ruthlessly crushed. The instant clone also removed itself. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a crack. A ray of sunlight shot out from it and shot directly at Uchiha Tunan. The area covered by the enchantment previously was barren, and outside the enchantment, there was still the sound of birds singing and the fragrance of flowers, full of vitality. Goo-goo! Goo-goo! Groups of white pigeons flew over from all directions, as if they were celebrating their victory. One by one, they shed their white feathers and threw themselves at the spoils of war. Without the barrier, a cold autumn wind blew over, bringing up yellow leaves. In the autumn wind, the leaves swayed aimlessly, swirling in the coolness. After a long time, the black birds that had eaten their fill once again put on their white feather clothes and left with a loud cry. A withered leaf drifted along with the wind, and finally, it spun and floated down from the top of Uchiha Tunan's head. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and opened his palm. The moment the leaf was about to touch his palm, Uchiha Tunan's figure suddenly disappeared. In fact, on the first day Uchiha Tunan came to the Fire Temple, he was already wary of Gigi. After all, the Fire Temple was the ninja temple, and every monk had extraordinary combat strength. Uchiha Tunan did not believe that an old monk could be so weak. Besides, this was a tradition of Buddhism, and generally, the strongest were the executor monks. Since Jigo had cultivated the heart's eye, there was no reason for this executor monk to not know it. Therefore, when Uchiha Tunan walked out of the Fire Temple, he used the instant clone technique to split up two clones. One instant clone used the transformation technique to transform into the appearance of an old woman, while the other instant clone transformed into the appearance of Naoko. Moreover, Uchiha Tunan's main body used the hypnotic eye illusion on the two clones. The hypnotic mark was that when the avatar saw the other avatar, the fire of the soul would bloom in the heart to dispel the darkness. After all, the mind information of the physical cage bunchen was not the same as the main body. To a certain extent, it was similar to an independent life form. The two cage bunchen had been staring at each other from beginning to end, maintaining eye contact at all times. The heart's eye was a special perception secret technique that could sense the evil thoughts around it. But when there was no evil intention, he would not be able to sense anything. In addition, Gigi had always been focusing on Uchiha Tunan, so they did not think too much about it. The power of the thousands of hands that combined attack and defense was truly terrifying. They were actually only able to form a stalemate with the other party. If it really was a fair battle, even if Uchiha Tunan could win, it would probably be a tragic victory. The size of chakras was large, and the spiritual force was strong. However, the power of ninjutsu was slightly greater, and the battle lasted longer. The more ninjutsu one knew, the more means one had to use against enemies. At the level of Gigi and Uchiha Tunan, to form a crushing situation, it still depended on the ultimate moves and methods. Half a month later, the first heavy snow of the Konoha Gakur descended this year. Ding, ding, ding. The wind chimes under the eaves swayed in the cold wind. The feather-like snow drifted down from the sky like silver flowers and white butterflies. The trees in the courtyard were stripped off in winter and stood there bare, enduring the cold of the harsh winter. Uchiha Tunan sat by the stove and reached out to pick up the hot milk bottle. He pecked it with his mouth and tested the temperature. A little higher than the temperature of the human body, just right. Then he looked at the baby in the swaddling clothes in his arms and put the milk bottle in. The baby instinctively opened his small mouth, greedily sucking the milk. After the baby was full, Uchiha Tunan carefully put it in the cradle. The shadow clone took care of it. The real body walked out of the room and stood in the courtyard, his hands behind his back as he looked into the distance. It was so cold that even the setting sun seemed to have changed color due to loneliness, turning into an empty and desolate grayish-white color. After taking care of Gigi, Uchiha Tunan had obtained his own immortal technique, and his strength had greatly increased, so he returned to Konoha. However, on the day he returned to the village, Hiruzen Sarutobi told him a few pieces of news. The good news was that the welfare home had been built, sitting in the most prosperous position in Konoha, and the area was about the same as the ninja school. However, there were two bad news. One was the information brought back by the ninja who went to the fire capital. Naruto, that guy, has established an adoption system in the fire capital, and does not agree to send back the orphans that Uchiha Tunan had adopted. The second is the problem with the orphanage. The orphanage has always been handed over to Koharu. Hiruzen Sarutobi wants to disperse the orphanage and hand all the orphans inside to Uchiha Tunan. However, this matter was opposed by Danzo, and at the same time, Koharu and Hamura expressed their support for Danzo. The reason was that these orphans were the descendants of heroes and should be supervised and raised by the village to avoid accidents. Hiruzen Sarutobi could not find any faults with this reason, so he could only give up. And now it was a peaceful period, and the youngest orphan in the war period was 4 or 5 years old. And the orphans who reached this age, with enough talent, entered the ninja school, and those who were not talented began to help the various departments of the village. Especially the big families in Konoha, whether they were orphans or old people, they were determined to be supported by the clan. Uchiha Tunan only recruited a dozen ordinary old people. They were given free food and drinks every day, as if they were serving the Lord. As for the orphans, they were only the ones in the cradle in the house. His father was Chunin from a small family. 3 years ago, he passed away due to a mission. His mother was a commoner, and when she gave birth to him, she died. Because of all kinds of ethics and morals, the baby's family refused to raise him, so he was taken over by Uchiha Tunan. He didn't expect that because of his arrival, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, was suppressed by Danzo. He really didn't know what to say. It seemed that he needed to find an opportunity to show the role of his adopted son to fight for the right to speak for Father Ape. Otherwise, the Welfare Institute would be useless. Not only would it not become his help, but it would also become his burden. More importantly, there was still about a year before the third battle. In case Hiruzen Sarutobi completely lost his power, once he went to the battlefield, he might not only face the enemy, but also the traitor. Hiruzen Sarutobi had the heart to deal with the ninjas in the village, but how could he be merciful to Danzo and the 2 Hokage advisors? Hey! Uchiha Tunan sighed helplessly, deeply worried about the prosperity and stability of Konoha. Chapter 146 Hataki Yanba. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the orphanage. Uchiha Tunan came to the door and opened it. In front of them were Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Obito immediately revealed a silly smile. Tunan, we're here. Uchiha Tunan smiled and led his origin. It's cold outside. Come in. The group had just arrived at the yard of the welfare home when Obito said loudly, Tunan, where's the baby you adopted yesterday? Wow, wow, wow. Perhaps because Obito's voice was too loud, he woke up the baby in the room. Duong! Kushina was so angry that she punched Obito in the head and said angrily, Obito, keep your voice down. Obito covered his head with his hand, and his face looked bad, but he didn't dare to say anything. Next to him, Lin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She secretly glanced at the speechless Kakashi next to her. Everyone walked into the room together. They saw Uchiha Tunan's shadow clone sitting on his knees next to the cradle bed, playing with the baby with a little bell in his hand. So cute! Kushina and Rin, the 2 women, were immediately enamored by the baby. Kushina suddenly reacted and asked, by the way, Tunan, what is this baby called? Uchiha Tunan smiled and said, his name is Yanba. Minato turned to look at Uchiha Tunan and said with a smile, did you give him your father's name? Uchiha Tunan adjusted his glasses and quietly looked at little Yanba in the cradle. Yes, little Yanba will accompany me in the future. When I see him, I will think of my father. I also hope that he can be like my father, dedicated to protecting Konoha for the rest of his life. Minato nodded and thought, but what about his surname? Uchiha Tunan rubbed his chin and whispered. That is a problem. Kakashi, you are the patriarch of the Hataki clan. Can you make Yanba your clan name? Kakashi spread out his hands and said, I don't really care. Kushina immediately picked up little Yanba and said happily, aha. Yanba said. Perhaps because of fear, little Yanba shriveled his mouth and pinched his 2 little feet, and then... Oh, he peed. Immediately, he was anxious and flustered. Uchiha Tunan's shadow clone stretched out his hand and calmly received it. He smiled and said, "Let me do it." He saw Uchiha Tunan's shadow clone skillfully change the diaper for little Yen Bo. Then, he gently placed the recovered and dry little Yen Bo in the cradle. Little Yen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that because he did not feel safe, he still tried his best to open his eyes and look at the strangers in front of him. Rin lay beside the cradle bed and turned to whisper to Uchiha Tunan. "He seems to be a little sleepy." Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Yes." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan's shadow clone took out a string of small bells and gently shook it. Uchiha Tunan's original body came to the cradle bed and knelt down, singing the lullaby with a gentle face. "The lake water is your eyes, your dreams are full of stars, and your mood is a legend. You will wait forever." Outside the house, the snow was as light as smoke, as white as silver, fluttering, falling from the sky. Inside the house, the heat emitted by the stove made the whole house warm. Everyone listened to Uchiha Tunan singing and watched little Yen Bo quietly fall asleep. No one wanted to break this warm and harmonious scene. Ding! Obtain the approval of Rin. Uchiha Tunan's expression remained unchanged, ignoring the burning gaze on his face. At this time, Rin was half squatting with her hands on her face, her eyes occasionally drifting to Uchiha Tunan, who was singing for little Yen. "Tunan-kun is so gentle. Kakashi is also good. So distressed." When the time was almost up, Uchiha Tunan got up and made a SHH gesture to everyone. Everyone tiptoed out of the room. The white snow was getting bigger and bigger, like dandelions flying all over the sky. Minato looked at the calm Uchiha Tunan and teased, "Tunan, it seems that you like children very much." Uchiha Tunan nodded lightly. Looking up at the fluttering snowflakes, he stretched out his hand and said, "Children are the future of the village, the hope of the race. They are like snow, pure and flawless. Perhaps it is what I personally like to get along with simple people." A snowflake fell into his hand and was instantly melted by the warmth of his palm. At this moment, a figure ran over from the sunset building not far away. It was the genin, Might Die. "Tunan, today's mission has been completed. Not only did each room clean up, I also changed their bed sheets and bedding." Uchiha Tunan put his hands on his knees and bowed to Might Die. "Senior Dai, I really have to trouble you. The main thing is that I really can't get out. You don't have to thank me. This is my task." Might Die hurriedly waved his hand and said, "If there is nothing else, then I will leave. I still have to go back and see if that kid guy has relaxed his training. Senior Dai, in fact, you can bring Dai along during the day." Uchiha Tunan nodded and smiled. Cleaning up was also a type of cultivation. "In addition, I am preparing to issue a long-term mission. You can stay in the Welfare Institute and help to protect the Welfare Institute. The main reason is that I am worried about those old people. With your strength, you can bring them to the hospital as soon as possible." Hearing this, Might's eyes lit up. He immediately showed his white teeth and gave a thumbs up. "No problem, I will bring Dai with me tomorrow. Tunan, you are really a good person." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left the Welfare Institute. Youth is to be recklessly burned. Uchiha Tunan looked at the back of Might and could not help but smile. It seemed that this Welfare Institute was still somewhat useful. It could trick Might Die and Guy into being security guards. As the saying goes, love grows over time. Uchiha Tunan did not believe that at the end of the 3 battles, Might Die would not agree with him. To be able to compare the body of a mortal to the forbidden technique of the gods, if one day he really met an enemy that he could not match. At the same time, when he used the 8 Gates Awakening, he also activated the Ignichi. As for Guy, it would be more or less the same. At this time, Obito held the back of his head with both hands and said in astonishment, "Is he Guy's father? He looks so strange. I heard that he has always been a patient." Minato rubbed his hair and said, "The level of the ninja doesn't mean anything. Senior Dai just doesn't know ninjutsu and illusion, but his physical skills are very strong. Uchiha Tunan nodded in agreement. Although I have only been in contact with Senior Dai for the past few days, I have seen many valuable qualities in him. Especially the spirit of never giving up. It is worth learning from. After that, he looked at the sparse snowflakes and whispered, "All right, it's about time. I'll go cook for my grandparents first. After dinner, let's go chat with them to relieve boredom." Chapter 147 Future Planning. After dinner, everyone accompanied Uchiha Tunan to chat with the elderly in the Sunset Building to relieve their boredom. Of course, Uchiha Tunan would not often let them come here. Every now and then, they would ask Hiruzen Sarutobi to ask the children of the ninja school to come over and do charity activities. After all, they were only tools that Uchiha Tunan used to please the old people. If they were allowed to appear in front of the old people often, it would probably affect their recognition. Even if these old people did not have the strength or skills. But it doesn't matter. Everyone has value, regardless of age or age. It's good that they are old. When Uchiha Tunan has time, he will teach these old people such as zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Let them have something to do. For them, since there is nothing to do every day, it is better to play chess in the world. Although these skills could not enhance Uchiha Tunan's strength, it was better than nothing. When it was almost time, the old people fell asleep under the care of Uchiha Tunan. Minato and his group left the welfare home. Uchiha Tunan returned to his room alone, came to the table and made himself a pot of tea. He looked at the shadow clone who was still holding Lil Yen and walking back and forth in the room. Uchiha Tunan rubbed his temples, feeling a little annoyed. If this welfare institute wanted to be of use, it would have to wait until the war started. Before that, he had to first help the Hokage suppress Konoha's territory. As long as Sarutobi had power, he could disband the orphanage before the war started. There was another problem, which was the ninja clan. Now was a peaceful era, and the ninja clan had a lot of money, so it was no problem to raise a few orphans. But looking at the policy that Naoko implemented, the economy of Konoha would collapse sooner or later. As long as the war broke out, the number of orphans would increase. Those ninjas might not be able to handle it. I still need to plan for the future. The welfare of the Welfare Institute must be good, and this kind of good must be seen by everyone and spread out. Especially the nurturing of children. If a few geniuses appeared in his own Welfare Institute, the ninja clan might still have some misgivings. After all, it was a family clan. It was impossible for them to tolerate their own bloodline wandering outside. Therefore, his Welfare Institute was only responsible for raising them. When the age arrived, the ninja clan could bring the child back. But if they did not pay, it would cause people to be suspicious. After all, the people in power of the ninja clan all knew this principle. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Well, but it was probably impossible for them to pay the money. Suddenly, a word flashed through Uchiha Tunan's mind. Exceeding the consumption. The Welfare Institute can promise to the outside world that after the child is cultivated into a ninja, in the future, the reward for a child carrying out a mission must be returned to the Welfare Institute in a certain proportion. When the amount reached a certain level, the two would no longer have anything to do with each other. Thinking of this, the corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The next day, it snowed again in the middle of the night last night. The heavy snow was more than half a foot thick, and the world was now covered in fog. After feeding little Yen the morning milk, Uchiha Tunan separated two shadow clones. One shadow clone took care of little Yen Bo, and the other shadow clone was responsible for taking care of the dozen or so old people in the Welfare Institute. The main body put on a white windbreaker and left the room. In the house closest to the gate of the courtyard, Might Dai and Guy had already moved in. The two of them started to dig the snow with their hands early in the morning. Guy! Burning youth is not afraid of the cold. Uchiha Tunan glanced at them from afar and did not disturb them. He quietly stepped on the snow and left the orphanage. In the Hokage building, the atmosphere in the conference room was solemn. Danzo sat opposite Hiruzen Sarutobi, his fingers tapping the table. Hiruzen, this is the great request. As you can see, the economy of the Fire Country is growing rapidly under the control of the famous government. Therefore, we must pay enough attention to the honor of the 5 major countries, Chunin. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a drag of the cigarette and frowned. We can't let Tunan go. It's not like you don't know about those things. Danzo leaned forward slightly and said aggressively, Hiruzen, you are the Hokage, so you should give priority to the village. His name was Uchiha Tunan. His strength, identity, and reputation in the fire capital. No matter how you looked at it, he was the best candidate. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke and looked straight at Danzo. A trace of anger appeared on his face as he said, anyone else can do it, but Tunan can't. Shinosuke and Asuma are both dead. Do you want my disciples to take the risk? Seeing that the atmosphere was a little tense, Hamura said in a soft voice. Danzo, Shinosuke's matter is over. It can only be said that he participated in that vortex. He became a victim of a political struggle. As for the matter of Asuma, his name has already been declared. It has nothing to do with him. It is estimated that the enemy village spies are adding fuel to the fire. You can't fall into the enemy's trap. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Hamura, then looked at Danzo and shouted angrily. Danzo, don't force me. I only indulge you because we are companions. Do you think I don't know that you have been secretly in contact with Daimyo? Do you think I don't know that you have received a huge amount of funds? Danzo seemed to be greatly wronged when he heard that. He said in disbelief. Hiruzen, how can you slander me like this? Everything I did was for Konoha. Since you don't agree, then let's vote. Hamura hesitated for a moment, then coughed and said, Hiruzen, now your name has been inherited. Moreover, from his attitude, he was not willing to go against Konoha. Even his support for Konoha has increased a lot during this period of time. The other side is already showing goodwill, and we should look forward. We know that you can't put your heart at ease with Tunan. But why don't you think about it? What reason does your name have to be against Tunan? He looked at Danzo and Hamura. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was completely black, and he said in a bad tone, What you mean is that you support Danzo. Koharu, what about you? Koharu secretly glanced at the confident Danzo and did not dare to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi in the eye. He whispered, I will remain neutral. When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, his hand that was holding the pipe suddenly tightened. At this moment, clang, clang, clang. Someone knocked on the door of the conference room. Hiruzen Sarutobi asked coldly, Who is it? However, the trusted Umbu outside replied, Hokage-sama, Orochimaru-san is here. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and immediately thought of something. He said in a clear voice, Let him in. Orochimaru, who was wearing a ninja vest, entered the conference room with a faint smile on his face. He glanced at the people in the conference room, then fixed his eyes on Hiruzen Sarutobi. He smiled and said, Teacher, it seems that I came at a bad time. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a warm face, No, you came at the right time. After that, he said to Danzo and the others, I think Orochimaru has the right to count on that matter. After all, Orochimaru's achievements are right there. What do you think? Before Hamura and Koharu could say anything, Danzo took the initiative to agree. I have no objections. I think that whether it is in terms of seniority or strength, Orochimaru is completely qualified to participate in the high-level decisions. Danzo agreed so readily, which made Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was originally full of confidence, have a hint of doubt. However, he still began to explain to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, this is what happened. The daimyo is going to hold a 5-nation youth competition in the fire capital to demonstrate the national strength. He also asked Tunan to represent the Fire Nation. I think that Tunan is not mature enough, and he is not a suitable candidate. I don't know what your opinion is. Orochimaru was not surprised at all. He thought for a moment and said, Tunan? I think Tunan is your disciple, and he is the #1 genius in Konoha. No one is more suitable than Tunan. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes narrowed, and he continued to prompt. Orochimaru, you might not be familiar with Tunan. Although he is a genius needs enough time to grow. Who knew that Orochimaru completely ignored Hiruzen Sarutobi's secret glances, and leisurely said, As your disciple, I believe that Tunan has the strength to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi completely understood. It seemed that Orochimaru had long been together with Danzo, and he was not here to save the situation for himself. Instead, it was to add weight to Danzo. This was a naked betrayal, and the traitor was a disciple he had always relied on. At this time, Danzo tapped his fingers on the table a few times, and said with a victorious attitude, Hiruzen, Orochimaru agrees, so don't stop him. We are all thinking from the perspective of the village, and Uchiha Tunan is indeed the best candidate. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi was staring straight at Orochimaru, and his face was as gloomy as water. He nodded gently and said, Very good, very good. Orochimaru, you have grown so much that I don't understand you. Teacher, I don't understand what you're talking about. Orochimaru's eyelids twitched, and he immediately said with an innocent face, I'm considering it from an objective point of view. If you think what I said is wrong, you don't have to accept it. Hiruzen Sarutobi withdrew his gaze, stared at the table, and took a drag on his cigarette, not saying anything for a long time. After a few breaths, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally calmed down and said faintly, I think we need to ask for the opinion of the person involved in this matter. Danzo immediately slammed the table and shouted, Hiruzen, that's enough. Uchiha Tunan is first a ninja from the village, and then your disciple. This exam represents the village, and it is a mission issued. Could it be that he said he wasn't willing to go and just let it go like this? Then what do we need us old fellows for? Let's just forget about managing the village and let them have their freedom. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and puffed out smoke from his nostrils. Then, he gently placed the pipe on the table. He also stood up slowly and looked directly at Danzo opposite him. He said word by word, Danzo, is this your attitude towards the Hokage? The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds. In the end, Danzo was defeated. He sat down on a chair and lowered his eyes. The village needs justice. If someone wants to use public for personal gain, I, Danzo, will be the first to disagree. The will of fire in my heart will not allow me to turn a blind eye. His words were full of righteousness and impeccable. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew that if he continued to speak like this, he would be the one to suffer. How could the previous Danzo dare to do this to him? It was because after this new name was appointed, every time he gave the village funds, he would privately give Danzo a larger sum of funds. However, the price of the items had skyrocketed, causing him to have to lower his head and ask Danzo for money many times for the development of the village. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt as if he had been taken over. The power that he had always held in his hands seemed to have unknowingly lost more than half. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat down and leaned back in his chair. He sighed and said, Well, since you all have decided so. When the time comes, let Tunan participate. Everyone disperse. After saying that, Danzo's lips curled up, and he took the lead to leave. Orochimaru and Hamura followed him from both sides. Only Koharu, who turned around, stood up and said, Hiruzen. However, before she could finish her words, Danzo turned back and looked at Koharu coldly. Koharu immediately choked and left with her head down. Chapter 148, Courageous and Loyal. Just as the four of them stepped out of the conference room, they found a person standing by the window of the corridor. That person was wearing a white trench coat. His slender figure was slim but even more elegant. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the scenery outside the window, as if he was observing something. The snow outside the window was swaying, and there was actually some ethereal artistic conception. It was Uchiha Tunan, whom everyone had just been talking about. Danzo glanced at Uchiha Tunan and said lightly, "Little guy, you came at a good time." In his heart, he thought that Hiruzen Sarutobi had secretly summoned Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan seemed to have just reacted. He turned around, reached out and adjusted his glasses, and said with a smile, "Mr. Danzo, consultant, Mr. Orochimaru." Uchiha Tunan was very polite, and Hamura and Koharu nodded kindly, thinking that this child was very good. Although they stood on Danzo's side this time, most of the reason was not to deliberately oppose Hiruzen Sarutobi. On one hand, it was because Uchiha Tunan was indeed the best candidate. On the other hand, Danzo gave them a promise that no one could bear to refuse. Danzo walked over to Uchiha Tunan, reached out and patted his shoulder, and said with a faint smile, "Half a year later, I still need you to win glory for Konoha." Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha Tunan with his snake eyes, and a trace of interest flashed through his eyes. Uchiha Tunan did not respond. He just smiled and watched the four people leave. The smile in his eyes gradually became strange. After the four people left, Uchiha Tunan stepped into the conference room. What entered his eyes was Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was leaning against the chair and resting. Uchiha Tunan quietly came behind Hiruzen Sarutobi and stretched out his hands. He gently rubbed Hiruzen Sarutobi's temples with his thumb and even transmitted some chakra. Then he softly said, "Teacher, is there something bothering you?" Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. "Who?" There were many things that had happened recently, and it gave him a headache. He enjoyed Uchiha Tunan's massage, and the frustration in his heart seemed to have disappeared a little. "Why are you looking for me?" During this period of time, Hiruzen Sarutobi only felt haggard. Since the death of Shinosuke and Asuma, the people whom Hiruzen Sarutobi valued the most were none other than Uchiha Tunan and Orochimaru. Orochimaru had been with him for so many years, and he had seen him grow from an ignorant teenager to one of the three ninjas of Konoha who shocked the world. He had always been his pride. However, he had never expected that his most valued disciple would betray him at such a critical moment. According to their relationship, Uchiha Tunan was Orochimaru's junior brother. But he still personally pushed his junior brother into the fire pit of the fire capital. Uchiha Tunan controlled the strength in his hand and said in a soft voice, "I thought of some Welfare Institute regulations, so I wanted the teacher to help me release it." Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. He waved his hand and said, "Let's put the matter of the Welfare Institute aside. Just now, the higher-ups had a simple meeting. They announced that they wanted you to participate in the honorary Chunin competition held in Fire Capital half a year later. After a vote from the higher-ups, this matter has already been decided." Uchiha Tunan nodded lightly and said, "I have no problem. It is my honor to win glory for the village." Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his eyes and pulled Uchiha Tunan's hand. He patted the back of his hand and said earnestly, "Tunan, you are still too simple. Some things are not so simple. Maybe I am really old. I really did not expect them to be standing together now." As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes. When Uchiha Tunan heard this, he paused and said, "Is it about politics?" A bitter smile flashed across the corners of Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth. "What, you still know this?" Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I'm not stupid. There are many things that I see in my eyes. It's just that I'm not interested in paying attention to them. In my heart, as long as the village is good and teacher is in good health, everything will be satisfied." There were only the two of them in the office, and the tobacco pipe on the table was still emitting white smoke. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Tunan and compared it with Orochimaru in his heart. He suddenly found that there was no way to compare the two. Although Orochimaru was also intelligent and had high comprehension, he valued personal interests too much. His heart was unstable and he was not loyal enough. This little disciple in front of him could be said to be perfect in every aspect. It was simply as if he had been carved out from the same mold as himself. He would also share his worries, make him happy, and have a sense of justice. When Hiruzen Sarutobi thought of this, he felt a lot more gratified. He sighed softly and said, "Sigh, the only thing I'm angry about is that Orochimaru, as my disciple, is actually speaking up for Danzo." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into silence. The soft, light snowflakes outside the window were densely packed, fluttering like millions of jade scales falling from the sky, or like goose butterfly wings fluttering all over the sky. Hiruzen Sarutobi kept his head down, the expression on his face a little regretful and heartbroken. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Teacher." "Huh?" Uchiha Tunan looked into Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes and said firmly, "I will always stand on your side. If someone wants to harm you, I will do everything in my power to get rid of him. Even if I have to use the dirty tricks I hate the most." Uchiha Tunan's eyes were glowing, and there was a hint of viciousness in them. He looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi firmly. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not expect that Uchiha Tunan, who had always been polite, would have this side. Immediately, he was stunned and said, "Tunan, what do you mean?" Uchiha Tunan looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with fiery eyes and said gently, "Teacher, you have contributed so much to Konoha all these years, and you can even bear with the big picture and not oppose the daimyo. And your thoughts are so advanced that I always believe that you can lead Konoha to glory. Whoever goes against you is going against the village, and also against my faith. In private, I am your disciple. I am not that great. Everything I love comes from you. For you, even if I have to fall into darkness, I will not hesitate. Even if the whole world betrays you, I will always be your disciple." Uchiha Tunan's tone was sonorous and forceful, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. The light in his eyes flashed, and his eyes were full of worship as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been disappointed by Orochimaru's betrayal today, heard Uchiha Tunan's words that were similar to a confession. He had completely broken through his defenses. Ding! Gained Hiruzen Sarutobi's recognition. There were tears in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes as he said emotionally, "Good child, it's good that you have such a heart. Things haven't reached that point yet. I will take care of this matter properly." Uchiha Tunan shook his head and whispered, "Teacher, I will go to the competition, and I will take first place. I want to let everyone know that I am the disciple of the strongest Hokage. I want to be your pride. Please do not make things difficult for me. I have the confidence." When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, his heart trembled. He nodded repeatedly and said, "All right, if you need any help, just tell me." Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and pulled his hand out of Hiruzen Sarutobi's palm. Then, he held Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand back with both hands. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt the temperature of Uchiha Tunan's palm. The heat slowly entered his heart. "Teacher, thank you for taking care of me before. In the future, please don't treat me as a child. Sooner or later, I will grow into a towering tree, and I can shelter you from the wind and rain for Konoha." After that, Uchiha Tunan got up and walked out of the conference room. When he reached the door, Uchiha Tunan stopped and turned back to say, "Teacher, give me some time. I will definitely be able to help you." Then, Uchiha Tunan strode away. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the empty door and gently rubbed his eyes with his hand. He murmured, "This child." Then he took a deep breath, and his eyes shone again. He narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Old friend, I'm sorry. Konoha cannot be destroyed in your hands. Someone come. Hokage-sama. Send down the order. The first and second teams of the Umbu will start investigating Koharu and Hamura. Even the important people of their family need to be investigated one by one. Anyone who had come into contact with him would have a private transaction. Everything, regardless of whether there was concrete evidence or conjecture. 3 days later, present it all to me. Yes. Chapter 149, Gathering the Clansmen. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha Tunan walked alone on the street. It was still morning, and even though the snow was flying, the commercial street was still bustling with people. Uchiha Tunan did not put on any airs and squatted by the roadside, skillfully bargaining with the vendors. After a series of verbal attacks, they finally reached a consensus. After Uchiha Tunan happily paid the money, the peddler took the ingredients and went to the welfare home. Not long later, at the corner of the street, the figures of Konoha's garrison appeared. Uchiha Tunan inadvertently glanced at those people, and then turned to sit down in the breakfast shop. A waitress came to Uchiha Tunan with a smile. "Customer, what do you need?" Uchiha Tunan nodded and smiled. "1 bowl of porridge and 2 plates of pickled vegetables." "Sorry to trouble you. Please wait a moment." While waiting, Uchiha Tunan rested his elbows on the table and crossed his hands to block his lips. His lips trembled slightly as he activated the Curse of Wind. On the street, the captain of Konoha's garrison, who was patrolling, suddenly narrowed his eyes and glanced around. Then he said to the team members beside him, "You guys continue to patrol. I have something I need to talk to Captain Deep." "Okay." Late at night, Uchiha Tunan finally coaxed Lil Yin to sleep. The shadow clone was responsible for taking care of Lil Yin, and the real body put on a black cloak, quietly leaving the welfare home. The moon of early winter was clear and cold, and there was a silver light like ice. The entire Konoha was reflected in a pale white color. The cold wind was like a sharp sword dancing in the night sky, blowing the leaves and making sharp cries. In the territory of Uchiha, the shadows all quietly left home. They rushed toward the forest outside Konoha. Soon after, shadows fell from the trees and gathered under a cliff. An Uchiha clansman asked the oldest Uchiha clansman, "Shinji, is this the place?" Uchiha Shinji looked around. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he nodded and said, "It should be nearby." "You were not followed on the way here, right?" The group of Uchiha clansmen shook their heads and said, "No, we all took a detour to ensure that no one followed us." Uchiha nodded. "That's good. Everyone, take a break and wait for Tunan." Suddenly, an Uchiha clansman said with a worried face, "Shinji, do you think that Tunan has forgotten about Uchiha's clan because he has been following the Hokage for too long?" "Impossible, the great elder can't be wrong in judging people," Uchiha Shinji said confidently. Moreover, Tunan had done so much in the dark. He even took the risk to kill White Tooth and get rid of this higher-up's sharpest claws. The great elder even told me before. Tunan was still secretly sowing discord between the Hokage and the other higher-ups. If he did not want Uchiha, why would he do these things? Just follow the Hokage obediently. Another slightly older member of the Uchiha clan immediately echoed. "That's right, which Uchiha can do the same as Tunan? In any case, even if I die, I won't be able to swallow my anger and suck up to those people." When everyone heard this, they took their place and felt that it was really not easy for Uchiha Tunan. They nodded in agreement. Uchiha Shinji looked up at the cold moon in the sky and narrowed his eyes. "Speaking of which, it should be about time. Why isn't Tunan here yet?" "Goo goo. Goo goo." Right at this moment, the chirping of the white pigeons could be heard from all directions. Under the silver light of the cold moon, dense black shadows flashed past, as if a large group of crows had flown over. The black shadows that flew closer and closer became larger and larger, roaring as they flew up the cliff. In the end, the black mass merged together, forming a figure. Everyone looked at that figure with a vigilant expression. The figure took a few steps forward, arrived at the edge of the cliff, and looked down at everyone. Behind the cliff was a lonely and cold crescent moon. Only the scarlet rotating Sharingan could make people recognize that the person was from the Uchiha clan. "Everyone, are all of you here?" The cliff was not high, only about 10 meters high. Everyone activated their Sharingan to look at it, and they could vaguely see the appearance of Uchiha Tunan. But as a person of Uchiha, being looked down on like this, their mood was slightly unhappy. Was that an illusion just now? He actually arrived a long time ago, but we didn't discover him. To be able to deceive so many Uchiha clansmen with 3 tomo, it seems that the Great Elder is right. Tunan is the most likely Uchiha clansman to surpass the ninja world Azura. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shinji frowned deeply and said with a slight ease, "Tunan, why did you call us here?" Uchiha Tunan used his scarlet Sharingan to scan the crowd and coldly said, "Before Great Elder passed away, he gave me a list of trusted subordinates. There are 30 of them. Why did only 16 come?" Hearing this, Uchiha Shinji's brows tightened again. He hesitated for a moment and said, As far as I know, there are only 20 people. During this period of time, Jiro and Jin have been killed, and even their Sharingan has been dug out. There are 2 more people, they have something to do at the last minute, so they can't come. As for the other 10, we don't know who they are, but the Great Elder did not tell us. When Uchiha Tunan said 30 people, it was just to blow them up. After all, Uchiha Tunan could not guarantee that everyone who knew about him would agree with him. Sure enough, he could only gain the recognition of 12 people, but there were 20 people who knew about it. He could take advantage of this opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. There were many ways to kill people, so he had to let Orochimaru use this knife first. If there was a fish that escaped the net, then he would fish in troubled waters. Uchiha Tunan nodded indifferently and said, "This matter is of great importance. The Great Elder is only hiding it from you for the sake of the clan. I hope you can understand." Uchiha nodded and said, "We are not so stingy. The Great Elder naturally has his own thoughts. Everything is for the family." Uchiha Tunan put his hands behind his back and lowered his eyes. "This time, I gathered all of you because I have a mission to give." However, Uchiha Tunan's behavior made some of Uchiha's clansmen unable to bear it any longer. They saw Uchiha clansman take a few steps forward, raising his head to reveal his 3 tomo Sharingan. He glared at Uchiha Tunan and said, "Tunan, although you are someone the Great Elder thinks highly of, we are all your seniors. Please pay attention to your wording." Uchiha Tunan shifted his gaze to that person, and a sneer flashed across the corner of his mouth. "Words?" The next moment, the 3-hook jade counterclockwise instantly rotated once. The 3 magatama in the eyes of that person instinctively moved a little, and in an instant, the Sharingan closed automatically. He closed his eyes and fell straight to the ground. A few people cried out in alarm and quickly went over to help that person up. "He's fine. It's just that he lost too much mental strength and fainted." Chapter 150 Conspiracy. This was the first time that everyone looked at the strength of the youth above the cliff. They couldn't help but straighten their expressions and look at Uchiha Tunan with more light in their eyes. In Uchiha's clan, other than the special identities of the clan leader and the Great Elder, the others subconsciously followed strength. They began to be curious about the true strength of the young man above them. But they heard Uchiha Tunan say slowly, "During the period of revitalizing the family, I will not allow anyone to go against me. Xinliang has always been like this. Please don't mind him." Uchiha looked at Uchiha Tunan with a fanatical look in his eyes, and there was a hint of respect in his words. "It doesn't matter, I just gave him a small warning." Uchiha Tunan waved his hand casually, as if it was a trivial matter to subdue the 3 tomo Sharingan. Then he lowered his head and said with a serious face, "Let me first tell you about the current situation of Konoha. Because I successfully won the trust of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi has already removed his prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Hiruzen Sarutobi promised me in private that when I have the qualifications, he will push me to the position of Hokage." When Uchiha Tunan said this, his tone was only faint, as if this matter was as ordinary as eating and drinking tea. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of Uchiha clansmen were overjoyed and said, "Really? This is great. In this way, the Uchiha clan will be able to regain the glory of the Warring States period. This move is too wonderful." There is no need for internal strife at all. We can directly obtain political power. Be quiet. Uchiha Tunan's voice was clearly not loud. However, it was as if it had exploded in their ears, causing them to have no choice but to pay attention to it. This move caused everyone to feel some reverence towards it. Everyone immediately quieted down. However, Uchiha Tunan said coldly, "But now that the times have changed, Hiruzen Sarutobi is not the only one who has the final say in the higher-ups. The opposing forces are the forces led by Danzo. Recently, he had even gotten the support of the two Hokage consultants and Orochimaru. In some ways, his right to speak even surpassed Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for Danzo, he has always harbored evil intentions towards the Uchiha clan. He is our greatest enemy today." Speaking up to this point, Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and looked at the people below him, exchanging glances. Hearing this, everyone frowned. Obviously, they had never come into contact with the inside story of these higher-ups, so they naturally did not know about the complicated relationship between them. Everyone had always thought that Konoha's Hokage was right, but they never thought that there would be someone who would dare to go against him. Many people had never even heard of the name of Danzo. Only the older and more experienced people still had some impression of this name in their memories. Everyone was worried and began to make their own suggestions. "There's such a thing? Tunan, do you want to leave the Uchiha clan to support the Hokage? If that's the case, I think it's better for you to directly talk to the Fuyue as clan leader. He has always advocated getting close to the higher-ups." However, Uchiha Tunan immediately shouted, "No, as the #1 clan in Konoha, we can't easily stand on our side. If Hiruzen Sarutobi lost his power in the end, Uchiha's clan would be finished. We can't put all our chips on the table. So I only summoned you. According to the information I secretly obtained from the higher-ups, Orochimaru and Danzo seem to be conducting some kind of human experiment. All signs show that the recent death of Uchiha's clan is related to them." As soon as this was said, the people of Uchiha below all exploded. Everyone was shocked by this matter. No one would have thought that such a crazy thing was done by the higher-ups of Konoha. What? Jiro and Jin were not killed by the enemy's spies, but by the villagers? Let's go together to kill Orochimaru and Danzo, and take revenge for our people. Uchiha Tunan frowned, unable to stand these impulsive Uchiha people. Each of them had a carefree personality, and their words were very direct. No wonder, even though they were strong, they were still played by Konoha's higher-ups like fools. Uchiha Tunan immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Reckless! I called you all here today to find out the truth and find out who is behind this." After he finished speaking, the cries of the white doves immediately resounded in the surroundings. "Coup! Coup! Coup! Coup!" The densely packed white pigeons hovered in the air above the crowd, as if they were covering the sky. "This is the ninja beast I raised. From today onwards, your every move will be under their noses. Once someone meets an enemy, they will inform me. When I find the person behind the scenes, I will send a signal flare. You need to rush over quickly to prevent the enemy from running away." Uchiha frowned, but he thought of something and said with a worried face, "But, you just said that the person behind the scenes is likely to be Orochimaru." Uchiha Tunan said proudly, "You don't have to worry about this. With my current strength, Orochimaru is nothing to be afraid of. If I really fought, the only thing they needed to worry about was that he would escape. But I like to be extreme when I do things. If the person behind the scenes is really him, then I must kill him completely to prevent future troubles." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at each other and was a little speechless. In their opinion, Uchiha Tunan was a little too arrogant. Who was Orochimaru? What was his strength? There was no one in the entire Konoha village who didn't know him. However, Uchiha Tunan said confidently that he wanted to kill Orochimaru. It was extremely absurd, and everyone clicked their tongues. That's right, the Uchiha clan was born with the ability to act tough and ridicule. Most of the Uchiha clan members even trained their acting tough to perfection, turning it into muscle memory. However, to them, Uchiha Tunan's words were not acting tough. It was just bragging. Generally speaking, when Uchiha's clansmen encountered someone bragging, they would not hesitate to ridicule and expose it. However, Uchiha Tunan's bragging was not flawless, but full of loopholes. They did not even know where to start mocking. It was so awkward. After all, he was one of the Sannin. There were probably not many people in the entire village who could fight against him. Perhaps the former Hiruzen Sarutobi could, but now Hiruzen Sarutobi was over 50 years old. Orochimaru was definitely the ceiling of Konoha, relying on Uchiha Tunan, who was still wet behind the ears. Uchiha deeply coughed, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Tunan, I think we still need to discuss it. Uchiha Tunan's scarlet-red portfolio looked at Uchiha Shinji and said with a cold and arrogant face. I'm not here to discuss this with you. I'm just informing you. All you need to do is wait for my signal. Right, tell the other two guys about this. After saying that, he turned into a white pigeon and disappeared before everyone. The cold wind was like a knife scratching the face, like a merciless slap on the face. Everyone was embarrassed, and their faces were slightly red. They wanted to laugh, but felt that it was inappropriate. In the end, someone could not help breaking the silence and said to Uchiha, Shinji, this guy is too arrogant. Such an arrogant person, I really can't imagine that he has endured for so many years. It's too hard. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he actually learned to speak tactfully. The people around him also echoed. Uchiha Shinji took a deep breath and said, Sigh. Everyone, please be careful. After all, Tunan was still young and had endured for so long. It wasn't easy to have a chance to release them, so it was normal for them to be unable to control themselves. Everyone, please understand. Uchiha Tunan knew very well that he couldn't give Uchiha and his people a good face. Otherwise, they would definitely ride on his head and bully him. Moreover, these people had already been labeled as dead in Uchiha Tunan's heart, so he was too lazy to act with them. As for those seemingly arrogant words, Uchiha Tunan was just speaking the truth. Orochimaru was indeed strong, and his ninjutsu was strange and ever-changing. However, in a one-on-one situation, Uchiha Tunan believed that he could suppress his opponent. However, whether he could kill or not, Uchiha Tunan had no confidence. After all, in the whole world of ninjas, Orochimaru was definitely number one in terms of survival. Even if he killed Orochimaru on the spot, when would he revive from other places? However, Orochimaru was only a difficult opponent to deal with. In terms of combat power, he was not too much of a threat to him, and he was not very good at scheming. What he needed to do now was to wait for the opportunity to find Orochimaru's research base hidden in the dark. Chapter 151 Experimental Base. 2 days later. Late at night, everything was silent. In the dark forest dozens of miles away from the village. The night sky was vast and boundless, and the bright moon hung high in the sky like a silver plate. The stars in the distance timidly flickered with a lonely glimmer, and they carefully went further and deeper into space. The biting cold north wind whistled, blowing the bare branches in the forest back and forth, making sounds of crying, which sounded eerie and terrifying. In the dark and deep forest, a soft figure emerged from a tree. The man was wearing a white kimono. His face was completely pale, and his eyes were shining with a dangerous light. His whole body was gray and white, and he was out of place with the darkness, but the darkness of the night merged with his aura. It was Orochimaru, one of the Sannin of Konoha. Orochimaru left the tree and walked into the dark forest. About 10 minutes later, Orochimaru came out of the darkness, holding a test tube in his hand. Just now, it was Orochimaru who went to a specific place to get fresh experimental materials. In the test tube was a pair of eyes soaked in a special solution. There were some red blood threads floating around the eyeballs. The pupils on the eyeballs were round, staring straight in a direction, making people feel that it was horrifying. Orochimaru looked at the eyeballs in the test tube as he walked, and his slender tongue could not help but lick his lips, a satisfied look appearing on his face. Woo! Suddenly, Orochimaru raised his head vigilantly and looked around. However, he did not find anything strange. The cold wind was like a sharp sword waving in the night sky, scraping through the trees and woods, making sharp and naughty howls like wolves. It sounded so gloomy that it was scary. The dim moonlight sprinkled all over the earth, and the dense branches around were connected to a pale white color. Under the cold moonlight, the wild grass seemed to give birth to countless mysterious shadows. From a distance, it looked like a dark forest of undead flames, endless. Orochimaru put the test tube into his ninja bag, frowned, and muttered, "Is it because the intensity of the experiments recently is too high, and he is too nervous?" Although he said this, Orochimaru, who had always been cautious, stood in place without moving. Secretly casting ninjutsu, he mobilized countless small snakes to search for enemies that might be hiding in the forest. Sha sha sha. Countless small snakes of various colors swam through the weeds, with a pair of big bright eyes shining with dark green light. From time to time, they would spit out long letters from their mouths, searching for all life in the vicinity. Under the fear scale, the faint sound of snakes crawling could be heard. Hiss, the sound was accompanied by more and more sounds of friction between the flowers and trees on the ground as they moved quickly. Orochimaru also knew that his experiments could not be exposed. Especially since he had already offended Hiruzen Sarutobi, there might be an assassination unit sent by Hiruzen Sarutobi looking for him somewhere, secretly observing him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed bit by bit, and the place where the snakes could climb had already been climbed. The area within a few miles was filled with all kinds of poisonous snakes. Even the bare branches were covered with twisted black shadows. From time to time, there would be a few sporadic sounds around him, as if it were for the last struggle of life, as well as the cry for help before death. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. To be on the safe side, Orochimaru ordered the snakes to kill all the animals hibernating in the surroundings. This was to prevent people from using ninja beasts to secretly observe. After a while, Orochimaru finally confirmed that there were no signs of other creatures around. Only then did he relax and walk towards the entrance of the experimental base. When he arrived at the previous tree hole, Orochimaru first vigilantly stretched out his pale arm. His arm squirmed, and a snake head came out and looked into the tree hole. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Orochimaru went into the tree hole. The tree hole was very deep, and it was 7 or 8 meters deep. Orochimaru fell to the bottom, surrounded by hard stone walls, and in front of him was a pitch-black passage. Orochimaru walked into the passage with ease, stepping on the stone stairs as he walked down. After walking for dozens of meters, he arrived at the laboratory. This was Orochimaru's #1 laboratory, which contained the remains of various animals, as well as all kinds of medicinal herbs and reagents. This was just a cover-up. Orochimaru came to the corner of the room, stretched out his hand, and pressed on an area of the stone wall, pushing it slightly. The stone wall caved in. Next to him, a tightly closed stone door slowly opened. Orochimaru walked into the stone door, reached out and pressed on the switch next to the stone door, and the stone door slowly closed again. Then, Orochimaru could not wait to take out the test tube from his ninja bag. He came to the experiment table and carefully took out the eyeball from the test tube with tweezers, putting it into the container. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt his heart suddenly tighten. He frowned and quickly turned around, vigilantly looking around. This laboratory was much bigger than the experiments outside. There were human bodies sealed in the container, and there were ninja scrolls that he had developed on the bookshelf. On the operating table in the middle, there was a body that had been dissected. In the specially made cold liquid in the corner, there was also a storage of cells and various limbs and tissues of ninjas with bloodline limit. There was a bed and a chair in the innermost part of the laboratory, all for his rest. From Orochimaru's perspective, he could see the whole scene of the laboratory. However, even though there was nothing, Orochimaru could feel that the warning in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. This was an instinct that came from snakes, as if he was being watched by some powerful hunter. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, not daring to act rashly. He repeatedly observed everything in the laboratory. After all, there were all kinds of hidden ninjutsu in the world. Maybe someone would have a specific ninjutsu that could escape his perception and hide in an unexpected place. But if someone came in early, he would definitely be unable to resist touching the things in the laboratory. Orochimaru looked at every corner of the room and began to compare it with the time when he left. Time passed. Exactly the same. It was exactly the same. The entire laboratory did not change at all from when he left. Could it be his own illusion? He had come back too quickly, and the person had yet to touch his things. It was fine if it was just an illusion, but if there really was someone hiding here, as long as he found it. Thinking of this, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. His mouth revealed a strange smile, and he murmured in a gloomy tone, "Interesting." After saying that, Orochimaru slowly moved to the container that stored the human body. The transparent glass container was neatly arranged in a row. Orochimaru slowly moved his head to the glass wall of the container, carefully observing the human specimen that was soaked in a special solution. In this container was a man with his eyes tightly closed, but his facial features were very clear, as if he was about to open his eyes in the next second. Because his blood had been drained and he had been injected with a preservation solution, his skin was in a grayish-white state. His hair was floating in the liquid, and his face looked a little ferocious. Obviously, he did not die so happily. Well, this is not a problem. There is no life activity, and there is no trace of transformation. Orochimaru put his hand on the container and looked at the book as if he was touching something he loved very much. The expression on his face was also gentle and soft. However, in such an environment, there was no sense of warmth, just strange and horrifying. After confirming that there was no mistake, Orochimaru lowered his eyes, and his expression returned to normal. He then went to the next container and carefully observed it in the same manner. No problem. This is also no problem. Chapter 152 The Tide Turns. After checking all the human containers, Orochimaru was a little unconfident. Everything in the laboratory was plain to see, and there was no place to hide at all. Could it be that he used a special transformation technique to turn into something? If it was a normal transformation technique, it would definitely emit a strange chakra fluctuation at all times, and it would definitely not escape his perception. Orochimaru left the human container and walked in the laboratory with a solemn face. Compared to his eyes and perception, he believed in his instinct more. There must be something wrong here. Since the other party was hiding in the dark, it meant that he was afraid of him. Thinking of this, the corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled up slightly. He went to the bookshelf and casually tidied it up. He said in a hoarse voice, "Rats always like to hide in the dark corners, looking forward to Viper leaving early." As Orochimaru spoke, he stretched out his slender tongue and took a scroll from the top of the bookshelf. As he opened the scroll and read it, he smiled slyly. He kept using words to stimulate the possible enemies in the dark. At the same time, he secretly released the blade of killing intent. This was a special type of illusion technique. It could continuously accumulate killing intent through killing people, thus increasing the effect of the illusion technique. Of course, killing intent could not increase endlessly. It still had to be restrained by the spiritual energy of its own body. Otherwise, the backlash of killing intent would cause people to fall into madness. "I already know that you are hiding here. Wait a moment, I will find you soon. Do you see the corpses in those containers? They were all people who had entered this place before. Little mouse, your heart is beating so fast." Time passed by bit. In the entire laboratory, other than Orochimaru's muttering, there was no other movement. After a long time, Orochimaru still did not find anything strange. Was it really an illusion? At this time, Orochimaru was already a little suspicious of his instinct, and he stopped talking. He closed the scroll in his hand and put it back on the bookshelf. He looked around and licked his lips. Then, he reached for another scroll and prepared to take a good rest after reading it. After all, scientific experiments also needed to be combined with work and rest. However, when Orochimaru held the scroll in his hand, his pupils immediately contracted. Something was wrong. At this moment, a sinister voice rang out from behind Orochimaru. When a prey is facing a powerful hunter, they will often let out shrill cries. On one hand, he was suppressing his fear, and on the other hand, he was trying to scare the other party away. "Who is it?" Orochimaru shouted and suddenly turned around, looking in the direction of the sound. Facing him was the operating table, as well as rows of human containers. Orochimaru's gaze quickly swept over the row of human containers, and then fixed on the operating table. His face became playful. "What a good disguise. Are you still not going to show yourself? Interesting little mouse." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the body on the operating table was like a zombie. It stiffly turned its head and revealed a ferocious smile to Orochimaru. The internal organs in the chest that had been cut open gradually merged into a lump of meat. The meat paste was like a heart, beating slowly and rhythmically. In the next moment, the meat paste seemed to be peeled off, and the upper body of a black-haired youth came out. The black-haired youth held his hands vertically and lowered his head. This scene made Orochimaru feel as if he could see his own shadow, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Gradually, the black-haired youth slowly raised his head, revealing his scarlet and glistening Sharingan. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows slightly and said in surprise, "So it's you, Tunan-kun. I wonder what you want to do here." A strange smile appeared on the corner of Uchiha Tunan's mouth. His scarlet eyes stared straight at Orochimaru, and he said in a hoarse voice, "What do you think I can do here? Naturally, I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's right hand moved quickly, turning into long, slender snakes that surged towards Uchiha Tunan. Latent snake hands. Latent snake hands. However, to Orochimaru's surprise, Uchiha Tunan used the same technique as him. Countless poisonous snakes twisted and tore at each other, but they couldn't do anything to each other. The ability to copy the Sharingan? It can even copy my secret technique. Orochimaru was surprised. He silently put away his ninjutsu, and his right hand returned to its original state. Uchiha Tunan also put away his secret technique, and his mouth flashed with a trace of arrogance. He pointed at his Sharingan and said, "In front of my eyes, you have no chance. Orochimaru, you dare to betray Sensei. As his disciple, I want to clean up the door for my teacher." Hearing this, Orochimaru seemed to have heard an incredible joke, and immediately laughed towards the sky. He looked at Uchiha Tunan with a mocking expression. "Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. I thought it was something. It turned out that it was a fool who was thoroughly brainwashed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. To think that I overestimated your ability." When Uchiha Tunan heard this, his face instantly darkened. Orochimaru actually slandered his beloved Hiruzen Sarutobi in front of him. Uchiha Tunan's body gradually emerged from the meat paste, and he said coldly, "One of the legendary 3 ninjas. It seems that today is just a false reputation." Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness, and he slowly said, "Tunan-kun, do you really think I don't see this as an illusion?" As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's body surged with huge chakra fluctuation, and the entire laboratory suddenly shattered and reformed. The scene changed. Orochimaru was still standing at the door of the laboratory, and the door was still open. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tunan was sitting on the chair in the innermost part of the laboratory. However, at this time, Uchiha Tunan seemed to be in a very bad state. His whole body was slightly bent, his hands on the armrest, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He glared at Orochimaru, who was in front of him, with tears and blood flowing from the corners of his eyes. With a face full of resentment, he said, "How could this be?" Orochimaru unhurriedly took out the kunai from his ninja bag, turned it around a few times, and sneered. "The backlash from the illusion is really pitiful." After saying that, he quickly threw out the kunai in his hand. Uchiha Tunan forced himself to focus and his body suddenly leaned to the left, narrowly avoiding the kunai. Clang! Kunai stabbed deeply into the stone wall behind him. However, when Uchiha Tunan shifted his gaze to the door, his eyes immediately widened. It was unknown when Orochimaru's figure had disappeared. Suddenly, a thick snake sprang out from under the chair and bound Uchiha Tunan tightly in an instant. Orochimaru suddenly appeared behind the chair and stabbed toward Uchiha Tunan's neck with kunai in his hand. I admit that you have enough talent. You might surpass me in the future. But now, the weak ferocious beast still could not escape the fate of being devoured. Pfft. The kunai pierced through Uchiha Tunan's neck. However, Uchiha Tunan did not show any signs of pain on his face. Instead, he did not care about this fatal injury. The head turned 180 degrees in disbelief and looked at Orochimaru. A strange and sinister smile appeared on his face. Chapter 153 Fierce Duel. Seeing this, Orochimaru frowned, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. At the same time, a piercing sound of electricity and a cold and deep chanting rang out in the room. BZZZZZT. Lightning, line. A straight bolt of lightning shot out from the corner of the room. Puchi. In the blink of an eye, the lightning pierced through Uchiha Tunan and Orochimaru. On the other end of the lightning, Uchiha Tunan was wearing a black coat and was hanging upside down on the ceiling of the laboratory, his expression indifferent. And Uchiha Tunan, who was pierced by the lightning, turned into a white pigeon that scattered in all directions. Orochimaru looked down at the lightning that penetrated his abdomen and said with a face full of disbelief, I didn't expect that. Your illusion talent is stronger than the Uchiha I've seen, and you actually constructed a double illusion in a short time. However, you underestimate me too much. After saying that, Orochimaru raised his head and opened his mouth. A python jumped out from Orochimaru's mouth. The python opened its mouth. Orochimaru, on the other hand, came out of the python's mouth unscathed. His body, which had been pierced by the lightning, fell to the ground like meat paste. Orochimaru stood on the ground and looked at Uchiha Tunan with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. He made a seal with one hand. The next moment, the python behind him suddenly disintegrated, turning into a dense tide of snakes, rushing towards Uchiha Tunan. At this time, Uchiha Tunan had already put away the lightning. He looked indifferently at the incoming snake tide and said coldly, Traitor, die! As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan quickly formed a seal and opened his mouth to spit out dense fireballs. Fire escape, Phoenix Fire Claw. The earth-shattering fireballs smashed into the incoming snake tide. A violent explosion occurred after the flames touched the snake swarm. A huge roar echoed in the laboratory. A burnt smell filled the entire sealed space. In just a moment, all the snakes summoned by Orochimaru were burnt to a crisp. A hint of pride flashed through Uchiha Tunan's eyes. He reached out his hand to hold the short blade on his back and coldly snorted. Humph, Orochimaru, no matter how poisonous your snake is, it's useless if it can't bite anyone. Orochimaru's face was slightly ugly. He stared at Uchiha Tunan, who was hanging upside down on the ceiling, and his whole body was ready for battle. Damn it! The three Magatama Sharingan in Uchiha Tunan's eyes quickly turned, and his whole body burst out violent lightning. He immediately activated Thunder Spirit Wind Flash. In an instant, Uchiha Tunan's figure had already disappeared. However, he heard a loud shout from the laboratory. Die! In a flash, Uchiha Tunan had already appeared in front of Orochimaru. He raised the short blade in his hand and chopped down at Orochimaru. Clang! As one of Konoha's Sannin, Orochimaru naturally wasn't bad in terms of physical skills. He quickly raised kunai and blocked Uchiha Tunan's short blade. Powerful chakra fluctuation, along with the airflow between them, blew up the tips of their hair. Orochimaru's pupils slightly shrank, and he was a little surprised that the huge force coming from the bitterness was not weaker than his own. The next moment, the two figures disappeared in the laboratory. He saw that the laboratory was full of flashing shadows. However, it was the two of them quickly exchanging blows. Clang, 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 clang. The rapid and intense sound of metal clashing echoed in the laboratory. Uchiha Tunan was stronger in terms of speed and strength. After all, with the secret technique taught by Hiruzen Sarutobi, he could use both the thunder and earth attribute chakra at the same time to increase his strength and speed. There was also Sakumo's Thunder Spirit Wind Flash, which could reduce the air resistance between movement. Orochimaru was not weak either. As one of Konoha's Sannin, although his physical skills were not outstanding, he was still a level above ordinary ninjas. What's more, Orochimaru had also created his own body art. No matter what kind of tricky angle Uchiha Tunan attacked Orochimaru from, Orochimaru could easily block it. He even suppressed Uchiha Tunan. In the fierce fight, Orochimaru even had the strength to keep provoking Uchiha Tunan with words. Kid, physical skills are also something that cannot be lacked in the strength of ninjas. You dare to come to your death alone after knowing a few ninjutsu. I have to admire your courage. Uchiha Tunan's expression did not change. In the next instant, he appeared behind Orochimaru, and once again raised his short blade high, and fiercely chopped down towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru's arm unexpectedly turned 180 degrees, and used the kunai to block Uchiha Tunan's short blade. At this critical moment, a trace of a successful smile flashed across Uchiha Tunan's face, and he fiercely said, "You fell into a trap. My blade technique is not just this bit of endurance." In an instant, wind and thunder attribute chakra were attached to the short blade of chakra. This was the ultimate profound meaning of the wooden sword technique. It allowed the short blade to have the cutting attribute of wind attribute chakra as well as the paralysis attribute of lightning attribute chakra. ZZ. The short blade of chakra flashed in all directions, and wind blades flew everywhere. Before he could even touch it, Orochimaru felt a sharp feeling. Not good. Orochimaru shouted in his heart. Ka! The moment kunai came into contact with the short blade, he was cut apart like tofu by the short blade. Moreover, the cutting surface was extremely smooth. The remaining power of the short blade did not decrease, and in the blink of an eye, it cut through Orochimaru's body. After doing all of this, the corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled into a victorious smile, and he slowly put the short chakra blade back into the scabbard. Orochimaru was frozen in place, staring at Uchiha Tunan with his eyes wide open, and said in disbelief, How could it be like this?" As soon as his voice fell, Orochimaru's upper body slowly slid down. His internal organs and blood were all over the ground, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Uchiha Tunan looked at Orochimaru's body with a proud face. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he snorted coldly from his nostrils. Humph. Poochie. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan's eyes widened. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the tip of his chest. His whole body trembled and he gritted his teeth. He seemed to be enduring great pain. He said incredulously, "What? When?" At this moment, Orochimaru stuck his head out from behind Uchiha Tunan and leaned his head close to Uchiha Tunan's ear. Orochimaru's face flashed with a cold sneer. The prey will always be the prey. No matter how brave you are, no matter how fierce you are, you still can't escape the fangs of a poisonous snake. It turned out that Orochimaru came out from the charred remains of a poisonous snake on the ground. Uchiha Tunan coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of thick blood. His entire body fell straight backwards. Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the corpse of Uchiha Tunan, who was lying on the ground, dead. The corner of his mouth curved into a cruel smile, and he muttered, "It seems that my luck is not bad today. The 3 Magatama Sharingan was sent to me." Chapter 154 Detonate the Trap. Suddenly, Orochimaru's brows twitched. He stared at Uchiha Tunan, who was lying on the ground with an unwilling expression, and a playful expression appeared on his face as he said, He's not completely dead yet." Uchiha Tunan coughed out a mouthful of blood, and weakly said, "It seems that Orochimaru-sama likes Sharingan a lot." Hearing this, Orochimaru frowned, feeling a little uneasy. "What do you mean?" Lying on the ground, Uchiha Tunan raised his hand with difficulty. Then, he pointed to the deepest part of the laboratory behind Orochimaru. At the same time, a gentle and indifferent voice came from behind Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-sama, the ninjutsu you studied is very interesting. But it's a bit too sinister and cruel." Orochimaru was startled, and felt a chill down his spine. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the deepest part of the laboratory. In the innermost chair of the laboratory, Uchiha Tunan crossed his legs and concentrated on watching the ninjutsu scroll spread out on his legs. At the same time, the body of Uchiha Tunan on the ground turned into white pigeons that spread their wings and flew up. Orochimaru stared at Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting on the chair with a serious face, and said with an ugly expression, "Was it still an illusion just now? It seems that your eye power is stronger than I imagined." Uchiha Tunan did not pay any attention to Orochimaru, but quietly sat there and watched the ninjutsu on the scroll. The atmosphere fell silent. The more it was like this, the more pressure one felt. Orochimaru's forehead overflowed with cold sweat, and he stretched out his slender tongue to brush up the long hair on his forehead. With a stiff smile on his face, he said, "Tunan-kun, if you like these scrolls, I will give them to you." When Uchiha Tunan heard this, he said. Only then did he raise his head. He reached out and adjusted his glasses. He gently shook his head and said, "I don't deserve it. Moreover, these ninjutsu were developed by you, Orochimaru-sama. Because of this, I put in so much sweat. How can I accept these ninjutsu? However, in order to prevent these vicious ninjutsu from being spread out, it would harm the world. I will help you keep it for the time being, and then hand it over to teacher Sarutobi to deal with." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan sealed all these ninjutsu scrolls into the storage scroll, and then put them into the ninja bag. At this moment, Orochimaru's face was completely gloomy, and he said in a threatening tone, "If you do this, only one of us can get out alive." Uchiha Tunan leisurely stood up and calmly looked at Orochimaru. He faintly said, "I don't know which of the two will survive this encounter. But I know that I will definitely live. It's hard to say." At this moment, Orochimaru was full of killing intent, and his eyes were emitting a soul-stealing light. With just a pair of Sharingan, with just 3 illusions? Uchiha Tunan lightly shook his head, and said in a gentle voice, No, you are one of the Sannin that can shock the world. This kind of attack-type illusion technique cannot kill people, it can only destroy the spirit and will of people. And for you, the hypnotism-type illusion technique is too easy to detect. Right now, you are still in your prime, I do not expect to be able to kill you with it." Hearing this, Orochimaru frowned and said, "Then what right do you have?" The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly, and he said gently, "I'm the same as your reliance. I rely on my own strength." Suddenly, Orochimaru raised his eyebrows and said fiercely, "You used your shadow clone to send the signal." Uchiha Tunan nodded seriously and said, "Yes, Orochimaru-sama, you are completely finished. Unless you can get rid of me within 20 minutes. I have to go and complain to teacher Sarutobi now." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan quickly formed a seal with both hands and then slapped the ground. Earth escape, earth-splitting technique. Boom! A crack appeared on the ceiling of the laboratory, and the rocks moved to both sides, revealing the cold moonlight outside. The moment the crack appeared, Uchiha Tunan leaped up and fled upwards. "Want to run?" Orochimaru roared, his hands quickly forming seals, and then he stretched out his hand and slapped the ground. Secret art, evil snake winding. A thick snake suddenly sprang out from the ground, smashing towards Uchiha Tunan in the sky. In the sky, Uchiha Tunan lowered his head to look at the incoming giant snake, and his right hand quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the palm of his right hand, condensing into a thunderball. Just as Uchiha Tunan was about to use the thunderball to attack the snake, Orochimaru did not wait for Uchiha Tunan to launch an attack. He quickly made a series of hand seals and launched ninjutsu first before Uchiha Tunan. Secret technique, evil snake arm explosion. Bang! The giant snake suddenly exploded. The power of the explosion of flesh and blood was no less than that of dozens of exploding talismans. The powerful air currents created by the explosion blew up the smoke and dust, causing the sky to turn dark and the earth to turn dark. The trees in the forest bent into a bow and let out a whistling sound in the wind. After the smoke and dust dispersed, Orochimaru's figure appeared on a bare branch, and he stared at the center of the smoke and dust. Orochimaru-sama, are you looking for me? Orochimaru's pupils shrank when he heard this, and he turned around to look behind him. He didn't know when, but Uchiha Tunan had already appeared behind Orochimaru. Lightning flashed all over his body, attacking towards Orochimaru's back. However, this level of attack naturally did not cause too much trouble for Orochimaru. Uchiha Tunan punched through Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru instantly turned into a ball of white smoke. At some point in time, Orochimaru used shadow clone technique to confuse Uchiha Tunan. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's real body had already appeared in the distance. After fighting for a while, Orochimaru had completely placed Uchiha Tunan in the same position as him. He no longer dared to underestimate him. Orochimaru, who appeared in the distance, looked extremely gloomy at this moment, and muttered. He can actually use illusion. How can his Sharingan have such strong power? Is this really just 3 tomo? Or is his illusion talent too high? Suddenly, Orochimaru raised his eyebrows, and his face became a little pale. Huh. He actually used poison in front of me. It's still this kind of inferior poison. He's really naive. Bang! A huge mushroom cloud rose up from the forest. It was like fireworks blooming in the night sky, and in the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of several miles. The high temperature and strong winds spread from the center of the explosion in all directions. All the animals and plants near the center of the explosion were blown to pieces, and the trees far away were also uprooted by the strong wind. Uchiha Tunan took advantage of the time when Orochimaru left the laboratory to set up hundreds of 3-guard explosive talismans in the soil. This explosion blew up 30 million times in front of Uchiha Tunan. Half a minute later, the smoke gradually thinned, allowing people to vaguely see what was inside. The place where Orochimaru was just now was already a huge deep pit. In the deep pit, there were several giant black pythons that curled up and died with their eyes open. Chapter 155, Snakes and Dragons. A moment later, Orochimaru slowly crawled out of the python's mouth. His entire body was covered in smoke, and he looked extremely miserable. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Kid, you've infuriated me." He quickly made a series of hand seals, slapped the ground, and shouted angrily. Psychic spell, all snake formation. In the blink of an eye, the entire forest was filled with rustling sounds. It was Orochimaru who had summoned thousands of poisonous snakes, big and small. The biggest one was as big as the corpses of the pythons behind him, and the smallest one was as thin as a pinky. Those who didn't know would have thought that Orochimaru had moved the entire dragon cave here. Uchiha Tunan raised his head, and the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes quickly rotated, and he looked around. There were wandering poisonous snakes everywhere, and Uchiha Tunan seemed to be in a sea of snakes. Then he pointed to the sky, and then pointed to the ground. However, Uchiha Tunan forgot how to use the technique. The Buddha's finger gave people the feeling that he had entered the realm of being the only one in the world, without joy or sadness. Uchiha Tunan simply learned the finger technique of the Buddha in his previous life. It was as if he had entered the realm of being the most supreme in the world. He said with a sad expression, "Looks like I'm going to start a massacre today. It's truly a sin, a sin. Ninjutsu, 1,000 hands kill." In an instant, a pure white 1,000 hands guanin appeared behind Uchiha Tunan. At this moment, a poisonous snake closest to Uchiha Tunan raised its head and spat out a sharp blood-red tongue. It pounced towards Uchiha Tunan. There was a first and a second, and countless poisonous snakes pounced on Uchiha Tunan. The moment the poisonous snakes attacked, the thousand-hand guanin behind Uchiha Tunan instantly transformed into an angry Vajradharma idol. The dense fist swung at the incoming poisonous snakes. Bang 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 bang. No matter how many poisonous snakes pounced towards Uchiha Tunan. Before he could even reach his body, he was blasted apart by Buddha's fist. Blood mist filled the sky, and the dripping blood flowed into a pool, continuously spreading in all directions. Orochimaru looked at the ferocious Uchiha Tunan with an incredulous look on his face. Genjutsu is top-notch, his physical skill is not weaker than his own, and even his ninjutsu is so strong. Does this guy have no shortcomings? This is the secret skill of the Temple of Fire. Where did you learn it? Uchiha Tunan pointed to the sky and the ground with one finger. His face was full of compassion, as if he was an eminent monk. I once escorted Master Jigo. The master said that I have a pure heart and a root of wisdom. In the future, I will definitely lead the world to peace. So he taught me this secret technique that can only be learned with flawless kindness. Orochimaru, this move is specially designed to restrain demons like you. Why don't you just surrender? Orochimaru took a deep breath and slowly nodded. No wonder only the first Hokage has learned the secret technique of the Fire Temple. So there was such a requirement, what a pity. After saying that, Orochimaru looked up at the sky. It had already been 10 minutes since he sent the signal. Through the perception of the snakes on the outside, Orochimaru found that there were more than a dozen people running toward him. Damn it! Didn't they say 20 minutes? Why are all the people arriving in 10 minutes? Without further ado, he had to hurry up and get rid of this troublesome fellow. Orochimaru took a bite of his thumb and quickly made a series of hand seals and slammed it on the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. A strong white smoke rose. A huge, towering serpent appeared under Orochimaru's feet. The moment the serpent appeared, the serpent summoned by Orochimaru couldn't bear the pressure of the serpent's bloodline, and they all retreated into the distance. After the serpent appeared, it roared at the sky, and then said in a deep voice, Orochimaru, 2 of the sacrifices last time were sick. I don't want to eat a mouthful of stink. This time, I want to be alive enough. Orochimaru stared at Uchiha Tunan in the distance with a solemn face. Help me kill this little brat first. Manda slowly lowered his head, his huge snake eyes reflecting Uchiha Tunan's small and thin body. He immediately said in a contemptuous tone, Oh! The little ghosts of the Uchiha clan are not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. As he spoke, he swung his huge snake tail towards Uchiha Tunan's head. The thick snake tail brought along a biting cold wind as it whistled over. Uchiha Tunan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately activated the lightning wind flash to quickly dodge this fatal blow. When he was in the air, his hands turned into illusions and quickly formed seals. The moment he landed on the ground, he fiercely pressed his hands on the ground and shouted, Immortal Technique, Multiple Dragon Overturning Technique. This was Sarutobi Shinosuke's signature ninjutsu. Uchiha Tunan had specifically learned this move from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now, Uchiha Tunan had inherited Jigo's legacy. He had learned the immortal arts that belonged exclusively to the human race. Rumble! Within a radius of several miles, the earth trembled wildly, and earth dragons that were no less than 10,000 snakes emerged from the soil. Because of the appearance of the earth dragons, the entire earth seemed to suddenly drop a little like the sea level. Uchiha Tunan produced more than 10 earth dragons in one breath. These huge earth dragons looked like the tails of some huge creature in the night. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Tunan's attack and was shocked. This little brat has such a large amount of chakra, damn it. Under Uchiha Tunan's control, the earth dragons charged towards Manda. Manda was naturally not to be outdone. He swung his snake tail and heavily struck the earth dragon at the front. Bang! Under the powerful force, the earth dragon was smashed into pieces. It broke into pieces of huge rocks and smashed into the ground. The snake tail of Manda was also bleeding at this time. It hurts! Orochimaru, how did you provoke this guy? Manda had thought that these earth dragons were the same as earth dragons, but he had never expected them to be so hard. He had only defeated one earth dragon, but he had already become like this. Orochimaru looked at the dozen or so earth dragons that were charging at him, and his expression was extremely unsightly. He quickly formed a seal and slapped the head of Manda, roaring, "Triple Rashomon!" The 3 Rashomon was summoned by Orochimaru, blocking the path that earth dragon had to take. Rumble! The dozen or so earth dragons crazily struck the Rashomon. 1 layer. 2 layers. 3 layers. In the end, Rashomon Gate managed to block all of the earth dragons. 2 of the Rashomons had been completely destroyed, and even the third one was already in a semi-disabled state. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru and Manda could not help but heave a sigh of relief at the same time, spitting out their tongues. However, before they could celebrate too early, Uchiha Tunan continued to channel immortal chakra into the earth. Rumble! Huge earth dragons once again emerged from the ground, opened their mouths, and roared towards the sky. I don't want Orochimaru's offerings this time. I have something to do, so I'll be leading first. Seeing this scene, Manda immediately threw away Orochimaru without any backbone and dispelled his summoning jutsu. At this moment, Orochimaru felt a sense of powerlessness. He was one of Konoha's Sannin. One day, he was forced into such a situation by a junior. Chapter 156, just a little bit more. At this moment, Orochimaru keenly noticed that there were more than a dozen Uchiha clansmen around him. He saw a group of Uchiha people coming to the outer area of the battlefield. Looking at the devastated land, and the huge earth dragons that were like tails standing behind Uchiha Tunan. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes were full of horror, and some people even subconsciously exclaimed. The Uchiha clansman immediately asked, "Tunan, what happened?" Uchiha Tunan said with a serious face, "One of us died, his Sharingan was taken by Orochimaru." That was Orochimaru's experimental base. He was secretly conducting human experiments, including the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, the group of Uchiha clansmen became angry and looked at Orochimaru fiercely. For the Uchiha clan, Sharingan was an extremely important thing. It was the foundation of the inheritance of the Uchiha clan, and there was actually someone who dared to covet the power of the Uchiha clan. What? Damn it! I didn't expect that the one who killed Uchiha would be Konoha's Sannin Orochimaru. I didn't expect Orochimaru to be such a person. Everyone attack together, kill him, and take revenge for our clansmen. The group of Uchiha clansmen all activated their Sharingan and used their respective skills on Orochimaru. Jinjutsu, Hypnosis. Jinjutsu, Hell Eye Technique. Fire Style, How Fireball Technique. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Lightning Style, Thunder Dragon Technique. Lightning Style, Thunder Blast Technique. Many ninjutsu and jinjutsu attacked Orochimaru at the same time. In an instant, they bombarded Orochimaru's body, and a violent explosion occurred, raising a cloud of dust. Uchiha Tunan took this opportunity to aim at Uchiha's clansmen and secretly counted the heads in his heart. It seemed that all the people who knew the secret were here. At this moment, a huge cloud of smoke and dust surged. The next moment, accompanied by a mournful roar, a huge monster appeared under the cold moonlight. This was Orochimaru's final trump card, the Yamata no Orochi. The white Yamata no Orochi shook its 8 heads and continuously spat out its forked tongue, giving off a sinister hiss. His body was still wriggling, as if he would suddenly attack in the next second and swallow everyone in one gulp. The 8-headed snake, which was even larger than a hill, gave everyone a heavy sense of oppression. The snake in the middle of the 8-headed snake opened its mouth, and half of Orochimaru's body emerged from its mouth. His face showed a look of madness. All of you will die here. The group of Uchiha clansmen had never seen such a huge monster before, and their faces were full of fear. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, and said in a trembling voice, "Is this a summoned beast? This is a monster, right?" It's even bigger than Orochimaru's summoned beast. The ninjutsu we just released was completely useless against it. This seems to be the legendary 8-headed Great Snake. When Uchiha Tunan saw that these Uchiha clansmen showed signs of fear, he immediately shouted, "I will distract him. You all go and kill his main body." Everything was for the glory of Uchiha. With that, Uchiha Tunan controlled more than 10 earth dragons to charge at the 8-headed Great Snake. In a flash, several earth dragons were smashed by the 8-headed Great Snake. The remaining earth dragons wrapped around the heads and tails of the 8-headed Great Snake. Looking from afar, the earth dragons were like chains, firmly locking the 8-headed Great Snake on the ground. Uchiha Tunan only felt that the immortal chakra in his body was rapidly depleting. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't just stand there, hurry up. Ninjutsu is useless against him, use taijutsu to kill his body." Everyone saw that Uchiha Tunan could actually control such a terrifying thing. The timidity in his heart also faded a bit, and a look of resentment appeared on his face again. Thinking about how his clansmen had been killed by Orochimaru, the anger in his heart became even stronger. They all rushed towards Orochimaru, who was in the middle of the snake. While Orochimaru controlled the Yamata no Orochi to compete with the Earth Dragon, he spat out a cold sword from his mouth, holding it in his hand. This was the Kusanagi sword. The legendary divine artifact possessed the sharpness to cut through everything. When Uchiha Tunan saw this, a pleasantly surprised expression flashed in his eyes. My God, I never thought that there would be an unexpected harvest this time. In the original work, although Enma had the unbreakable diamond body, the Kusanagi sword still easily broke its defense. He was planning to seize the unbreakable diamond body of Enma. He was worried about how to break the defense of Enma after gaining recognition. Now this opportunity was in front of him. He had to seize the opportunity. The divine tool is owned by the virtuous, and this thing should be fated with me. The group of Uchiha clansmen followed the body of the Yamata no Orochi, jumped around Orochimaru, and took out kunai to attack him. However, Orochimaru had the divine tool, the sword of Kusanagi, so dealing with these Uchiha clansmen was simply like having no equal. There was a flurry of killing on the spot. The first few Uchiha clansmen who did not know what was going on were still foolishly using their kunai to block the attack of the Kusanagi sword. In the end, even kunai was cut in half in an instant. The Uchiha clansmen behind him learned their lesson. Facing Orochimaru's attack, they no longer resisted head-on. He wanted to attack from all directions. With Earth Dragon holding him back, Orochimaru needed to split his mind and control the snake. His killing speed slowed down. Seeing this, Uchiha Shinji said anxiously, "Tunan can't do it, we can't do anything to him." Uchiha Tunan immediately shouted, "You guys delay him a little longer, I will immediately release the ultimate forbidden technique taught to me by the Hokage, I will definitely be able to kill him." Uchiha Tunan's voice gave people a feeling of confidence. His determined eyes revealed his confidence. When the Uchiha clansmen saw this, they had a bit more confidence in Uchiha Tunan. "All right." Uchiha clansman nodded heavily. After that, he quickly exchanged glances with the other Uchiha clansmen and once again rushed towards Orochimaru. Soon, under Orochimaru's attacks, one by one, the Uchiha clansmen died one after another, leaving only 6 people behind. And almost all of these 6 people were wounded, blood flowing from their bodies, and deep sword marks were everywhere. It could be seen how dangerous the battle just now was. At this time, these 6 people were already timid, looking at each other in dismay. Their hands stopped moving, afraid that they would lose their lives like their companions. Just like this, they stood on the snake body of the Yamata no Orochi, keeping enough distance from Orochimaru, and were on full alert, not daring to attack him. Uchiha Tunan looked, how could this be? If these people were released, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Thus, he secretly controlled the 2 earth dragons to disintegrate on their own. The 8-headed great snake lost its restraints and 2 heads appeared. It immediately bit towards the remaining Uchiha clansmen. "Tunan, what happened?" "Tunan, save me!" In an instant, the two Uchiha clansmen were buried in the snake's mouth. Blood flowed down the corner of the snake's mouth and was finally licked clean by the snake's tongue. In the distance, Uchiha Tunan shouted, "Hold on a little longer, I'll be fine soon." After a few breaths, another Uchiha clansman was accidentally swallowed by the eight-headed great snake. Ah! Seeing that they were not dead yet, Uchiha Tunan continued to encourage them with words. "Hold on a little longer. The forbidden technique will be ready soon. Hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer." Uchiha narrowly avoided the snake's mouth and roared. "There are only the three of us left. Tunan, how much longer do you need? Is it not done yet?" As soon as his voice fell, the moonlight above his head dimmed instantly. Uchiha Shinji subconsciously raised his head. Ah! In the empty wilderness, two chewing sounds rang out at the same time. This eight-headed great snake ate people and chewed them. It sounded crispy. The last member of Uchiha's tribe had collapsed the moment his two teammates were eaten. He could no longer hold on. He immediately rolled and climbed down from the eight-headed great snake, running towards Uchiha Tunan. At this time, both of Uchiha Tunan's hands had already completely left the ground, and he stopped his ninjutsu. His eyes were burning as he stared at the distant Yamata no Orochi, and his scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan was rapidly spinning, forming a black circle. It was those Uchiha clansmen who had just died that had contributed a lot of eye power to him. Uchiha Tunan even felt that the surging eye power seemed to touch a layer of membrane from time to time. It was as if as long as he put in more effort, he could easily break this layer of membrane. "Manjikyu, my Manjikyu, are you here?" Uchiha Tunan was immersed in the rapid growth of his eye power, and his hands couldn't help but open, as if he wanted to embrace the world. This feeling was too wonderful. Chapter 157, Invincible Evil. It seems to be a little lacking. Yes, there is another person who has not died. Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. The plan was about to succeed. He was looking forward to getting rid of the last person without the Earth Dragon binding him. However, Orochimaru, who was controlling the Yamata no Orochi, did not move. Instead, he focused his attention on Uchiha Tunan. Obviously, he had also heard what Uchiha Tunan had just said. Now that Uchiha Tunan had stopped the powerful dragon reversal technique, he must have prepared the forbidden technique. Especially when Uchiha Tunan opened his hands, as well as the confident smile on his face, Orochimaru was extremely worried. If even such an exaggerated dragon flipping technique was not his trump card, then how terrifying would his forbidden technique be? What other secrets did this guy have? What was his final goal? To be on the safe side, Orochimaru decided to take a look at the situation before making a decision, so that he wouldn't be able to run away later. For a moment, Orochimaru didn't dare to act rashly, and he didn't control the Yamata no Orochi to kill that Uchiha clansman. Just like that Uchiha clansman ran all the way and stopped in front of Uchiha Tunan. He bent his waist, put his hands on his knees, and gasped for breath. He raised his head and looked at Uchiha Tunan with a hopeful gaze. "Tunan, are you done?" At this time, the Uchiha clansmen looked at Uchiha Tunan, who had opened his hands. The fear in their hearts also disappeared a little. Staying by Uchiha Tunan's side made him feel an unprecedented sense of security. In his heart, he had already begun to imagine the scene of Uchiha Tunan using a super powerful forbidden technique to kill Orochimaru in one fell swoop to avenge his clansmen. Thinking like this, the expression on his face became even more expectant. The smile on Uchiha Tunan's face did not decrease. His scarlet Sharingan aimed at that Uchiha clansman and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you for your hard work." He then turned his gaze to the distant Yamata no Orochi and said in a clear voice, "Orochimaru-sama, it seems that you are not ruthless enough. Don't you know that you have to eliminate the roots?" The Uchiha clansman frowned when he heard this. He did not understand what Uchiha Tunan meant by this. He said with a puzzled face, "Tunan, what are you talking about?" But when he saw Uchiha Tunan looking at him, although his gentle smile did not change, he could always feel some gloominess from it, making him suddenly feel a little uneasy. The next second. ZZ. Puchi. Lightning flashed in Uchiha Tunan's right hand and penetrated the heart of the Uchiha clansman. His heart was penetrated, and blood flowed down the wound. It dyed his clothes red and dripped to the ground. The Uchiha clansman stared at the smiling Uchiha Tunan in disbelief. His lips trembled and he said, "Why?" He trusted Uchiha Tunan so much. So many clansmen died in battle because of Uchiha Tunan's words, but in the end, this was the result. In the next moment, the lightning attribute chakra in Uchiha Tunan's right hand exploded. Bang! That Uchiha clansman was instantly blown into a ball of blood mist, and his bones were gone. Orochimaru, who was watching from a distance, was stunned. He stuck out his long tongue and flicked his bangs, then said in a hoarse voice, "Tunan-kun, what are you doing today? I really can't understand you anymore." They gathered Uchiha's people to expose him, but they only wanted to use his own hands to kill these people. What was his intention? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, wanting to re-examine Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan dispersed the lightning in his hands, and with a look of disgust, he waved his hand and said, "These people are all members of the Konoha opposition party of Uchiha clan. They want to rebel and seize the power of Konoha. As the disciple of the Hokage, the heir of the Will of Fire. Naturally, they have the obligation to remove these unstable elements." Hearing this, Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. Old man Hiruzen actually took in a good dog." Uchiha Tunan saw that Orochimaru called him a dog, and there was not a trace of anger in his heart. After all, being angry would only harm him, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Moreover, if words could kill, then what was the point of having strength? At this time, Uchiha Tunan felt a little pity in his heart. Just now, when that Uchiha clansman died, he did not obtain the inheritance. Obviously, that person did not acknowledge him. However, from the feeling just now, the continuous accumulation of eye power should be able to promote the Sharingan. Now his eye power was so strong, as long as the fluctuation of emotions was strong, he could directly open Mangekyo. Sometimes, having a good mentality was not a good thing. He really wanted to make himself angry. Uchiha Tunan reached out and adjusted his glasses, saying righteously, "Orochimaru, not only did you betray teacher Sarutobi, you even conducted inhumane human experiments in private. An evil person like you should be killed by heaven and earth." Orochimaru's face darkened, and he said coldly, "What do you know? If you want to improve in the ninja realm, someone has to be sacrificed. You're just like that old guy Hiruzen Sarutobi. Helpless idealist. It makes people feel disgusted." Orochimaru said, as if he was disgusted, and spat out. Uchiha Tunan straightened his body, his hands unhurriedly forming seals, his mouth continuously saying, "You can slander me, but you can't slander teacher Sarutobi." Orochimaru felt that he could not drag this on any longer, and immediately shouted, "Go to hell then." As he spoke, he urged the eight-headed great snake to walk towards Uchiha Tunan. Its huge body squirmed on the ground, and its body rubbed against the ground, leaving a considerable mark. The blood around it also announced that a fierce battle had occurred here. At this time, because of the gift of those clansmen, the chakra in Uchiha Tunan's body was still sufficient. However, he had already used up more than half of his immortal energy. But it had been almost 20 minutes since the two of them fought. The battle between the two of them was so big, presumably, Konoha's ninjas should be arriving soon. What he needed to do now was to stall Orochimaru. When Konoha's people arrived, everything would be set in stone. Uchiha Tunan clapped his hands on the ground. Immortal technique, multi-dragon transformation technique. The previous situation repeated itself again. The bright moon was still hanging high in the sky, and even its position did not move much. However, the scenery below had changed dramatically. looking down from the sky. The originally silvery white forest had now become barren, scorched earth. Under the moonlight, the eight-headed great snake's entire body shone with silver light. As for the thick earth dragons, they seemed to transform into chains, tightly binding the eight-headed great snake and locking it on the ground. This was because the body of the eight-headed great snake was too powerful, many times stronger than the 10,000 snakes. If he forced the earth dragon to collide with it, it would only be easily smashed. In the mouth of the eight-headed snake, Orochimaru's body turned into a white phosphorus snake body, constantly swimming around the body of the eight-headed snake, and he used Kuzunagi's sword to cut the earth dragon into pieces. And every time a earth dragon was broken, Uchiha Tunan would immediately summon another one to replenish it. But this could only delay the footsteps of the eight-headed snake, and could not completely stop it. Orochimaru shouted as he slashed at the earth dragon. The Yamata no Orochi has already merged with me. Let's see how many more chakra you have left to stop me. Uchiha Tunan said calmly. I really didn't expect that the Yamata no Orochi would be so powerful. It has countless trump cards. To be honest, I can't do anything to your eight-headed great snake right now. I miscalculated. The snake eyed Uchiha Tunan and said, Then are you going to surrender? Uchiha Tunan lightly shook his head and said, No, don't forget, I am a junior. It is only natural that I can't beat Orochimaru-sama, one of Konoha's Sannin. Even if I lose, I can be proud of it. But you are different, as long as you can't kill me today. From now on, you can only become a stray dog who can't even win against a child. Uchiha Tunan's tone was light, as if he was telling a truth, but it stabbed into Orochimaru's heart. Orochimaru's face was ugly. You want to drag me and wait for that old man, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to come. Uchiha Tunan admitted that he would not lie since he was a child. Otherwise, I don't think that Orochimaru-san can fight against the entire Konoha. You don't have the ability. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yamata no Orochi seemed to go crazy, desperately tearing at the earth dragon that was wrapped around its body. In an instant, the earth dragon's speed of collapse exceeded Uchiha Tunan's rate of replenishment. Uchiha Tunan slightly raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, you're angry from embarrassment and want to kill me. After saying that, he simply stopped the dragon flipping art and his hands turned into phantoms to quickly form seals. Immortal Jutsu, Flame Dragon Technique. Uchiha Tunan spat out flames that filled the sky. The flames turned into a fire dragon that was much larger than any other earth dragon in the air, and smashed towards the Yamata no Orochi. Seeing this, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule, and he did not put any defense on this fire-style ninjutsu. Ha ha ha. I am not afraid of fire. The fire dragon instantly hit the body of the Yamata no Orochi. In an instant, the entire body of the Yamata no Orochi was ignited with raging flames. However, the Yamata no Orochi had the ability to resist ninjutsu. The flames only burned for a moment before dissipating. White smoke was coming out of Orochimaru's body, and he looked a little dusty. He frowned slightly and said, Huh. You really make me more and more surprised. Your fire release actually pretty good. Uchiha Tunan stared at the eight-headed snake that was about to approach, and his eyebrows slightly raised. It seemed that the proportion of immortal energy was too small, and the power was still a lot weaker. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Tunan, who had exhausted all his tricks, and a hint of satisfaction flashed through his eyes. Let me end you. After I kill you, I will dig out your eyes and make use of the value it deserves. Suddenly, the shared vision of the white pigeon came from Uchiha Tunan's mind, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Immediately, with the help of the sound-amplifying technique, he shouted, Orochimaru, you actually killed people from the same village. You also took their bodies for human experiments. Your sins are monstrous. Today, even if I die, I will punish you and seek justice for the dead villagers. No matter how strong you are, I am not afraid because I firmly believe that evil cannot win against justice. At this moment, Orochimaru knew that he did not have much time, so he did not bother to talk to Uchiha Tunan. He directly controlled the eight-headed great snake to attack Uchiha Tunan. The thick snake tail slammed down on Uchiha Tunan, wanting to kill him in one blow. Uchiha Tunan crouched slightly and jumped backwards. Rumble. The ground where the snake's tail touched was smashed into a circular pit. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tunan flew into the distance like a parabola. Just as Orochimaru was about to launch another attack, an angry shout came from the horizon. Enma! Transform into the adamantine staff. Grow bigger for me. Vajra prison wall. In an instant, dozens of sticks that were slightly larger than the eight-headed great snake appeared in the sky. These rod shadows grew from far to near, growing larger and larger, each of them like pillars supporting the heavens. It fell towards the place where the eight-headed great snake was. Boom! When the smoke and dust dispersed, the cage formed by dozens of adamantine staff trapped the eight-headed great snake. Just as Uchiha Tunan was about to land, a figure flashed by and gently caught him in his arms. Tunan, are you alright? Teacher. Orochimaru-sama, he killed a lot of people. He's doing human experiments. When Uchiha Tunan saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and said weakly, Don't say anymore, I heard what happened just now. Go back, have a good rest. Leave the rest to me. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and handed Uchiha Tunan to the umbu behind him. Then, with a few leaps, he appeared in front of the Vajra prison wall. He looked up at the eight-headed snake that was constantly hitting the prison wall with its body. Soon, the umbu arrived one after another and formed a circle in the distance. Chapter 158 Road to Escape. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Orochimaru, who had transformed into the eight-headed snake, and his eyes narrowed. He quickly formed a seal with both hands and said, Earth release, marsh revolving spell. The soil in the diamond prison wall instantly turned into a whirlpool of mud and began to spin rapidly. No matter how strong the eight-headed snake was, it seemed to have no strength left. Under the powerful suction force, it gradually sank down. In the end, more than half of the body of the Yamata no Orochi was submerged in the swamp, leaving only its 8 heads exposed. Using such a large-scale Earth-style ninjutsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not look tired at all. He stared at Orochimaru and sighed. Orochimaru, do you have anything else to say? Orochimaru, who had given up struggling, stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although the wrinkles on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face were very deep at this time, and his hair had already turned white, showing his old appearance. However, as his disciple, Orochimaru knew how strong Hiruzen Sarutobi was. The title of the strongest Hokage was not self-conferred, but was forcibly fought in the early period of the first and second battles. Just like now, even if Orochimaru used the ultimate trump card of the Yamata no Orochi. But Hiruzen Sarutobi still had a way to restrain him. The two of them looked at each other like this, and time seemed to stop. The atmosphere was silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi considered himself to know this disciple quite well. Seeing that the other party did not speak, he knew that what Uchiha Tunan said was true. Orochimaru was really doing human experiments. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately sighed and said, Orochimaru, stop your ninjutsu and come back to Konoha with me for trial. Among Konoha's sannin, Hiruzen Sarutobi valued Orochimaru the most. In terms of strength, there were few people in Konoha who could beat him. Even if Orochimaru publicly stood on Danzo's side some time ago. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't hate him. At this time, Orochimaru finally opened his mouth and said, Teacher, can I still live if I go back with you? When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, he was silent. After a long time, he said, After all, you are my disciple. When the time comes, I will try my best to plead with the higher-ups on your behalf. Presumably, according to your relationship with Danzo, he won't just watch you die. Of course, this matter is of great importance, and the people who participated in the trial must be the leaders of other clans. The worst outcome for you is to be executed. Hearing this, Orochimaru sneered. What about the best result? Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a long time. He sighed and said, locked up in Konoha's prison for a lifetime. Orochimaru took a deep look at Hiruzen Sarutobi, then glanced at the umbu surrounding them. All right. He immediately nodded. With that, Orochimaru dispelled the state of the Yamata no Orochi and escaped from the snake's mouth, returning to his normal body. As the Yamata no Orochi dissipated, Hiruzen Sarutobi also removed his earth escape technique. However, the Vajra prison that trapped Orochimaru was not removed, and it was also shrinking. It was like a cage, trapping Orochimaru inside. Teacher, I've already shown my sincerity. Shouldn't you put this thing away? Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and said, to be on the safe side, we have to wait for the Nara clan and the Yamanaka clan ninjas to arrive. Orochimaru stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi and licked his lips. Teacher, not only do you want to control me, but you also want to search my memories. A trace of hesitation flashed across Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, but he still nodded and said, after all, you made a mistake. I just acted according to the rules. Teacher, do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? With that, Orochimaru raised Kusunagi's sword in his hand and slashed at the Vajra prison wall that bound him. Ka! In an instant, Orochimaru used Kusunagi's sword to dig a big hole in the Vajra prison wall. Orochimaru immediately ran away from the cave. The surrounding umbu went forward to block, but Orochimaru easily dodged them. The Vajra prison wall also returned to its original appearance after Orochimaru left. Enma raised his palm in disbelief. There was a bone-deep wound on the palm of his hand. It's actually Kusunagi's sword, the sharpest artifact in the legends. Hiruzen, why don't you chase after him? The members of the umbu who followed him all looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Without Hiruzen Sarutobi's order, they didn't know if they should go after Orochimaru. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood there calmly with deep eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. About half a minute later, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and ordered, go ahead. Whoosh! 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 All the members of the umbu used their instant teleportation to chase after Orochimaru. For an expert like Orochimaru, with only half a minute he had already gone far away. Even if ordinary ninjas wanted to chase him, they would definitely not be able to catch up. Everyone knew in their hearts that Hiruzen Sarutobi was thinking about his old feelings and chose to go easy on him. At this moment, an assassin came behind Hiruzen Sarutobi and knelt on one knee. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Tunan went to chase after Orochimaru. What? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes narrowed, and he immediately said to Enma in a deep voice, Enma, transform into the adamantine staff. He then picked up the adamantine staff and chased after Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi had no intention of chasing Orochimaru back, but he was worried about Uchiha Tunan's safety. After all, Tunan's sense of justice was too strong. If he really caught up with Orochimaru, he would definitely die to stop him. If Orochimaru became ruthless and killed Tunan, he would definitely regret it to death. In the original dense forest, ancient trees towered into the sky and covered the moon. In the dark night, it was particularly eerie and terrifying, mysterious and unfathomable. The wind swayed on top of the tall tree, making a series of slow rustling sounds, setting off the quiet night. Orochimaru moved quickly in the jungle, not affecting his speed because of these obstacles. The umbu behind him had been left far behind by Orochimaru. But even so, Orochimaru did not dare to relax at all, and ran straight ahead. After all, once he was caught, he would only face death. The problem lay in checking his memories. This was not the only thing that he and Danzo had done in private. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi was thinking about his past, he wanted to protect him. When Hiruzen Sarutobi found out about him, he would definitely be the first to kill him. Because Orochimaru knew that people like Hiruzen Sarutobi were actually the most selfish. Don't think that he often talked about the will of fire, the village, and other things. If it really endangered his interests, Hiruzen Sarutobi would definitely not show mercy. Now, Hiruzen Sarutobi said that he wanted to protect him. That was because Hiruzen Sarutobi thought that he had only killed some civilians and ordinary ninjas in the village. The lives of others were insignificant to Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, the things he had done only needed 2 points to make Hiruzen Sarutobi kill him ruthlessly. The first thing was that the people of the Sarutobi clan had also been used by him as an experiment. After all, although the Sarutobi clan did not have a special blood limit, most of them could awaken a variety of chakra attributes. The most outstanding is Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Hiruzen's father Sarutobi Sasuke, both of whom are full attribute chakras. As for the second point, that was the source of his research funds during this period of time. Almost all of them came from the famous hands of the Fire Country. There were even many precious experimental materials that were secretly sent to him by the daimyo. And he had also taken on many private jobs. Even Danzo did not know about these things. It must be known that the deaths of Hiruzen Sarutobi's 2 sons were related to the daimyo. To say that Hiruzen Sarutobi did not have any hostility towards his name, Orochimaru did not believe it. The reason why Hiruzen Sarutobi did not make any big movements was because he knew that he was old, and his deterrence was not as strong as before. If he took any action against the daimyo, it was very likely that he would lose the thing he cared about the most, power. In other words, as long as these 2 things were exposed, not only Hiruzen Sarutobi, but even Danzo would probably not protect himself. Now it seemed that the Fire Country could no longer stay. But as the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Orochimaru also had some secret bases in other countries. At this point, Orochimaru still did not regret it in his heart. If everything happened again, he would definitely do it again. Because of the great help he had received, Orochimaru's experiment progressed at a rapid pace, and many important things were developed by him. Chapter 159 Struggle. On the horizon, a mass of dark clouds gathered and drifted over from the sky. It gradually covered the bright moon in the sky. The huge shadow gradually shrouded the forest below, adding a layer of gloomy and dark filter to the entire forest. Perhaps it was because it was close to dawn, but the forest was filled with a faint fog. Water droplets were also hanging from the leaves in the lower parts of the grass. There was still a trace of fresh smell of grass in the fog. The smell of dirt and dirt rushed into his nose, making him feel uncomfortable. Orochimaru suddenly frowned, because he found that the climate here seemed to be a little unusual. The fog was fine. Because the moisture in the forest was relatively heavy, it was normal to fog up at dawn. But Orochimaru clearly felt a strong wind blowing against him. As everyone knew, when the wind blew, there was basically no fog. But at this time, the wind and fog actually existed together. This unusual phenomenon made people feel very uneasy. Goo goo, coo. Ha. Rumble. Oh. The wind roared, the birds cried, the beasts roared, and the sound of rolling thunder echoed throughout the forest. Orochimaru only felt that there were chaotic noises everywhere, and he was a little upset. His eyes were a little blurred, and he could not distinguish the surrounding aura. The strong wind mixed with the moisture in the mist blew on Orochimaru's body, and soon his whole body was wet. Although Orochimaru, who was running for his life, felt that something was wrong, he couldn't care less. He couldn't stop just because something was wrong. Gradually, the howling wind became more and more fierce, and when it blew on his body, he felt a little bit of pain. The trees in the forest were shaking violently by the wind, and there were even smaller branches that were quickly broken by the wind. The wind blew between the trees, making an ear-piercing sound, as if it were endless wailing, making people's hair stand on end. Orochimaru only felt that the resistance was getting stronger and stronger when he ran. The fog ahead was getting thicker and thicker, making it impossible to see the scenery in front of them. Suddenly, Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and an instinctive warning that would only appear at the moment of life and death welled up in his heart. Orochimaru immediately stopped, wanting to dodge to the side. However, for some reason, his movements seemed to have become a little slower. In an instant, 3 rays of white light came from 3 different directions. After a spark of lightning, everything seemed to have returned to normal. The fog was still thick, making it impossible to see what was around them. Orochimaru did not even see who it was, as if the scene just now was an illusion. However, Orochimaru was horrified to find that his arm that was holding Kusunagi's sword had been cut off, and his broken arm and Kusunagi's sword had fallen into the fog. Blood spurted out from the wound, dyeing the fog around him into a bloody mist. "Who is it?" Orochimaru's face instantly turned pale, and he immediately shouted, but he did not dare to act rashly. "Orochimaru-sama, I'm here especially to send you off." Uchiha Tunan's voice came from all directions in the fog that could not be seen. It seemed to be far away, but also seemed to be close. Orochimaru covered the wound on his right shoulder, and a drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He pretended to be calm and said, "So it's Tunan-kun." He couldn't believe that he would fall for it so easily. Suddenly, Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and he said hatefully, "Impossible, how could I be poisoned? When exactly did it happen?" Uchiha Tunan's voice rang out from within the mist. "Orochimaru-sama, you're an expert in poisons. I naturally know that ordinary poison is very difficult to make you fall for it. But it's a little poisonous, and I think you shouldn't be able to defend against it. You have been running in the fog for so long, but haven't you noticed anything?" Uchiha Tunan's voice seemed a little ethereal, echoing in the forest, causing Orochimaru's mood to be in disorder, and he actually felt a long-lost fear. Hearing this, Orochimaru was suddenly startled, but he reacted. "The smell of grass and orchids. There shouldn't be this kind of flower in this season. Yes, I sprinkled some pollen of grass and orchids here. In the previous 2 sections, I sprinkled some fine powder made from golden snake grass and floating oil fruit. Each of these 3 things is not poisonous. But after they are absorbed into the human body in a short period of time, they will be mixed into a special neurotoxin, making your nerves dull." Orochimaru reached into his ninja bag, and his expression immediately became even more unsightly. He had run away in a hurry and did not bring any antidote pills with him. "There's actually this kind of poison?" Uchiha Tunan's voice continued to ring out from all directions. "Orochimaru-sama can't just blindly study in your room, you still need to touch grass and read more on the side of the road. Konoha's bookstore had the recipe for this poison, and as long as you spent 300 taels, you could buy a whole set. These 3 things had such a strong smell, and normal ninjas would subconsciously be on guard when they smelled them. But Orochimaru-sama, you must know these things, so you won't guard against them. There is a saying, even a good swimmer drowns." Orochimaru secretly mobilized his chakra, and his broken arm was nothing to Orochimaru. As long as Uchiha Tunan attacked, he would be ready to spit out his whole body from his mouth. It might even have an unexpected effect. It's a very good poisoning method. The move you used to cut off my arm just now was the silent killing technique of Hidden Mist Village, right? That's right, I was planning to use this move to send you on your way. Orochimaru's snake eyes looked around once more, and a trace of seriousness flashed across his face as he said, "Do you think you can kill me?" Uchiha Tunan's soft laughter rang out from within the fog. "Hee hee, you can use your ultimate move. The bigger the commotion, the better. This way, Teacher Sarutobi will be able to hurry over. After all, the fog is so thick, I'm very worried that he will get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, another white light flashed. Orochimaru narrowly avoided it, but a few strands of his hair were still cut off. This time, Orochimaru finally saw the figure of Uchiha Tunan passing by him. He saw that Uchiha Tunan was holding Kusunagi's sword, staring at him indifferently. His scarlet 3-Magatama Sharingan rotated rapidly, forming a circle. Time seemed to stop at this moment. A vast amount of power suddenly invaded Orochimaru's mind. This was the sum of more than a dozen 3-Magatamas. Even if Orochimaru had not reincarnated and his soul was not damaged, he still could not hold on. Moreover, not only was Orochimaru seriously injured, but he was also poisoned by nerve poison. Most of the illusions were divided into 2 types. One was an offensive-type illusion technique, and the other was an auxiliary-type illusion technique. Generally speaking, offensive-type illusion techniques all happened in an instant, using all kinds of illusion experiences to destroy the opponent's spirit. As for auxiliary illusions, they were similar to hypnosis, which could affect the opponent's judgment or control the opponent. However, the flaw of auxiliary illusions was that they could only be used to torture the opponent. This was because for experts, they would be able to find out that they were in an illusion in an instant and escape. The advantage was that after casting spells, the caster could attack the opponent before the opponent came out of the illusion. Right now, what Uchiha Tunan activated was an auxiliary-type illusion technique. When experts fought, they only fought for a moment. As long as Orochimaru did not have time to release the Yamata no Orochi, everything was over. Chapter 160, Not Even Bones Remain. Outside the fog, Uchiha Tunan's 3 clones had already finished forming a seal. Immortal Technique, Rotating Art. Immortal Technique, Magnificent Flame Dragon Art. Immortal Technique, Dust Art. In the distance, Hiruzen Sarutobi was leading a group of Umbu, slowly looking for Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a little absent-minded and asked, "Have you found Tunan?" "Hokage-sama, there is no one here. There is no suspicious trace here." Several Umbu members who had returned from the distance came to Hiruzen Sarutobi and reported their situation. Suddenly, an Umbu member raised his hand and pointed to the distance, exclaiming, "Hokage-sama, look over there." Hearing this, everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction the person pointed. A trace of surprise flashed through Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. He immediately jumped onto the top of the tree and looked into the distance. A red light suddenly lit up in the distance. A huge fire dragon flew out from the forest below and hovered in the air, illuminating everything nearby. Not far from the fire dragon was yellow sand that filled the sky, covering the entire sky above the ground. Moreover, the yellow sand was spinning around an area at an incredible speed. After a few seconds, it formed a yellow tornado that rushed into the sky. The violent tornado was sweeping everything on the ground at a rapid speed. The trees in the nearby area were uprooted and swept into it. Even the surface of the ground was scraped off a layer. The fire reflected the yellow tornado, giving people a feeling that they were in the end of the world. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at this scene, and the figure of Uchiha Tunan flashed in his mind. He immediately said with a serious face, "This is a combination ninjutsu." The next moment, the fire dragon seemed to roar and plunged into the yellow tornado. In an instant, the sky and earth suddenly brightened. The shock wave produced by the explosion spread in all directions, flattening the surrounding forest. After a few seconds, boom! Everyone only heard an earth-shattering explosion in their ears, followed by a gale that was like a monstrous wave that whistled over, causing everyone to have no choice but to bend down and firmly grab onto the tree trunk. But even so, some people were still suspended in midair due to the powerful wind force, and their hands that grabbed onto the tree trunk were somewhat unable to hold on. Ka! Ka! The strong wind was like a fierce tiger, and the trees could not withstand the impact of the strong wind. They either rose from the ground or snapped at the waist. A moment later, the residual power of the explosion dissipated. The trees in the entire forest collapsed in the direction of the outside like dominoes. Apart from Hiruzen Sarutobi, everyone else was in a sorry state. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and immediately rushed towards the place where the battle had erupted. There was already a deep pit several miles in diameter in the center of the battlefield, and there was even a large mass of dark black liquid emitting smoke. Outside the pit were collapsed and burning trees, and the fire was still spreading outwards. The dancing sparks and thick smoke drifted towards the sky. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just arrived at the periphery of the battlefield when he saw Uchiha Tunan leisurely walking out from the sea of flames with Kuzunagi's sword in hand. The flames around him seemed to have become the background board of Uchiha Tunan, reflecting his face with a fiery red color. "Tunan, where is Orochimaru?" Uchiha Tunan reached out his hand and rubbed his eyes. He said gently, Orochimaru-sama would rather die than go back with me, so I used my strongest trump card. That is the combination ninjutsu you taught me. Looking at how it went just now, Orochimaru-sama should be dead. When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, he fell silent. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Tunan, you've worked hard." This was all Orochimaru himself who brought it upon himself. Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his eyes. After all, Orochimaru was his disciple for many years. Now that he had fallen into such a situation, he felt a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi found a blind spot. From beginning to end, it seemed that Uchiha Tunan was fighting with Orochimaru. He had only bound Orochimaru in the middle. In other words, if not for him, Orochimaru might have lost his life in the hands of Uchiha Tunan. Moreover, the power of that combination ninjutsu just now seemed to be even greater than what he had used. Could it be that this little disciple of his had already grown to the extent that he was comparable to Sannin? This kind of talent would be too terrifying. Hiruzen Sarutobi only knew that Uchiha Tunan was very talented, but he did not expect that he would be so powerful after going all out, and his progress was unbelievable. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at Uchiha Tunan and said in a low voice, "Tunan, I didn't expect you to be able to defeat Orochimaru alone. How did you do it?" When Uchiha Tunan heard this, he immediately said with a sad face, "This time, thanks to the desperate effort of the Uchiha clansmen." They were not only Jounin who had awakened the three Magatama, but also the few Uchiha people who could accept the will of fire. As a result, in order to avenge the villagers, they were all killed by Orochimaru. If not for them, I definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on until you arrived. Just now, thanks to your deterrence, Orochimaru didn't notice that I was lying in ambush on the side of the road. For a moment, he was caught off guard by my sneak attack and his arm was cut off. Moreover, he wanted to escape, so he didn't dare to use a large-scale ninjutsu like the Yamata no Orochi. After listening to Uchiha Tunan's explanation, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly understood and nodded. Well, that was reasonable. Although Orochimaru was one of the Sannin, he was not invincible. More than a dozen of Uchiha clansmen were Jounin or the elite Jounin who had opened the three Magatama. Orochimaru must have used all his trump cards to deal with them. After all, when he came, Orochimaru had been forced to use a forbidden technique like the Yamata no Orochi. In addition, when he was running away, his attention was not so focused, and one of his arms was cut off by Uchiha Tunan's sneak attack. It was normal to be killed by Uchiha Tunan when his strength was greatly reduced. However, was Orochimaru really dead? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't dare to make a direct decision. After all, this disciple had the most life-saving means out of all his disciples. Even he only knew a part of it. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long sigh, then stared straight at the Kusanagi sword in Uchiha Tunan's hand and said slowly, "Now that things have come to this, you don't have to be sad, Tunan. Your clansmen died for the sake of the village. I will give their family members pension according to the war standards." "Thank you, teacher." Uchiha Tunan lowered his head from beginning to end with a disappointed expression on his face. He did not look at Hiruzen Sarutobi at all. Hiruzen Sarutobi really wanted Uchiha Tunan to give him Kusanagi's sword, but he felt that it was inappropriate to ask for it now. In the end, he thought about it. After all, Uchiha Tunan was his disciple, and Kusanagi's sword was also his spoils of war. If he asked for it, it would definitely affect his image in Uchiha Tunan's heart. Finally, he hesitated for a moment and sighed, "Let's go back to the village, and leave this place to the Umbu to deal with." Chapter 161 Hard to Kill. The assimilation effect of this cursed seal is too bad, let alone perfect compatibility. The next step of optimization should first try to reduce the control effect and strengthen the assimilation effect. If it doesn't work, maybe I can try to add some special medium to transition. Uchiha Tunan looked at the contents of the secret technique and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan closed his eyes slightly and then suddenly opened them. The three tomos in his eyes rapidly moved. He moved his head closer to the scroll and carefully read the words on it to judge the time. Gradually, Uchiha Tunan's face became gloomy, and he muttered, "At least a year and a half. During this period, Orochimaru probably hasn't met me yet." After all, in the original work, Sasuke had once resurrected Orochimaru from Anko's cursed seal. If Orochimaru really developed the cursed seal, then Orochimaru could really quietly resurrect in a corner of the world. The reason why the aboriginals needed help was because Orochimaru was sealed in Dreamland by Itachi's 10 punches, and he couldn't remember that he was dead. Forget it, even if this guy didn't die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. The next time he met him, he wouldn't be his opponent. When he had more tricks up his sleeves, he would definitely be able to kill him. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tunan gently shook his head, withdrew his Sharingan, and began to memorize the contents of the secret technique. This cursed seal was a failure for Orochimaru. Although the assimilation effect was there, it was almost zero. However, Uchiha Tunan knew that the medium for Orochimaru's conjecture was immortal energy. As for immortal energy, he just happened to have it. If he could really develop this cursed seal, it would be a great help to Uchiha Tunan's strength. It just so happened to give those confused people a chance to struggle and work hard. First, he agreed that no matter if he was a piece of trash or not, as long as he planted a cursed seal, he would become a genius sooner or later. This way, wouldn't it be wonderful? And the name of this cursed seal was named by Uchiha Tunan. At the same time, in a secret underground base somewhere in the kingdom of Tien, several ninjas came to the depths of the base with scrolls in their hands and put them in the secret room of the base. The leading ninja counted the number of scrolls in the secret room and nodded with satisfaction. "This batch of materials is almost ready. We can send them to Orochimaru-sama next month." A ninja next to him said worriedly, "What I'm most worried about right now is how to gather the offerings prepared for Lord Manda." The leader of the ninjas frowned, and a worried expression appeared on his face. He asked, "How many more are needed?" The ninja next to him calculated and said worriedly, "There are still 35 left. It's mainly because a few kids were sick some time ago. The medical equipment at the base is insufficient and they have not been cured." The leading ninja narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. "We will set off together and find a small village with a suitable number of people to complete the mission in one go." As soon as his voice fell, the leading ninja suddenly felt an unbearable pain all over his body, and his whole body fell to the ground. The ninjas beside him all said with concern, "Sakata, what's wrong with you?" The ninja named Sakata was like a cooked prawn. His skin was red and he arched his body. The curse mark on his neck emitted a bright red light. "Ah!" Sakata roared and fell to the ground without moving. A python crawled out from the curse mark on Sakata's neck, and then the python opened its big mouth, and the weak Orochimaru crawled out from the mouth of the snake. Then, as if he had exhausted all his strength, he finally knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. "Orochimaru-sama!" Everyone cried out in alarm, and then knelt down on one knee. Orochimaru put his hands on the ground, stood up with difficulty, and looked back at everyone with a gloomy face. "You guys go out first, and take him away." Everyone accepted the order, picked up Sakata Harada, who was unknown whether he was dead or alive, and left the secret base. In the dark secret room, Orochimaru staggered and held his hand against the wall. Then he took a deep breath, coughed heavily twice, and his eyes emitted a shocking hatred. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it! Uchiha Tunan." Chapter 162 Hiruzen Sarutobi, the next morning. The sky was blue like a piece of blue paper, with a few thin white clouds scattered about. In the empty sky, a few white clouds floated in it, looking a little lonely, but it also seemed to make people feel calm. Although the winter sun could not raise the temperature of the earth, it made people feel warm from the bottom of their hearts. After a few days without snow, the empty space of the Welfare Institute became lively. "Youth! Heat! This move doesn't count. I was wrong. You regret it again. I didn't draw this well. I have to draw it again. Uchiha Tunan pushed open the door and looked at the Might and his son, who were training in the open space, playing chess, drawing, sitting together and gossiping. He didn't want to brush up on his presence. Instead, he turned around and walked out of the welfare home, preparing to buy ingredients for tomorrow and the day after. However, just as he walked out of the orphanage, Uchiha Tunan saw a Konoha ninja leaning on the wall next to the orphanage, seemingly waiting for something. Seeing Uchiha Tunan come out, the Konoha ninja immediately said with a warm face, "Tunan, the Hokage wants you to go to the Hokage building when you have time." Although the news of Orochimaru's death had not spread yet, from the appearance of this Konoha ninja, it was obvious that he knew some of the content. Perhaps he had heard that Uchiha Tunan had killed Orochimaru. As he spoke, he revealed a bit of respect for Uchiha Tunan. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan put his hands on his knees and bowed to the other party. He said gently, "I understand. I really have to trouble you. In the future, if there is anything, you can come in and find me directly. You don't have to wait outside." Uchiha Tunan showed a humble look, and the etiquette was also according to the younger generation. Uchiha Tunan had always cherished his feathers. He did not want to be crowned with a condescending hat in Konoha. When the ninja saw Uchiha Tunan bow to him, he seemed to be at a loss. He scratched his head and said, "Okay, I will remember it next time." He did not expect Uchiha Tunan to be so powerful and polite. It simply subverted his understanding of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tunan nodded with a smile, and then walked towards the Hokage building. Today, Uchiha Tunan could clearly feel that the staff in the Hokage building had become much friendlier to him. Not only was he kind, but he was also respectful. It was also true that before this matter happened, in the eyes of the people of Konoha, Uchiha Tunan was just a genius, and did not have any outstanding achievements. In the past, as a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, every time he came to the Hokage building, he had to explain the purpose of his visit to the reception staff. But today, just as he stepped into the Hokage building, the reception staff got up and welcomed Uchiha Tunan to the outside of the meeting room. Moreover, his attitude was different from usual. When Uchiha Tunan walked into the meeting room, he found that the atmosphere inside was a bit strange. Hiruzen Sarutobi was sitting calmly in the main seat, while Hamura and Koharu were standing in front of their chairs like subordinates. They did not sit down. There was an empty seat at the conference table, which obviously belonged to Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just taken a drag when he saw Uchiha Tunan walking in. He immediately showed a kind smile and said, "Tunan, you are here. Didn't I tell Fizo wait for you to wake up before calling you? You've only slept for a few hours, how can it be enough?" Uchiha Tunan gently adjusted his glasses and said gently, "I've always been used to getting up early. I met Senior Fizo when I went out." Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and pointed to the empty seat. "Thank you for your hard work. Come. Danzo has just left. Sit down first." Uchiha Tunan looked at the two standing Hokage consultants and immediately shook his head. Teacher and the two consultants are face to face. How can I sit in this position? Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Hamura and Koharu and said in a cold tone, "You two sit down first." Hamura and Koharu nodded and sat down. Their bodies were stiff and they looked a bit awkward. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Tunan again and said with a gentle smile, "Tunan, I called you here because I have something to discuss with you. Sit down and we can talk slowly. You can't always make us look up and talk to you, can you?" Uchiha Tunan pretended to be reserved and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right then." After Uchiha Tunan sat in Danzo's seat, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a drag on his cigarette and said, "We have made a decision to disband Konoha's orphanage and merge it into your welfare home. In addition, Konoha will provide a certain amount of support for the follow-up raising funds. Koharu, you can now hand over the matter to Tunan." Hearing this, Koharu forced down the reluctance in her heart. She forced a smile and handed the thick document in his hand to Uchiha Tunan. "Tunan, this is the information of Konoha's orphanage. Take a look first." At this time, Root's base camp. Danzo was flustered and exasperated as he swept the ornaments placed beside him to the ground. Damn it! Orochimaru, this piece of trash, was actually killed by a little brat Uchiha. There's also Hamura and Koharu, these two fools. They didn't even try to hide their private transactions and were directly caught by Hiruzen. At this point, Danzo sat down on his seat, his eyes full of resentment. On one knee, Aburame Ryoma bowed his head and said, Lord Danzo, please calm your anger. Danzo clenched his right fist and heavily hammered the armrest a few times. How can I calm my anger? Half of the ninjas were cut off at the root. I think Konoha will sooner or later be destroyed in the hands of Hiruzen. That little brat's wings are already full. Although he has the help of other Uchiha people this time, his strength must have reached the elite Jounin level. It is estimated that it will not take long for him to become the sharpest knife in Hiruzen's hand, becoming the next White Fang. Now it is estimated that it is difficult to kill that little brat even if we kill him. However, this little brat seemed to be eager to be recognized by the villagers. Moreover, that little brat also inherited the warrior spirit. Perhaps he could use the method to deal with White Fang. Ryoma. Your subordinate is here. Ryoma bowed his head and replied. Send someone to spread the news that Uchiha Tunan killed Orochimaru. I don't need to remind you about what to say. This subordinate understands. Remember, don't let Hiruzen Sarutobi catch the exact evidence. Yes. After Ryoma left, a cold voice came from the dark room. Even White Fang couldn't withstand the curses of the villagers. I would like to see what this little brat is going to do. Even if he doesn't commit suicide, this little brat will probably collapse. If there is resentment in his heart and he makes a mistake. Humph, humph, humph. Chapter 163, Signing a Contract. It was already noon. In the meeting room of the Hokage, the handover work of Uchiha Tunan and Koharu was completed. Uchiha Tunan put away the materials and put them in the ninja bag. He stood up and bowed to Koharu with his hands on his knees. Mrs. Advisor, I really have to trouble you. Koharu turned around and smiled stiffly. After all, Konoha's orphanage was a lucrative job, not to mention the annual funding. More importantly, it was the incense with the orphans. Generally speaking, these orphans would enter various departments of Konoha when they reached a certain age. If something happened to him, those orphans would also help him out. But now, all of this had been taken away by Uchiha Tunan. How could she be happy? Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally saw the expression on Koharu's face, and casually waved his hand to dismiss her. You two go back. Orochimaru is already dead, and you can forget about those things. The two of them quietly looked at each other and silently got up to leave. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the two of them leave the conference room and could not help but snort coldly. Then, he looked at Uchiha Tunan with a kind and amiable smile and said, Tunan, do you have anything you want to ask? Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Teacher, if you think you should tell me something, you will naturally tell me. Hiruzen Sarutobi was extremely satisfied with Uchiha Tunan's attitude. He smiled and said, It's fine to tell you. Last night, we investigated Orochimaru's experimental base. He found that Orochimaru seemed to be studying a special secret technique that allowed people to reincarnate. Before he turned to bed, Koharu and Hamura walked together with Danzo. It was because Orochimaru promised them that after the secret technique was successfully developed, he would reincarnate them once. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan whispered, This kind of secret technique that goes against the natural laws, even if it succeeds, it will still cost a lot. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his cigarette and nodded. Yes, we found many manuscripts in Orochimaru's lab. It recorded the possible defects of this secret technique. That was the damage to one's soul origin. A person's soul origin was destined from the very beginning. It would only decrease and not increase. Therefore, the danger of this secret technique was too great. A thought flashed through Uchiha Tunan's mind, but he discovered a problem. It was as if his system could only inherit abilities. It was useless for things like origin. It was as if the system had categorized all the special abilities of the bloodline, all kinds of knowledge, and things that were acquired through cultivation into abilities. However, things like life and soul could not be inherited. In the past, when Uchiha Tunan had just obtained the system, he had been unable to do so. He thought that these things were all counted as abilities. After all, his talent had truly grown. Later on, Uchiha Tunan discovered that things like talent and comprehension were just a way to think about the problem. Some people were used to thinking about a single problem, and some people would think about problems from more angles. These were all personal abilities. If that was the case, would he be able to live forever if he kept getting stronger? 6 paths immortal would die of old age. If he wanted to live forever, he would have to inherit the bloodline of the Otsutsuki. However, Uchiha Tunan did not think that the Otsutsuki would live forever. It should only be that their lifespan was far beyond that of humans. Uchiha Tunan felt as if he hadn't grasped the key point, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of anything. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought of something and asked, "Right, you have been fighting with Orochimaru for so long, what do you think you are lacking?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's words pulled Uchiha Tunan out of his thoughts. The opportunity came. Uchiha Tunan frowned and pretended to think for a moment. "I think Orochimaru's summoned beast is very powerful. Facing such a huge monster, I only feel that I am so small." Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and muttered, "A summoned beast?" The atmosphere was silent for a while. After a long time, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up and waved to Uchiha Tunan. "Tunan, come with me." There was a chance. Uchiha Tunan was secretly delighted and silently followed Hiruzen Sarutobi out of the conference room. Soon, Hiruzen Sarutobi led Uchiha Tunan to a suburb of Konoha. This place was deserted, the trees were bare, and there were dried vines hanging on the trees. Hiruzen Sarutobi made a series of hand seals and slapped the ground. He immediately summoned a huge scroll, spread it out, and said in a deep voice, "Tunan, what I want to teach you today is the spirit communication technique." In fact, the spirit communication technique can be considered a type of ninjutsu between time and space. We can form a contract with spirit beasts and then use the spirit communication technique to summon them to fight for us. The reason why I have never taught you the spirit communication technique all this time is that I have never taught you the spirit communication technique. That was because no matter if it were for Orochimaru or Jiraiya, they found their own summoned beast. I originally thought that one day you would meet a summoned beast suitable for yourself. But it may be that everyone's fate is different, and you may be destined to inherit my inheritance. My summoned beast is the ape race. If you think it is suitable, sign your name on this psychic scroll." Uchiha Tunan did not hesitate. He placed his thumb in his mouth and took a bite. He wrote his name on the scroll. When he wrote his name, Uchiha Tunan paid special attention to it and found that there was only the name of Enma on Hiruzen Sarutobi's scroll. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan had signed the spirit contract, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to explain. "Before using the psychic skill, there are some things I need to explain to you. The ninja realm was a place where humans lived, but on the other side of this planet, it was a place where the summoned beasts lived. Most of them did not provide help for humans for free. For example, after the Sarutobi clan made a spiritual contract with them, I would collect special herbs for them every once in a while. Of course, the value of these herbs was not too high, but most of them were only available in the ninja realm. Now that you have made a contract with them, you have to abide by this agreement. Only then will they help you." Uchiha Tunan listened with a serious face and nodded, "I understand, teacher." At this time, a breeze blew over. The withered tree branch next to it swayed a few times, and then 2 withered leaves fell down. Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed at the contents of the hand seal behind the psychic scroll and said, "First, remember the order of the hand seal on the scroll and see if you can summon the Enma." Uchiha Tunan immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to study carefully. His eyes were focused on the scroll, as if he wanted to understand every word on the scroll and put it into his head. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Tunan's eyes narrowed. He quickly formed a seal with both hands and slapped the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu, Enma. As white smoke rose, Enma appeared in front of them. Enma did not seem to be surprised that Uchiha Tunan summoned him. He immediately said to Hiruzen Sarutobi, "Hiruzen, it seems that you have already discussed it." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and said, "Ape Demon, I'll have to trouble you. Take Tunan to the mountain to find a partner." Ape Demon turned his head and said to Uchiha Tunan, "Tunan, I will use the reverse spirit art at the Hwagwa mountain later. When you sense it, don't use your chakra. Otherwise, it is easy to fall to an unknown place." Uchiha Tunan nodded heavily and said, "I understand, Lord Ape Demon." Enma turned into a cloud of white smoke and automatically dispelled the psychic spell. After half an hour, Uchiha Tunan felt a suction force coming from the darkness. He immediately let go of his mind and disappeared from Hiruzen Sarutobi's sight. Chapter 164 Looking for Suitable Partner, Hwagwa Mountain. It was towering like a pillar that held up the sky. On the mountainside, there were colorful clouds and rays of light. It was like a dream realm. The huge waterfall poured down from the cliff at the top of the mountain and smashed into the deep pool at the foot of the mountain. The sound of water rumbled, and the splashing mist spread in all directions. The grass at the foot of the mountain was shrouded in mist all year round. Uchiha Tunan only felt the scenery in front of him blur, and then he appeared on the grass. He could not help but mutter, "How magical." Enma beside him crossed his arms over his chest, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. Reverse spirit art isn't that easy to use. Apart from Hwagwa Mountain, only the formations of the other 3 holy lands have this ability. Uchiha Tunan noticed the crux of the matter and raised his eyebrows. Formation? Do you think the psychic art is as simple as a time-space ninjutsu? Ape Devil stomped on the ground. There was a special space-time magic array under the Flower Fruit Mountain, which could transfer the life or items on the Flower Fruit Mountain to the contracted person. The inverse spiritual art is more troublesome, and I can't explain it to you clearly. Let's go. I will take you to see the strongest young warriors of the Ape Clan first. Choose one. After all, I am not young. I can't fight with you all the time, and I can't adapt to your fighting style. Uchiha Tunan reached out his hand and adjusted his glasses. He bowed towards Ape Demon and said, "I'll have to trouble Senior Ape Demon." Then he followed behind Ape Demon and naturally opened his Sharingan to observe the beautiful scenery of Hwagwa Mountain. Since Uchiha Tunan was able to absorb the power of nature, he could naturally feel that the power of nature in Hwagwa Mountain was much denser than in Ninja World. Ape Demon didn't have any reaction to Uchiha Tunan opening his Sharingan. After all, everyone knew that the Sharingan enhanced dynamic vision. Just like this, Uchiha Tunan secretly used the eye roll ability to secretly observe the real situation of Hwagwa Mountain while continuously praising, "So beautiful." Through observation, Uchiha Tunan saw the huge and complicated magic circle under the Fruit Mountain, which made people dizzy. Moreover, there was no trace of chakra on this magic circle. Uchiha Tunan boldly guessed that the energy used by the summoning spell was actually natural energy, and the chakra was only equivalent to navigation. This magic circle reminded Uchiha Tunan of the heaven-sending skill of Hidden Cloud Village. After all, Uchiha Tunan was pretending to look at the scenery, and it was not good to keep staring at the ground. Most of the time, he still looked around. As his vision kept getting closer, Uchiha Tunan found that there was a large group of monkeys sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain. These monkeys did not use the chakra in their bodies, but their bodies were becoming hard at a slow speed. Uchiha Tunan guessed that the apes and monkeys should not have a way to master immortal energy, but they would strengthen their bodies with the power of nature. It seemed that the unbreakable diamond physique was not innate, but cultivated. If the force of nature was regarded as the spiritual chi in the cultivation world, then the 3 holy lands were equivalent to chi condensation, while the ape clan was refining the body. In this way, the cultivation method was the most important. Ape Devil took Uchiha Tunan all the way up the mountain, while introducing the monkeys who practiced ninjutsu or physical skills alone on the way. This is Sarasuk. His body is the hardest among the younger generation of the ape clan. This is Saruko. He has the strongest understanding of the unique ninjutsu of the ape clan. After transforming into the adamantine staff, he can split 60 of them in one go. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan noticed a thin figure in the distance. It was a monkey that was a little shorter than him. The monkey was as thin as firewood, and the rough clothes made from animal fur almost could not be hung. The exposed arms seemed to be just skin and bones, not even a hair. The monkey was constantly hitting the hard boulder with its body. The stone was so huge, and there were no cracks on the smooth surface. The thin body of the monkey was like an egg striking a rock. But the monkey did not consider this and still hit the stone hard, as if he was using all his strength. His body was drenched in blood, but he still turned a blind eye to it. However, judging from the sound of the collision, the monkey wasn't that strong. Uchiha Tunan couldn't help but point at the monkey and say, "Senior Ape Demon, who is he?" Ape Demon, who was walking in front, stopped and looked in the direction of Uchiha Tunan's finger. He sighed and said, "His name is Sarutan. There was an accident when he was born. His natural constitution is too poor. Now he can't even beat the little monkey." Ape Demon's tone was full of helplessness. Uchiha Tunan nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Can I go talk to him?" Enma seemed to have guessed Uchiha Tunan's thoughts. He could not help but frown. "Tunan, you have to know that we are choosing partners for you now. We need to help you in battle." At this time, sympathy and kindness were important. During the battle, they were cruel to themselves. Moreover, no matter who you find to be your partner, the amount of medicinal materials you have agreed on cannot be less. In Ape Demon's opinion, with Uchiha Tunan's strength, he should choose an even stronger partner. Not because of his emotions, but because he chose a weak one. Uchiha Tunan nodded and said, "I understand, but I still want to say a few words to him." Enma waved his hand and said, "Up to you. I will go to the water curtain cave to teach those little monkeys. You can come to me after you have chosen." After saying that, Enma disappeared into the forest in a few leaps. Uchiha Tunan looked at Sarutan in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly as he rubbed his chin. Since the unbreakable diamond was only a special way to strengthen the body with the force of nature, then Uchiha Tunan's goal would be to aim at the monkeys that he recognized conveniently. After all, Enma was the Ape King, so its mind was definitely not so simple and it was difficult to fool. As for the powerful monkeys, most of them were rebellious and unruly. Uchiha Tunan wanted to maintain his human image again and needed to be gentle. Perhaps those monkeys would push their luck and finally ride on his head to bully him. He still had to pick the soft persimmons. After thinking about it, Uchiha Tunan picked a banana from the roadside and walked over with it in hand. The first time they met, it was better to bring a symbolic gift than empty hands. Uchiha Tunan came behind Sarutan and stood quietly, not bothering him. Just watching him hit the stone again and again, his tireless appearance was heart-wrenching. Soon, Sarutan stopped exhausted and sat on the ground, breathing heavily with his head down. Suddenly, a banana appeared in front of Sarutan. Sarutan was slightly stunned and looked up. He saw a smiling human standing in front of him. It should be a human, similar to what Lord Ape Demon had described. As for the appearance of this human, it was not very good-looking, mainly because he had too little hair. Chapter 165 Brainwash. Sarutan could only understand it this way. After all, for him, other than his own kind, the other races all looked the same. He immediately said with an uncertain face, "Human?" Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and said with a warm face, "My name is Uchiha Tunan. You can just call me Tunan." As he spoke, he gently shook the banana in his hand. He gestured for him to take the banana and maintained a gentle smile on his face. Sarutan hesitated for a moment before taking the banana. He peeled it and ate it. Uchiha Tunan smiled and sat down next to him. He looked at the fog below the Huagua mountain and said, "I'm here to look for a partner." Sarutan nodded gloomily and said, "I know. The humans who can come here must have signed a contract." Uchiha Tunan said casually, "Are you interested in going to the ninja realm?" Sarutan was stunned. He was obviously tempted. But his eyes soon dimmed. He shook his head and said, "My talent is too poor. No matter how hard I cultivate, the unbreakable diamond is still just the tip of the iceberg. The worst monkeys around my age have started learning ninjutsu. If I go to the ninja realm, I think a genin can kill me. You should choose a stronger one, otherwise it will be too bad." Sarutan ate the banana again and again. Although he did not seem to care, his expression was not hard to tell that he was still a little depressed. Sarutan knew his own strength. He did not want to delay others and ruin the future of others. When Uchiha Tunan heard Sarutan say this, he was even more satisfied. "I am not afraid of you being a waste, but I am afraid that you have no desires." However, Uchiha Tunan said softly, "I saw you train for a while just now. I found that you were wrong." "What was wrong?" Sarutan looked at Uchiha Tunan with a puzzled expression. Uchiha Tunan leaned back with his elbows on the ground and said in a low voice, "It's useful to work hard, but the direction is wrong, and it will only get farther and farther. Have you heard of Konoha?" Yuan Kong thought about it and nodded. "I've heard it from Enma." Uchiha Tunan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He began the brainwashing technique. The brainwashing was divided into 3 steps. The first step was to trigger the resonance. Simply put, I was like you in the past, even worse than you. We were the same kind of people. There was a look of reminiscence in Uchiha Tunan's eyes, and he said with a melancholy face, "I used to be the rear of Konoha's ninja school. I have no friends, no concern, no comfort. Every day, I have to suffer the cold eyes of all the clansmen. In the face of cold ridicule, I could only pretend that I was living a happy life. I didn't even dare to show my effort in front of others. I was afraid. I was afraid that I had tried my best, but in the end, I still failed. I was afraid that everyone would think that I was a waste even more after knowing. I could only pretend to be a degenerate and let others think that I wasn't a waste, but that I didn't work hard. But at that time, I really did my best. I was the most serious in class. My results in the written test had always been first, and I even had preview lessons in the senior year. Every night, after my family fell asleep, I would sneakily get up and run to the corner of the yard to quietly train myself. I pretended to be strong, struggling to survive under the high expectations of my parents. But even so, I was still a waste. Even a simple throwing technique could not compare to others. The results of the first semester came out, and my parents found that I was the last. My parents, who had once been full of expectations for me, also became disgusted with me, cursing and whipping me at every turn. At that time, I hated myself for being so useless. I couldn't even find the value and meaning of my existence in this world. When Uchiha Tunan said this, his expression was very sad. It made people feel that the experience of the past was a great blow to him, and it was unforgettable. At this time, Sarutan was already fascinated by what he heard. Wasn't this his current situation? Without strength, he was disliked, and even his own relatives did not support him. He immediately asked anxiously, "What about you now?" The second step of the brainwashing technique was to show off the results. To put it simply, just how great of an achievement have I reached now? Hurry up and envy me. Uchiha Tunan sat up straight, a smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. He said with a slightly proud tone, "Now, I am the last disciple of the Hokage, the #1 genius in Konoha. I defeated the leader of the Umbu known as Konoha's White Fang. Yesterday, I personally killed one of Konoha's Sannin, Orochimaru." As Uchiha Tunan spoke, he observed the expression of Yuan Kong. Seeing his blank face, he immediately explained, "You probably don't have a direct impression of these two people. Have you heard of the Dragon Cave?" Manda is the strongest warrior in the Dragon Cave. It is also the summoned beast of Konoha's Sannin, Orochimaru. At this point, Uchiha Tunan stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Sarutan. One move. I only used one move to beat it back into the dragon hole. If it hadn't removed the summoning spell in time, I was confident that the second move could kill it completely. Sarutan listened to Uchiha Tunan's words and felt a surge of emotion. But in an instant, this passion cooled down again. He said with a doubtful face, "You lie." After all, although Uchiha Tunan said it was exciting, it was also a little unreal. Sarutan really didn't know who Manda was, but he had heard of the name of Dragon Cave in the Three Holy Lands. This human youth in front of him who looked a little immature was actually able to defeat Manda? The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curved up slightly. He pulled out Kusunagi's sword from behind him and said lightly, "This is the divine artifact Kusunagi's sword, the sharpest weapon in the world. It was my spoils of war after I killed Orochimaru. Oh right, this sword should be able to easily break Lord Ape Demon's defense." As he spoke, Uchiha Tunan held Kusunagi's sword in his hand and casually slashed at the boulder in front of him. Ka! The boulder was immediately cut in half. Sarutan completely believed Uchiha Tunan's words and stood up with a whoosh. He stared at Uchiha Tunan with a fanatical look in his eyes and said a little awkwardly, "Tunan. Sir, please guide me." Uchiha Tunan smiled and began the third step of the brainwashing technique. "Do you want to be as strong as me? Do you want to be the second me? Then be obedient and learn from me. Whatever I call you, you do. Don't call me sir, just call me Tunan. In fact, the first time I saw you, I felt that we were the same kind of people. Ordinary training methods are not much for special people like us. What we need is to find a suitable method. Choosing is more useful than working hard." Uchiha Tunan stood up and stretched out his hand to Sarutan. "Are you willing to be my partner? I will personally teach you to quickly become stronger." Chapter 166, Becoming a Partner. Sarutan looked at the palm in front of him and his mind was filled with the word "become stronger." He couldn't help but reach out with a trembling hand. The moment he was about to touch it, he quickly retracted his hand and said with a dim expression, "But I will be a burden to you." He knew his own strength very well. The other monkeys all said he was trash. Although it sounded very angry, it was the truth. This little monkey was quite considerate of others. However, the more innocent he was, the easier it was to deceive him. Uchiha Tunan straightened his face and looked straight into Sarutan's eyes. Life is like an ant standing on the ambition of a swan. Life is as thin as paper and should be unyielding. You are just wrong in the training method. As long as you accept my guidance, I believe that you will become a strong person soon. You must have confidence in yourself. If you don't try, you will not know how much energy you have in your body. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? When Uchiha Tunan poured the chicken soup into his heart, Sarutan immediately perked up as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He placed his hand in Uchiha Tunan's palm. "Thank you for your trust. I will definitely live up to your expectations. I will work hard to become a strong person." After saying this, Sarutan's eyes burned with passion and his heart was filled with hope. In his mind, he even imagined the scene of him becoming a strong person in the future. Seeing Sarutan like this, Uchiha Tunan smiled and nodded. "Very good, this monkey is hopeless." Immediately, Uchiha Tunan led Sarutan all the way to the water curtain cave. The closer they got to the water curtain cave, the more monkeys there were. On the cliffs on both sides of the stone steps, monkeys squatted on branches, scratching their ears and cheeks, shouting excitedly. "Is that the human who just signed the contract? I heard that Enma said that the human is very strong. Maybe he will be stronger than Master Yuan Fei in the future. Why is Sarutan following him? I don't know. Maybe he is pestering the human to take him to the ninja realm. I'm afraid he is dreaming. That's right. If he can go, I'll lick your butts next to him." When these words reached Sarutan's ears, he felt extremely uncomfortable. He clenched his fists and lowered his head. Those questioning voices echoed in his heart, causing his originally hopeful mood to fall to the bottom. Uchiha Tunan did not need to turn his head to guess how terrible Sarutan's mood was at this moment. He said lightly, "Before you have the strength, try not to argue with others. Only the strong have the right to speak. When you are stronger than them, they will care about your emotions. The Hokage mountain is too small, just a small place. The little demon of the temple has a strong wind, and the shallow pond is more than 8. When you come with me to see the wider world, you will be ridiculed by those people today. They are just ignorant." Sarutan, who was behind him, nodded silently, but his mood could not recover for a while. Uchiha Tunan was not anxious. After all, people who had been ridiculed for a long time would feel inferior from the bottom of their hearts. This situation could not be changed with a few words. The most useful thing was strength. Not long later, a man and a monkey arrived at the Water Curtain Cave. In the middle of the Water Curtain Cave was a huge hot spring with many medicinal herbs floating inside. The entire cave also emitted the smell of medicinal herbs. Although it was a little thick, it was not bad. The rich and mellow smell made people feel calm. Ape Demon sat on a stone chair and quietly observed the little monkey soaking in the hot spring. Seeing Uchiha Tunan bring Sarutan in, Enma raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Tunan, have you chosen?" Uchiha Tunan bowed to Enma and said, "Lord Ape Demon, I want Sarutan to be my companion." Enma did not come up to mock Sarutan like the other monkeys. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" Uchiha Tunan nodded firmly. "I am sure that Sarutan has great potential in his body, but it has not been developed yet. I believe that he will definitely grow into a strong partner in the future." When Sarutan saw Uchiha Tunan praise him like this in front of Enma, a warm feeling rose in his heart. Enma did not say anything else. He nodded and said, All right. Then I will add Sarutan's name to the contract. When the time comes, you will first summon him. If you want to summon me, you only need to increase the amount of chakra. But you and I are not partners, so every time you attack, you need to pay extra fees." Uchiha Tunan smiled indifferently and said, "No problem, Lord Ape Demon." Then he turned around and placed his hands on Sarutan's shoulders. He stared at him with a smile and said, "Sarutan, I will return to the ninja realm first. I will summon you later." Sarutan raised his head and looked at Uchiha Tunan's eyes full of trust. He couldn't help but think in his heart, this was a partner. "Thank you, Tunan." Evening. Uchiha Tunan led Sarutan along the streets of Konoha, dragging a long shadow behind him. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the earth, and it also shone on their bodies, adding a warm feeling. Sarutan tried his best to restrain his curiosity, but his eyes could not help but wander around, looking at this novel place. He looked like a country bumpkin entering the city. However, Uchiha Tunan was not impatient at all. Instead, he patiently explained everything in Konoha to him. He pointed to this place, pointed there, and explained a lot of things that he did not know. The passers-by were not surprised when they saw Sarutan. After all, psychic beasts and ninja beasts were very common in Konoha. At most, they would just stand in place and look at it a few more times, looking for something new. Just like that, Uchiha Tunan led Sarutan all the way to Uchiha's land. Uchiha Tunan was preparing to purchase a batch of medicinal herbs first. Because the quantity was relatively large, he still chose to purchase from Uchiha's medicine shop. After all, the price of Uchiha's medicine shop was much cheaper than outside. Sarutan said with a curious expression, "Tunan, where are we going now?" Uchiha Tunan said lightly, "We will go to the pharmacy to buy medicinal herbs first. We will give you the medicinal herbs that should be paid to your clan first, and then go to my house to cultivate." When Sarutan heard this, a trace of gratitude flashed across his face. "I haven't helped you yet. Wouldn't it be bad if you paid first?" Uchiha Tunan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have the herbs I want to buy myself. I might as well buy them all. Are you sick? Saruden asked doubtfully. Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, No, I just want to cultivate a secret technique. I need these medicinal herbs. Saruden nodded and said, You are so powerful. The secret technique that you value should be very powerful. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly. You will know when you practice it. Saruden was slightly stunned when he heard this. He said with a face of disbelief, You want to pass the secret arts to me? Can I learn the secret arts of humans? As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the pharmacy in Uchiha's territory. How will you know if you don't try? Good things have to be shared with your companions. After Uchiha Tunan finished speaking, he walked into the pharmacy. Chapter 167 Secret Art. The shopkeeper was an old Uchiha clansman with white hair. Clearly, the old man knew about Uchiha Tunan. After all, to be able to open a pharmacy in Uchiha's territory, his strength and status wouldn't be too low. He knew a little about what had happened last night. He immediately greeted him and revealed a forced smile. Welcome. May I ask what you need? After all, he was a member of the Uchiha clan. Even if he opened a shop to do business, it was difficult for him to show a flattering smile to others. Uchiha Tunan handed the list that Ape Demon gave him to the boss and said, This list of medicinal herbs, the weight of each is 10 times more than the previous one. The boss took the list and looked at it. His eyes lit up and the smile on his face became much more natural. He quickly ran to the store to get the medicine for Uchiha Tunan. 5 minutes later, the boss came out with a storage scroll and handed it to Uchiha Tunan. This is your medicine. Because it is big enough, the storage scroll is a gift for you. The change was a total of 6,500,000 taels. Uchiha Tunan took the scroll and did not check it. He took out another list and handed it to the boss. I will double the amount according to this list. By the way, each of the herbs should be separately packed. The boss took the list and looked at it. His originally sincere smile naturally carried a trace of flattery. This couldn't be blamed on the boss losing the backbone of the Uchiha clan. It was just that this deal was too big. This one was worth the profit of his pharmacy for the past 2 years. After all, the Uchiha clan had almost no secret arts that needed medicine, so the sales had never been very good. After the boss went to the warehouse, Uchiha Tunan handed the scroll in his hand to Saruden and said, Saruden, this is the reward for you. Saruden was stunned for a moment. He took the scroll and said with a touched face, Tunan, I haven't helped you yet. You just gave me so much. Saruden's hand that was holding the scroll was trembling, and he was very excited in his heart. Although this thing had to be handed over to the clan, when it was time to cultivate Jin Gang, he could use it at will. Unlike before, he still needed to wait in line at a fixed time. Uchiha Tunan smiled and said, You are not only worth this bit of money. You are my partner. In my heart, you are priceless. Saruden only felt a warm feeling rising in his heart. For some reason, he wanted to cry. He had never been treated so well by anyone. The second list that Uchiha Tunan gave him was the medicinal materials needed to cultivate the soft body transformation. The amount did not need too much, and the price would not be too expensive. However, Uchiha Tunan used a small trick and added an extremely expensive medicinal herb on the list. This medicinal herb was useless, but its influenza was still relatively good. When he needed money, he would find an opportunity to sell it without losing much. As for why he did this, naturally, he was lying to the ignorant Saruden. This allowed Saruden to clearly understand how much he was worth if he was right. At this time, the boss separated the medicinal ingredients into a bag. Then, he placed them into a storage scroll and handed them to Uchiha Tunan. Please keep them well. The price of this medicinal ingredient is 13.6 million taels. The two of them added up to 20 million. Uchiha Tunan took the storage scroll and put it away, happily paying the money. Welcome back next time. Behind the man and the monkey, the boss warmly sent them off. On the way, Saruten, who was still immersed in his emotions, asked Uchiha Tunan, "Why is the medicinal herb you bought so expensive? What is it for?" Although Saruten did not know what the price of materials in human society was, he knew that the medicinal herbs needed in the clan were extremely precious. The 10-year-old medicinal herbs in the clan were not as expensive as the medicinal herbs that Uchiha Tunan bought. Uchiha Tunan said casually, "This is for the two of us to cultivate secret arts." "Us two? This?" Saruten was dumbfounded. He knew that Uchiha Tunan was good to him, but he did not expect it to be so good. Not only did he have to teach him precious secret arts, but he was also willing to spend so much on him. For a moment, Saruten had forgotten how to walk and was stunned on the spot. Uchiha Tunan turned back to look at Saruten and narrowed his eyes with a smile. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come home with me to cultivate together." Saruten came back to his senses. The way he looked at Uchiha Tunan had completely changed. His face was filled with a smile as he said, "All right." Ding! Obtained Saruten's recognition. Hearing the system notification, Uchiha Tunan slightly outlined it. "Monkey, who knows how to feel guilty, is really easy to deceive. I heard that monkeys have a great brain, especially when they are directly cooked with boiling oil. They eat like tofu. I don't know if it is true." 10 minutes later, Uchiha Tunan led Saruten to Uchiha's home. As soon as they entered the room, Uchiha Tunan took out the scroll that had been modified by the soft body and placed it in front of Saruten to open the way. "Learn it first. After you memorize the content, I will take you to cultivate together." Saruten first looked at the introduction of the secret art in front of the scroll and muttered, "This secret art is really strange. The secret arts of our ape clan all train the body hard, but this secret art actually strengthens the body." Ape Kong scratched his head. He really did not understand what this secret art was used for. Uchiha Tunan said indifferently, "This is Orochimaru's strongest secret art. Remember not to tell anyone. After all, it is too precious, and it will make people jealous." When Yuan Kong heard this, he immediately nodded his head heavily and stared at the scroll with a fanatical expression on his face. If it was according to what Uchiha Tunan said, then this scroll must have a special meaning. That Orochimaru can make 10,000 snakes as spirit beasts. Its strength must be very strong. His strongest secret technique might even be stronger than unbreakable diamond. Tunan is really too good to me. Saruten's aptitude was indeed a little poor. Uchiha Tunan could remember the content after reading it once, and he read it for 2 whole hours. After he finished reading it, Uchiha Tunan took him directly to the pool in the bathroom. He turned on the hot water and poured the medicinal materials needed for the transformation of the soft body. The color of the water quickly became green, dyeing the tiles on the edge of the pool. "Take off your clothes and soak in it." After Uchiha Tunan finished speaking, he took off his clothes and entered the pool. After all, the other party was a monkey and a male monkey, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. He saw Uchiha Tunan sitting cross-legged in the pool, his hands slowly and rhythmically forming seals, controlling the chakra in his body to circulate according to the special meridians. Saruten also took off the fur clothing on his body, entered the pool, and began to cultivate as well. Time flew. Half an hour passed. Uchiha Tunan opened his eyes and felt that his current body seemed to be different from before. He raised his hand and placed it in front of his eyes. He saw that Uchiha Tunan's fingers unexpectedly bent backwards and finally stuck to the back of his hand. This is just the beginning, and the effect is already so strong. It seems that it will take at most a month to completely complete the transformation. Chapter 168 Transformation failed. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up. He was very satisfied with this kind of progress. The molting did not require the complete transformation of the soft body. It could be used at about 1/3 of the time. Of course, the more complete the molting transformation, the less side effects it would have. The number of times it could be used in a short period of time would also increase. In the original work, Sasuke did not learn the molting transformation, but under the influence of the cursed seal, his body had undergone a certain change. Only then could he use the molting secret technique. It was just that after the cursed seal disappeared, as time passed, the incomplete soft body transformation returned to its original state. Today's transformation had been completed, so it was useless to soak in it any longer. When tomorrow night came, he would soak in another kind of medicinal herb. Uchiha Tunan got up from the pool naked and wrapped a white bath towel around him. He quietly observed Sarutan's situation. The reason why he taught Sarutan's soft body technique was only because of Uchiha Tunan's sudden inspiration. He wanted to see if there would be any special changes when the two extreme cultivation methods of soft body transformation and unbreakable diamond were fused together. After all, the system's inherited ability did not seem to be able to fuse with the abilities it already had, and could only carry out coexisting. Just like how Uchiha Tunan possessed all attributes of chakra, these chakra attributes did not automatically merge into the blood limit and blood limit net. Uchiha Tunan, who was deeply influenced by the culture of his previous life, had heard of the combination of strength and softness. That was why he had the idea of using Sarutan as an experimental monkey. He couldn't fuse with the changes, so he could let Sarutan change first before bringing it over. Uchiha Tunan would stop his transformation before the transformation was complete. At that time, he would rely on the system to let these two abilities coexist. After another 2 hours, Uchiha Tunan saw that Sarutan had yet to wake up. He frowned and asked softly, "Sarutan, are you asleep?" Sarutan sat cross-legged in the pool. Due to the thick medicinal liquid, his hair actually dyed a bit of color and turned into a green monkey. When Sarutan heard Uchiha Tunan's voice, he opened his eyes with a depressed expression. Looking at Uchiha Tunan lowering his head in disappointment and looking at the green water, he said in a low voice, "Tunan, it seems that I am too stupid. You should change partners." Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes. Was there a conflict between the soft body transformation and Vajra unbreakable body, or was this monkey's aptitude really too poor? But how bad would it be? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Uchiha Tunan's mind. With a gentle smile on his face, he beckoned to Sarutan and said, "Sarutan, come up for a moment." Sarutan nodded silently, walked to the pool and climbed up. Perhaps because Uchiha Tunan was not a female monkey, he was too lazy to put on his clothes when he was covered in water. He hugged his curled legs with both hands. He sat gloomily at the edge of the pool. After all, these medicinal herbs were bought by Uchiha Tunan with a lot of money, and he was not stingy to let him cultivate with them. But he was disappointing, and there was no change at all. He really failed to live up to Uchiha Tunan's careful cultivation. Uchiha Tunan looked down at Sarutan, and the strange smile on his lips flashed away. He immediately squatted down in front of Sarutan and whispered, "Sarutan, I am going to help you, but the process may be a little painful. Can you hold on?" Sarutan heard this and raised his head, staring at Uchiha Tunan and saying, "I'm not afraid of any pain." For Sarutan, as long as he could become stronger, he could do anything. Uchiha Tunan nodded and quickly made a series of hand seals. A strange chakra fluctuation appeared in his palm. In the next moment, Uchiha Tunan pressed his palm on the top of Sarutan's head. Curse seal seed road. Sarutan felt as if a foreign object had been forcefully stuffed into his head, and his eyes were instantly in so much pain that they were about to split apart. The monkey held its head with both hands, constantly rolling and howling by the side of the pool. At this time, he felt as if his head was being scratched by a pair of giant hands, and his head felt like it was splitting apart. It even made him have the urge to smash his head against the edge of the pool. However, he knew that he could not do that. Pain meant that there was an effect. He had to persevere. Uchiha Tunan did not want the commotion here to alarm the Uchiha clansmen around him. He pointed his finger with chakra and pointed below Sarutan's Adam's apple. This time, no matter how hard Sarutan tried, he could not make a sound. He just rolled around the pool in pain. Gradually, Sarutan's struggle became smaller and smaller. The monkey was lying on the side of the pool, twitching again and again, and his eyes became lax. It was as if the violent action just now had exhausted all his strength, making him lose all his strength to breathe. Uchiha Tunan looked on coldly from beginning to end. His expression did not change at all, as if he was just looking at a dead object. This was also the first time Uchiha Tunan used the planting Taoist seal, and he did not know if he would plant a dead person. The worst result now was that Sarutan suddenly died. However, Uchiha Tunan had seen a group of little monkeys soaking in the pool in the water curtain cave that day. In the early stages of the invincible Vajra, he estimated that he needed to soak in medicinal water to assist in his cultivation, and he did not know the specific prescription. The list of medicinal herbs that Enma had given him would definitely not be all. After all, the invincible Vajra was the foundation of the ape clan, and only Enma as the ape king would know. A good-for-nothing monkey would not be a problem for the current Uchiha Tunan. He directly told Enma that in order to make Sarutan stronger, he taught him a precious secret technique. In the end, the secret technique clashed with his own ability and he died. When the time came, he would ask Hiruzen Sarutobi to plead for mercy, and he could pick another monkey himself. After a while, Sarutan finally could not bear the pain and fell to the ground, fainting. Uchiha Tunan squatted down and placed his hand in front of Sarutan's nose. He nodded in satisfaction. It was good that he didn't die. It all depended on the effect of the cursed seal with immortal energy. An hour later, Sarutan slowly woke up. The room was dim yellow, and there seemed to be a faint fragrance in the air. And he was lying on the floor, covered with a woolen blanket. Sarutan still felt that his body was tired, and he was even a little tired. He tried to sit up, but he fell back on the floor. "You're awake." Sarutan turned his head and looked over. He saw Uchiha Tunan sitting cross-legged in front of a short table, reading a book while drinking tea and reading a book. After all, Sarutan had already obtained recognition. He only needed to wait for when he would reap the fruits of his labor. He was just a little monkey without strength, so Uchiha Tunan did not need to deliberately act as him. Sarutan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and sat up. He subconsciously reached out to touch the top of his head, but he did not touch anything. "Don't touch, I just opened your Rin and Du meridians." Rin and Du meridians? Sarutan had never heard of this term, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Uchiha Tunan picked up the cup and took a leisurely sip of tea. He said lightly, "This is a special meridian. After it is opened, it can release one's potential to a certain extent. The bathroom is right behind, and I've increased the weight of the medicinal ingredients. Go soak in it now. If 1 hour doesn't work, then 2 hours. Go soak in it until you succeed in your cultivation." Uchiha Tunan did not raise his head, nor did he look at Sarutan. He only informed him like this. When Sarutan heard this, he immediately said with a firm expression, "I will definitely be able to do it this time." After saying this, he crawled up with some difficulty. After taking a deep breath, he walked towards the bathroom step by step. Chapter 169, Successful Practice. After reading the book for a while, Uchiha Tunan lay down and rested for a while. Although the orphanage was disbanded, the orphans in it were basically helping each department in Konoha. They had a salary and accommodation. Uchiha Tunan was too lazy to ask them to come over. After all, recognition was not so easy to obtain, especially for people who had their own thoughts. With more people, it would only waste Uchiha Tunan's time. On the contrary, babies were the most suitable. As long as they raised him with shadow clones, it was basically a natural recognition. Anyway, there would be 3 battles in a year at most, and there would be many orphans. There was no need to rush. With his current strength, he could completely become the top of the 3 battles. But it was not too safe. After all, ninja was not a one-on-one fight. The other side also had powerful ninjutsu. For example, Inoki's dust release, as long as it hit him, unless he activated the Susanoo, he would definitely die. There was also the third raikage. In addition, tailed beasts were also a problem. In order to be safe, he first learned the unbreakable diamond and stacked his defense high. One more thing, that was his Mangekyo. His eye power had already reached a frightening level. If it was any other person, they would have already opened the Mangekyo. However, his mentality was a bit too stable, so it was a bit difficult to open his eyes. I really want to be angry. Uchiha Tunan sighed, closed his eyes, and slowly fell asleep. The next day. Tunan, I succeeded. Sarutan's cheers came from the bathroom. Uchiha Tunan opened his eyes, got up, and went to the bathroom. He saw Sarutan sitting cross-legged at the edge of the pool, looking at his 10 fingers. And those 10 fingers were like 10 earthworms, twisting without interference. It was as if his bones and joints no longer existed. Very good. Uchiha Tunan praised indifferently. Sarutan immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Uchiha Tunan with an excited expression. Thank you, Tunan. For Sarutan, this success had rekindled his hope. And this hope was given by Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan smiled and waved his hand. Go back to the Huadwa Mountain first. In the future, you will cultivate at the Huadwa Mountain. Every night, I will summon you to my place to cultivate. And then I will go first. After saying this, Sarutan immediately turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared from sight. Uchiha Tunan bent down to pick up Sarutan's clothes. He shook his head with a calm expression. This monkey was indeed not very smart. Speaking of which, could a monkey with this kind of IQ still make up for his brain after eating it? After a while, Uchiha Tunan, who had finished washing up, walked out of the house and headed for the Welfare Institute. Uchiha Tunan, who was walking in the clan grounds, clearly felt that the attitude of the clansmen towards him had changed a little. In the past, most of them had treated him coldly. After all, Uchiha Tunan was close to the clan for 3 generations, and his actions of staying away from the clan were simply traitors in their eyes. No matter who it was, on the surface or in their hearts, they more or less loathed Uchiha Tunan. And today, these people practically all lowered their heads and took a detour moment they saw Uchiha Tunan. Seeing this, Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes slightly. This situation. It seemed that the news of him killing the Orochimaru had already been known by the clansmen. Although they did not like him, the difference in strength between the two was too great, so they could not afford to offend him. Uchiha Tunan was not too concerned. In his eyes, the Uchiha clan was nothing more than food for the future. The reason why he had yet to plot against them on a large scale was because he was worried that the butterfly effect would be too great and affect the birth of Sasuke. There were only 2 portions of Indra power in the entire world. 1 helping hand and 1 spot. This guy, Madara, was not easy to deal with. In comparison, it was easier to handle Sasuke. Sasuke and Naruto were the necessary factors for him to open the Rinnegan, so there was no room for mistakes. Uchiha Tunan, who had just left Uchiha's territory, paused slightly, and the whispers of passers-by could be heard in his ears. Look, that's Uchiha Tunan, the one who killed Orochimaru-sama with a group of Uchiha clansmen. Why did they want to kill Orochimaru-sama? The Uchiha clan is really bad. I think they want to kill the strong in the village, so that they can do whatever they want. Hey, I thought of something. After the last war, Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-san ran away one after another. Is it related to the Uchiha clan? Now they also killed Orochimaru-sama. Now that you mention it, I remember that the White Fang was also killed by Uchiha Tunan. This Uchiha Tunan is too bad. Without Lord White Fang and the Sannin, what if the war starts? Who can go up? Can he go up? No, I heard that it seems that it is because Orochimaru-sama is doing human experiments. I know all of this. I heard the exact news that those human experiments use either corpses or spies from enemy countries. I think Orochimaru-sama is right. The ninjutsu he developed is also to increase Konoha's strength. Even if Orochimaru-sama really uses the villagers to do experiments, it's still worth it. If there is a need, I can step forward and choose to sacrifice myself. Do you understand the will of fire? Sacrifice a small number of people to illuminate the entire village. I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of the will of fire. Don't say any more. The little devil is coming. The man quickly lowered his voice and secretly glanced at Uchiha Tunan, signaling his companion to shut up. Humph, when he comes over, I'll vomit all over him. Are you crazy? He even dared to kill the great serpent pill lord. Killing a commoner like you is no different from playing. He used his hand to tug at his companion's clothes and watched Uchiha Tunan slowly approach. He even wanted to slap his companion to death. Even if you kill me, he won't be able to escape. He is the disciple of the Hokage-sama. And he is also a member of the Uchiha tribe. His background is really scary. I am not afraid. The companion said that he was not afraid, but his voice was already so thin that it could not be heard, and he did not dare to look at Uchiha Tunan. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan walked to their side and suddenly stopped. The few of them were scared out of their wits and stammered. Tunan. Sir. I didn't say anything. They saw Uchiha Tunan frown, as if he was thinking about something. After a few seconds, Uchiha Tunan's brows relaxed, and his face was filled with a gentle smile as he said to them, "Good morning, everyone." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan changed his direction and walked towards the Hokage building. The few people looked at the back of Uchiha Tunan and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He left. He probably didn't hear it. After all, we were so quiet. Damn it. I feel like he is threatening us. He really thinks that he is amazing just because he is strong. Chapter 170 Drastic Change, at the Hokage building. Uchiha Tunan walked into the office and bowed to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Teacher. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned and said with a solemn face, Tunan, I was just about to ask someone to find you. Someone reported to me today that there was a rumor in the village. Don't mind it. They don't know the truth of the matter. I was planning to send someone to help you clarify. Hiruzen Sarutobi was also afraid that Uchiha Tunan would walk the same path as White Fang after hearing these rumors. White Tooth's matter was because he had caused Konoha to suffer a loss, and the responsibility needed to be shouldered. In addition, White Tooth's strength and prestige were too high, so Hiruzen Sarutobi planned to take the opportunity to shelter him. But he never thought that White Tooth's heart would be so fragile. However, Uchiha Tunan was different. The two of them were like father and son. No matter what Hiruzen Sarutobi said, he could not tolerate the villagers spreading rumors about Uchiha Tunan. Teacher, I came here to discuss this matter with you. Teacher, please do not care about the gossip and leave it to me to clarify myself. Why? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was full of confusion, not understanding how he was needed to clarify things. Only to see Uchiha Tunan say with a reminiscing expression, Master Jigo once taught me a secret technique that can only be cultivated with flawless kindness. However, the cultivation of this secret technique is very different. I need to open my heart to accept and enlighten others. I think this matter is related to me after all. It just so happens that I have to explain it to the villagers myself. I believe that they can understand and agree with me. Uchiha Tunan's eyes shone, as if they were filled with love and hope. When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, he looked at him innocently. He took a drag on his cigarette and narrowed his eyes. I have also heard about the secret technique of the Fire Temple. No wonder only the first Hokage can learn it. Turns out there is such a restriction. Teacher, do you want to learn it? Uchiha Tunan smiled gently. I feel that an upright person like you is very suitable to learn this secret technique. When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, he almost choked on his cigarette. He still understood what kind of person he was. His kindness was still a little lacking. Ahem. I'm old after all, so I won't learn. Then I'll leave this matter to you to handle. If you can't solve it, remember to come to me. Uchiha Tunan put his hands on his knees and bowed to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thank you for your help, teacher. I will take my leave first. After Uchiha Tunan left the Hokage building, he said. First, he went to the welfare home. He removed the shadow clone that was looking after little Yanba, then separated another one. After all, in addition to taking care of little Yanba, the shadow clone was also responsible for the food of the welfare home. He had not rested at all, and if he disbanded midway, little Yanba would be in danger. Before going out, Uchiha Tunan specially asked Might and his father to help him purchase the ingredients. On the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Tunan pushed the power of the Wind Whisper to the maximum. Countless questions, disdain, and insults were all heard. Very good, let the anger ferment, the fiercer the scolding, the better. You must make me angry. I wonder what effect my Manjikyu will have. It seems that the Manjikyu skills are all the names of Japan mythological gods. However, there did not seem to be many powerful gods in their myths. There were only a few powerful gods. Amaterasu? Tsukuyomi? Other gods? Speaking of which, the Sharingan was the Eye of Insight, and most of the awakened skills were related to one's own spirit. If that was the case, then it felt like there was no skill that matched him. Could it be a skill named by some minor god? Is it about recognition? Or about killing? I'm looking forward to it. Uchiha Tunan wandered around the streets of Konoha for a long time. However, the voices of the surrounding villagers seemed to be a little too low. Most of them were questioning and dissatisfied. There were very few who insulted him. The quality of these villagers seemed to be a little high. Uchiha Tunan frowned slightly. This was not good. He did not feel anything at all. If things continued to develop slowly like this, there would be a day when everyone would forget about it and be replaced by new things. This was human nature. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Tunan felt that it should be because the rumors had just begun and everyone's emotions had not been completely stirred up. It was better to wait for the rumors to ferment for a few more days. And what he had to do was to constantly brush up his presence and make them not forget him. In this way, Uchiha Tunan aimlessly walked through every street in Konoha. At noon, he took advantage of the gap to eat something in a small shop by the roadside, and then continued to wander around. It was not until sunset that Uchiha Tunan returned home. He used the psychic technique to summon Sarutan, and they practiced the cultivation of soft body transformation. As soon as Sarutan appeared, Uchiha Tunan could clearly feel that he had changed. He immediately grabbed his wrist casually and pulled him towards the bathroom. Let's go. Let's hurry up and cultivate. As he walked, Uchiha Tunan exerted a bit of strength in his fingers. Uchiha Tunan could clearly feel that Sarutan's skin had caved in a little, but the more it caved in, the stronger the resistance. It seemed that if one cultivated both the body transformation and Vajra unbreakable body at the same time, it would have the effect of both internal and external cultivation. The Vajra unbreakable body should only be cultivated in the skin and bones. In addition to the body transformation, it had become an all-round strengthening. This was good news for Uchiha Tunan. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Uchiha Tunan felt that Sarutan's hair seemed to have brightened up a little. Originally, it was because he didn't take care of it often. His hair was very hairy and even a little bristled. But now, the hair was a little soft and shiny, making people feel comfortable looking at it. He immediately knocked on the side and said, "Sarutan, after a day of cultivation, do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Sarutan looked at Uchiha Tunan with a touched face and said with a smile, "I feel better than ever. Today, my Vajra unbreakable body has entered the threshold. Lord Ape Devil said that if I maintain this progress, I will be able to cultivate without relying on external objects in half a month." Sarutan was very excited. His strength had finally advanced another step. Half a month. A gratified smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. He reached out to rub Sarutan's head and said gently, "Then you have to hold on to this secret technique. Don't spill it. Also, if Lord Ape Demon asks you why you improved so quickly, just tell him that you have taught me the secret technique, but you can't reveal the specific information of the secret technique. You are my partner who can learn it." No one else can. Saruten nodded solemnly and said, Tunan, don't worry. This is your secret technique. I won't teach it to anyone else. In Saruten's heart, Uchiha Tunan was equivalent to giving him a second life. Help him improve, make him ignore what those people said, and be willing to spend money for him. Uchiha Tunan was so good to him, and Saruten had already agreed with Uchiha Tunan from the bottom of his heart, so no matter what, he would not betray Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes and smiled. He pointed at the pool and said, let's go in and soak. For 2 days in a row. Perhaps the transformation effect of the curse seal was too strong. Saruten looked more and more like a human. His body became straighter, his legs gradually grew longer, and his tail seemed to be shortened a little. The other thing was that the color of his hair seemed to be a little lighter compared to the original dark brown color of the ape race. Uchiha Tunan guessed that it might be because his own curse seal used the exclusive immortal arts energy of the human race. Just like those in the original work who were planted with the curse of heaven and earth, abnormal characteristics would appear when used. Saruten was a monkey and belonged to the spirit-type animal. It was relatively close to the human race, so the change did not seem too exaggerated. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.